check one। ठीक है।
हेलो। 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 अ,
वन, चेक वन टी। हेलो। ठीक है।
Hello. Welcome to Second International Conference on Public Infrastructure and its Application, PKIA 2021.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the second international conference on public key infrastructure and its applications. We are glad to organize this conference in the virtual mode. Today we have Shri Dr. Rajendra Kumar IAS with us. I kindly request you, sir, to come to the dais, sir. We are today privileged to have Professor R.K. Shamsundar with us. Kindly, I request you, sir, to come to the dais. Okay. We request Sri Ashish Banati, DCT CCA office, to also be on the dais. It is said that before start of any event, lighting of lamp is considered to be auspicious occasion and considered to remove the darkness and illuminate the light and light of wealth and knowledge with us. So I kindly request the dignitaries on the dais to please help us in lighting the lamp.
Sir, good morning. Happy.
Thank you, sir, for lighting of the lamp. And now I request Sri Ashish Banati, Deputy Controller of CCA Technology, to address this gathering. He has more than 3 years of experience in STQC. He has made significant contributions for smart card development, and he has also played a key role in Aadhaar enrollment. Over to you, sir. I request you to.
Yeah, thank you. See, I, on behalf of Office of CCA, welcome Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Rajinder Kumarji, IAS, Additional Secretary and CCA MAT, and Professor Shyam Sundarji. And I also welcome and congratulate all the delegates and participants to be part of this wonderful learning platform. CDAC being the pioneer body of MATI for the PKI field, has been entrusted the task of carrying out research activities as well as organizing awareness programs for various stakeholder groups to promote use of digital signatures across the country. India over the years has witnessed an increase in number of PKI-enabled applications and users as well, more so after introduction of the e-sign platform. The first PKI conference was held in 2017 by CDAC Bangalore, and this is the second edition of this conference. And owing to the pandemic, we are organizing the second edition in a hybrid mode, and this is first such attempt, bridging the online and offline speakers and participants. The conference program includes invited talks by eminent speakers from India and out the other nations. The speakers are from a mix of academia and industry. This one-day event is packed with about 7 invited papers and 4 invited talks, and followed by a presentation by CDAC on next generation PKI. The conference concludes with a panel discussion on the same. Wish all of you enjoy this program and give your valuable inputs at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Today we are privileged to have with us our distinguished professor, Professor R.K. Shamsundar from IIT Bombay. He is a fellow of IEEE, a fellow of ACM, a distinguished ACM speaker, and a distinguished alumnus of the Indian Institute of Science. He is currently J. Bose National Fellow, distinguished professor at the Department of Computer Science, IIT Bombay. He directs the Information Security Research and Development Center from MIT. He was also awarded the 2014 S.N. Mitra Award for Excellence in Research by the Indian National Academy of Engineering. We welcome you, sir. We request you to deliver it.
Good morning. So, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Dr. Sudarshan, Mr. Banati, and distinguished keynote speakers and participants. It's a pleasure to be here on the second Public Infrastructure and Application Conference. As you know, that this is one of the most critical tools people have or organizations have to see how they can secure it, because the applications are growing in terms of either cloud, IoT, in fact, the blockchain applications. Identity is one of the major things, like a sovereign identity that has come into the picture in the context of security and privacy, and how blockchain supports privacy and all that kind of a thing or the other. But it also inherits some complexity due to X.509. So that is something that one cannot avoid because it has come long back, kind of a thing or the other. So one of the main challenges has been deploying maintenance, including like revocation, has always been a challenge. So I think this deliberation, I would imagine, they would also provide a clear articulation of the security benefits of deploying a PKI should become clear to all the people, because many times people don't know what is the thing that should be done. And now the question is that how do they support new applications? And what happens to the legacy applications? And what are the problems of the scaling challenge, and the clarity on the investment of the resources, ownership, skills, etc. All this becomes a very important thing. As I'm also editor-in-chief of the Sadhana for the computing and the data sciences from the Indian Academy of Sciences, I request, I think, Dr. Sudarshan to explore the possibility of writing a state of the report on the PKI and its application experiences across the country, and also try to highlight what is the way to go forward. And that would be a good thing to come in an Indian journal, particularly for an Indian Academy. With all that, I wish all the participants a very successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, we will be delighted to author such paper into the journal publications. Thank you. So today we are privileged and delighted to have Shri Dr. Rajendra Kumar IAS. He is a senior IAS officer working as Additional Secretary in MIT, Government of India. Earlier, he was also the chairman and managing director of ELCOT Tamil Nadu. As CMD of ELCOT, he led the ICT infrastructure, e-governance, ICT procurement, and IT industry promotion activities within the state. Earlier, He has also served as a joint secretary of e-governance in MeitY Government of India. He has led the country to enter Digital India e-governance and technology development for Indian language initiatives at the national level, and he has been responsible for the overall conceptualization and the implementation of the flagship Digital India program and the National E-Governance Plan of the Government of India. These include the new Digital Locker initiative that was aimed at providing a private space on a public cloud to all the residents of the country for storing and sharing government-issued documents, the new Mobile Seva project, which aimed at bringing all government services on the mobile platform, ePraman, for electronic authentication of all users of e-governance services, and localization aimed at promoting the usage of Indian languages in e-governance and mobile-based services. Prior to this stint in Government of India, he held senior positions in district administration and state government in Tamil Nadu in India. Dr. Rajendra Kumar has received a number of academic and professional awards at the national and international levels during his career. He has received the UN Public Service Award in 2014 for the Mobile Seva project, which was conceptualized and implemented by him. Dr. Rajendra Kumar also holds a PhD in International Economic Development and Regional Planning and an MCP from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, an MTech in Management and Systems from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and a BTech in Civil Engineering from IIT Kanpur. He has published a book and several articles in international journals. I request you, sir, to address the audience and inaugurate the conference.
A very good morning to everyone. Professor Shyam Sundar, my colleague Ashish Banati, all the colleagues from MeitY, CDAC, other entities who are present here, all the participants who are joining from other locations through the virtual mode. I'm happy to be present here in this event because this is an event focused on an area which is not normally talked about so much, especially when we think about e-governance in India. This has not really been in the main focus since the beginning, even when it was conceptualized and rolled out in 2000, that is almost 21 years ago. However, one development which actually catapulted this entire concept of PKI-based applications and the entire public infrastructure, this was the rollout of e-sign, as you may be aware, in 2014-15, which made it so much easier for anyone, including the application owners, departments, and the common people to understand what this entire digital signature was and how it can be used in a simple fashion by using this online mechanism of e-sign. In this domain, India, we can say definitely has led the entire world in terms of really, I would say, democratizing the entire concept of PKI. Before that, it was not so easy. You had to carry a dongle and then you had to use a PIN, etc., to be able to use that for signing any document or for any legally valid authentication. But now it has become so much easier. This also fits in line with the overall vision of Digital India, which I'm sure you all would be knowing, is the main framework within which currently all our digital interventions, not only by MeitY, but also by all government departments, all ministries in Government of India, and also all the state governments, they are being implemented. This is now in its 8th year of implementation since 2014, when it was given a formal name of Digital India. And this has really helped the country to think about digital as a very effective means of really ensuring that we can cut through all the layers of complexities and all the difficulties that people face in accessing government services. So that's one major area where we have seen great impacts of the Digital India program. Today, almost all government departments, not only in central at central level, but also in the states. They all have digital interfaces and online-based services for most of the citizen-centric services. This has been a revolution, and if you really see the international scenario, we are really in top 10 across the entire world in terms of the online services. And this has made life for everyone so much easier. I remember when I was in college in Kanpur, then for traveling to my hometown, we had to go to the railway station and buy tickets. Physically, you have to go in a stand and then buy a ticket. Then sometime when I was, I think, in my third year or fourth year, then that time they started issuing computerized reservation tickets. And that was the first revolution of really using IT for solving the service delivery and service access issues that are being faced by the public. Since then, we have come a long way, but today we can justifiably say that we are amongst the best in the world when it comes to using technology for delivering citizen-centric services. This is one major impact of the digital program, but also it has been there for more than 25 years now. The second area where we have seen a huge impact of this entire effort at the government level by using the whole of government idea that all departments must come together when it comes to using technology for improving services. That is in the area of electronics manufacturing, where again we have seen huge advancements that the country has made in manufacturing mobile devices. We hope that with the new incentives that have been announced, we can also go up the value chain and go into semiconductor fabrication and other component manufacturing for electronic systems. The third area where we have seen huge change is in terms of capacity building and expansion of the entire digital modes of access by the people. So today we have almost 80 crore people who are internet users. This is almost 3 times more than where we were just 7-8 years ago. In 2014, I think number was about 20 crores. Now we are almost 4 times higher. Also, the expansion of connectivity in the form of both fiber-based access in villages and also the 4G connectivity. So when we talk about the overall digital ecosystem, there has been a huge change across the entire country in the last 7 years under the Digital India program. We also have made massive efforts in capacity building, in skilling, digital skilling in particular, through our network of institutions. CSCs have played a vital role in rural areas in bringing people together at one place for service access, also for skilling and for giving training, doing capacity building, etc. We have entities in METI which have very structured programs for capacity building, digital skilling at all levels, right from the basic to advanced. NILIT has programs of that type. We also have programs from other domains, National Skill Development Corporation programs, which are now being delivered through CSCs, I mean, some of them. So all these efforts have meant that today we can justifiably say that in terms of widening access, we have achieved very substantial outcomes. And as a result, we are seeing the impacts. The offtake of digital services has gone up, and we are seeing a huge traction in entrepreneurship, for example, where this year has been really the year of unicorns, where we have seen 43 unicorns emerging in just 1 year in India. Total numbers are now 80 plus, and we hope that in the coming time we would be able to catch up with our bigger neighbor who is ahead of us, but we are growing fast. So all this has meant that today we can really be proud of what we have achieved. But that is with a caveat. It doesn't mean that we can really say that we've addressed all issues and we can now just let things go on. That is definitely not the case. For the next 5 years, what is our vision and how do we want to really grow further and ensure that digital interventions, the technology is used even more effectively and in a much deeper way to really bring benefits in all domains. For this, you might be aware that in 2019, METI unveiled the $1 trillion digital economy vision, which talks about growing our digital economy to the level of $1 trillion in 5 years. The target date is 2025. So we hope that the next 4 years, our country can grow to the level of having an economy which would contribute $1 trillion through the digital modes, through the digital interventions. And that's the huge goal that METI has set for itself and for the entire government, for the country to achieve. And this goal, how we can achieve this goal, this is based on 4 or 5 key areas, which I would like to just mention briefly here, so that we can put this entire discussion as to how we can use these emerging technologies in the broader context. So first element of this vision of $1 trillion is to ensure that the digital infrastructure that we have laid in the last several years, that can be expanded even more to reach the last person in the country, to the last citizen. So that means that this entire digital infra has to expand to all the villages. Currently, BharatNet is the project that we are implementing through our sister department, that is DOT, for taking the fiber to every nook and corner of the country. That will get completed in the years to come, and then that will help us in really taking the high quality broadband infrastructure to all villages and eventually to everyone in the country. We also need to ensure that we can grow our IT infra in other domains, for example, setting up cloud-based infrastructure for government departments, also ensuring that data centers become the next growth domain for India. Currently, we are not really very significant players in the data center domain, but that's we hope that is going to change in the years to come with our new data center policy and a scheme to really promote that sector. So that's another area where we think that we can make a big difference and grow our economy to the level of $1 trillion in the years to come. The second area where we think is really important to achieve this vision is to ensure that we can build large scale digital platforms in all domains of governance. One example of this is the National Digital Health Mission, which has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister just last year, and then again this year for the other states. Similar efforts are now underway in domains like education, in agriculture, where the idea is to move from applications to platforms and make that platform as a enabling framework for the entire domain to really come on a digital interface. So for example, health platform that is now being rolled out, that will have all the health sector players, all the health sector stakeholders, including private and public healthcare providers, then insurance sector stakeholders, the labs, then of course the citizens who would be having a unique digital health ID to be able to access all these services through a digital interface. So similar efforts are now underway with METI's active support to the concerned ministries to enable that to happen in education, in agriculture, in logistics, and in other domains. So this is one area where we think can really help us in unlocking the value that we can derive by this approach of overall integration and having a platform with a common seamless interface for people to access through maybe a single sign-on mechanism, etc., which will actually further improve the ease of access, ease of living, and ease of business for all the stakeholders. The third area where we think we can play a very big role from METI side is to promote electronics manufacturing. As I mentioned earlier, we are growing rapidly, but still the current value addition from the electronics sector today is only about $75 billion. It needs to go to at least $250 or $300 billion in the next 5 years to be able to achieve the vision of $1 trillion digital economy. So that's another area where we think that it will be very, very crucial to really promote if we talk about achieving the vision of $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years. Another area where we are now putting massive efforts and which we think can pay us huge dividends in the time to come is in the domain of emerging technologies, where again METI has made huge efforts. We have very active schemes in domains like AI, for example. In blockchain, we just published the national strategy just last month. And we think that that can be a future growth area for not only the application that we are currently familiar with, which can be done through blockchain, for example, cryptos and all that. That's of course one area where policy have to emerge. But in domains like land records, registration, certificate management, in all these, blockchain can play a very big role, and it can generate trust in the people about how they deal with the digital interfaces. So once you know that your transactions are secure, your documents are secure, who is accessing those documents, you would be able to know. So all trust-based systems, they are going to be the growth area of the future. And this we think can really play a big role in further advancing the entire e-governance and digital governance interface with the citizens and businesses, and help us in unlocking greater value in the years to come. Another area where we think we can play a big role is in putting a sound legal framework in place for the entire digital domain. As we're all aware, IT Act is now 21 years old, and even with amendments in 2008 and subsequent rules, still we need to really think of how the very fast expanding digital space can be regulated through this present act, or whether we need a new framework with the new elements brought in based on international experience and best practices. So that's one area where currently we are putting our efforts as to how we can really improve our legal framework for dealing with the fast evolving digital domain. One more area in this regard is the personal data protection, which I'm sure you would have heard that we have brought a bill which is now in the parliament, which actually brings in a totally new legal framework for personal data handling. So how your data is being collected, how it is being shared, how it will be used, who will have access, for how long it can be stored. So all that now will be within this legal framework, where citizens will have greater information and they will have greater control on how their data is being used. This is again in line with the best practice internationally, where these laws are in effect in almost in most of the countries. And we hope that by bringing this law, we would be able to really ensure that our industry and our government departments, they handle citizens' data responsibly and within that legal framework. That again will help in generating trust among the citizens and bring more users on the online platform, because they will feel that their data will be safely stored, it will be secure, and it will be used only for lawful legal purposes. So that's the goal. This will also help the industry in really getting more users. That's one, getting more business from abroad, because India would be viewed as a nation having data adequacy norms in place, which now many countries are seeing when they outsource business from their industries or their countries to business entities in India. So that's another major area where we think that METI can play a big role, and we can really enable the digital economy to grow. As you're aware, because of the pandemic, we have seen huge adverse impacts on the economy, on the personal front, on the livelihood fronts. Hopefully, in the time to come, that the pandemic will be behind us. But still, as a result of the pandemic, what we have seen is that there is a huge offtake, there is a huge adoption of digital by new entities and even the existing ones. They are adopting digital in much greater, much bigger fashion. So we are now all used to work from home and using our devices for accessing services, talking to people, attending events, conferences, doing official work. So all this higher level adoption is going to stay with us in the time to come. We hope as a new normal of our way of life, our way of work. And this is going to put greater demands on MeitY and the government as a whole to create the appropriate level of digital infra to create applications so that people can really access the applications and they can work easily with the digital tools. And that means that we need to be prepared that much more to really be able to address these challenges. This will also throw up new avenues of concerns, for example, cybersecurity, because now people accessing all kinds of applications from non-secured, non-office environment from home. So that brings that much more challenges towards ensuring that their devices are safely operated, they are secured from cybersecurity point of view. So all that effort is going to really now become more important. And I am sure that with MeitY's experience and the experienced teams that we have in MeitY, in MeitY's organization like CCA, which works very deeply in the PKI infrastructure and also in ensuring that our entire CA ecosystem works efficiently. They all need to play that much bigger role in the time to come to ensure that we can meet these emerging challenges of cybersecurity, emerging challenges of much greater access by more people in the country, much greater levels of use of the digital infra. They also need to get expanded. And for this, we need to think of a whole of government approach involving not just MeitY, but also other departments where we can address these challenges holistically and think of commonalities in how we can synergize our own efforts and derive greater outcomes, greater results from the schemes and programs that we are implementing. So that's the challenge where I think we all need to be aware of, and then we need to work with greater zeal, greater enthusiasm, with more focus on how we are implementing our programs and how we really want to take it to the next level, which I outlined in terms of the vision that we have of reaching at least $1 trillion in terms of digital economy value addition to our GDP in the next 5 years. I'm sure that the events in today's schedule, that those will be very useful and informative to all the participants. I'm sure the experts, they can talk much more about the technical issues and other aspects of PKI infra and how our CS systems can be improved more. One area where we have asked our team in CCA to work is in terms of ensuring the next level of PKI infrastructure, also in terms of web trust compliance of our CCA ecosystem. So these are important because so far we have not really succeeded from the CCA side in achieving that full compliance with the web trust framework. But our CAs, they are now making greater efforts. Some have succeeded in obtaining full compliance, and that is going to help the country in a big way in terms of not only saving foreign exchange, but also ensuring that our own infra is trusted across the entire world. So the moment we reach that level of maturity in terms of the infra that we have for our CA ecosystem, that brings us that much dividend in terms of generating greater confidence by international community in what India is doing. So that's the advantage that we really want to build upon. And I'm sure that the events that are lined up today will help in really advancing the cause of Digital India more, and also ensuring that we are seen to be the leaders internationally in not only this domain, but also in all activities that we're doing under this broad program of Digital India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We wholeheartedly thank you for inaugurating this conference. We also enjoyed outlining providing the inputs, insightful inputs on outlining the vision for the this thing. And you also certain points, especially on trust by using blockchain and a web of trust. These are some homework points that we have to work upon, and we will be definitely focusing on these aspects. We thank you for being with us and inaugurating this conference, and also providing us an overall framework as well as where PKI fits in the as one of the key segments within the entire framework. So thanks a lot, sir. Now I request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director of CDAC Bangalore. He is available online to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, first of all, the biggest thank you is for And as a whole,
Thank you very much, sir. So this, we are coming to an end of the inauguration session. I now request Professor R.K. Shyamasundar, sir, to kindly present the memento to Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS, Additional Secretary, MIT. Sir, memento also. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Mr. B.S. Bindu Madhava, sir, Senior Director, CDAC Bangalore, to kindly present the memento to Professor R.K. Shyamasundar, sir. Thank you very much, sir. May I now please request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, sir, to present the memento to Shri Ashish Banati, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We will now break for high tea. We are actually expected to start the virtual talks from 10:20. We'll take a 10 minutes break and 10:35 we'll start the sessions. Sanjay will inform the speakers. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So just let me know when to start.
So another 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sir, can you please switch on your webcam?
Okay. So you can see me, right?
Yes, sir, we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll start in the next 5 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. PJ. Good morning, all of you. So we'll be starting with our first session. Our first speaker is Dr. Wai-Chung Huang from Institute for Information Industry, Taiwan. Dr. Wai-Chung Huang, he is the Deputy Director General of Digital Transformation Institute for Information Industry of Taiwan, and the Liaison Officer of APKIC, that is Asia PKI Consortium, to FIDO Alliance. He leads the development of open data, data privacy, and electronic authentication projects in Taiwan under the sponsorship of Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Science and Technology, and Board of Science and Technology. He works with government, enterprise, and community to advance the development of electronic authentication technologies and explore the value of open data, personal data with the adoption of data-centric approach. Sir is also the executive committee member of Open Data Alliance Taiwan and member of advisory consultation committee for several government agencies regarding to digital signature, electronic identification, and open data. I request sir to address.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, everyone. Is my voice clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's my great honor to be here to present the status update on the new application of public key technology in Asia. And you know that I am from Institute for Information Industry of Taiwan, and also I am served for Asia PKI Consortium, APKIC, and be the liaison officer of APKIC to FIDO Alliance. So this is my the agenda of my presentation today. The first one, a short introduction about APKIC, and then I will provide some background. It's my idea, the new development of public key technology and the relationship of public key technology to some applications such as authentication, identification, and also digital signatures. And the third part is I will provide some current status of the new developments in Asia countries. Because I'm from Taiwan, so I will give more detail on the Taiwan side and with some update on the other countries. And finally, I will conclude my presentation with some of my idea how we can go forward in the future. So first of all, this is the background of the APKIC. APKIC was founded in 2001, and when we back to 2001, that almost all of the Asia countries starting to set up their national PKI infrastructure, and also most of the national PKI regulation or legal framework was developed since 2000. So at that time, we all know that it's very important how we work together to promote the development of PKI across Asia countries. Right now, there are more than 10 countries, and with a lot of members from every Asia countries. Also, the members of APKIC are not from governments, but almost every members of APKIC have a strong support from governments. So as we know that, we also thank to the CCA of India, which also play a very important role to support the development of APKIC. And the major objective of APKIC is to promote the adoption, awareness, and the interoperability or the mutual recognition of PKI. And currently, the APKIC have three major working groups, and the BAWG, TSWG, and the LPWG. And I will provide some detail of the working groups later. And recently, the APKIC also have registered an office in Hong Kong. So this is the governance and the membership of the APKIC. Right now, we have chaired by Mr. Srivanasan from India, and with three vice chair from Hong Kong, Mr. William Ji, and from Iran, Ms. Adi Rabari, and also from ETD of Thailand, Chachana. And as I said, that there are members from more than 10 countries and the Asia countries, from East Asia, and also from South Asia, and also from Middle Asia. And right now we are also developing many other membership in other area or countries. So as I said, that there are three working groups under APKIC. The first one is the BAWG, the Business Application Working Group, which was chaired by Ms. Karen from Taiwan and also Mr. Vijay from India. The purpose of BAWG is to resolve cross-domain and cross-region issues for the adoption of PKI, and also to promote the exchange and the collaboration between members, and to explore and enrich the information, application, and IT-enabled services. The second working group is LPWG, the Legal and Policy Working Group, which was chaired by Mr. Gordon from Hong Kong. The purpose of LPWG is to influence interoperability initiatives between countries, and to advance the collaboration with governments and related industries, and also to produce policy papers and regular awareness among the members. The last one was the TSWG, the Technology and Standard Working Group, which was chaired by Mr. Vijay from India. The purpose of the TSWG was to standardize and make technical advancement of PKI technology, and to work on PKI technology and the other emerging technologies, such as an IoT, blockchain, and etc., and to help bring technical platform together for members, and finally to produce white paper and case studies. So let's go to the background of my presentation. That traditionally we tend to think that PKI can do everything, but right now, and we know that there are more new applications that need not only PKI, but need other mechanisms supported by public key technologies. So there are three major applications we are talking about. The first one is e-authentication, which is more technical aspect. The issue of authentication is how to identify an account of the user. So the system may not be able to know the real identity of the user, but the system has to know the related accounts that the user is using. So this means authentication. And the other one is identification. Identification includes authentication, but also include the verification of the real identity of the user. And the next one is the signature, which means in the real world, we need to sign a document, or in some countries, such as Taiwan, we have a stamp. And when we have some kind of contract, we need to put the stamp on the document. So in the digital world, this means signature. So traditionally, we tend to use one PKI system and to solve all the problem, to be able to do the authentication, identification, and the signature. And of course, PKI is very important, and all these three three major applications was also very important and very critical. For all the applications, we know that the public key cryptography or public key technology is the foundation. We know that right now every internet services or every internet transaction will support by the public key cryptography. And based on the public key cryptography, we have the public key infrastructure, which means there is one additional role, the third party, the certificate authority, which will make sure the public key or the user can be linked to a real identity. So we know that the public key technology, the public key cryptography is the most important foundation. And based on the public key cryptography, we have the public key infrastructure, but we also have many other applications which may not be related to public key infrastructure. That means that we may, in some time, we may use public key cryptography, but we don't need a certificate authority. But instead, we need some other mechanism to authenticate a user or to identify a user. So when we are talking about the public key technology, we have to make sure that the target of the application is for authentication or for identification or for the digital signature. So the first one is use public key technology for identification and authentication. Right now, we know that there are many very mature international standards to define the procedure and define the technology of the identification and authentication, include the ISO 29115. It's a very important fundamental standard for digital identification and for digital authentication. And based on the ISO standard, we have two other systems. The left side, the EU, the Europe, they have developed their own standard for identification and authentication. It's EIDAS. And it's a very important foundation for the EU digital economy. And the right side, in the United States, the NIST already have another standard. It's a NIST SP 863. And right now, the NIST is also revising this standard. So based on the international standard and the EU standard and also the standard of the United States, there are many other industrial standards which try to provide a more detailed or more practical technical implementation for how to implement a system that could be compliant to international standards. So as we see that we have, that's why starting to year 2012, we have the FIDO Alliance, which is more focused on the digital authentication and the digital identification. And also, we also have the WCCC and also OpenID, which provide many technical standard, technical detail on how to implement a convenient and secure identification and authentication system. And so actually, all these standards could be compliant or can be based on each other. So as we can see that the ISO standard and the NIST standard and the EIDAS standard all could be mapped to each other based on some different security level between each others. So so we can say that for digital authentication and digital identification, right now they are very mature and many technical and policy standards on how to implement the system very secure and very convenient. And we can say that most of the systems are based on public key technology. For example, the FIDO, the standard from FIDO Alliance, they are based on the public key technology. They don't emphasize that we need a certificate authority, but the FIDO to use the public key technology to provide a very secure foundation of the digital authentication and digital identification. And the other side, when in some times that we need a signature that just like in the physical world, we need to sign a document that we have the electronic or digital signature. For the digital signature right now, it's more complicated than authentication or identification because it's the signature or the electronic or digital signature is very depends on the local regulations. So right now we can see that every country or every region have their own regulation, and here I provide some just sample of how the governments they regulate the digital or electronic signature. The left side is Taiwan, the country where I'm from. But in Taiwan, that there are two kinds of the signature. The first one is the electronic signature, and the next one is the digital signature. As we can see that in Taiwan, the electronic signature could use any technology. So you can use some kind of any technology other than PKI or other than public key technology. That could be the electronic signature. But for digital signature, you must use the public key infrastructure technology. So this is for Taiwan. And for eIDAS, we know that there are 3 levels for the digital signature: basic, advanced, and qualified. And only for advanced or qualified signature, we need to use PKI or use the public key technology. And for United States and for Korea, as I will provide some more detail about Korea, they just revised their electronic signature law that any kind of technology could be used in the electronic signature. So as we see that different country or different area have different regulation for digital signature and for electronic signature, and some country they need the authority, the company or the enterprise to be approved or licensed by the government to be able to provide the service for digital signature. For example, in Taiwan or in Korea, no matter what kind of technology you use, you have to get license from government to be able to provide a service of digital signature. As I know that in India, we also need to get the license from the government. So it's an overall picture that here is some current status that how Asia country they set up their national PKI regulation, and also how they develop their national PKI system. So we can say that most Asia country, we all have the national PKI system, and we also have our digital signature regulation, and starting from year 2000. And in some countries, we also need to mandate some kind of application that need to use the PKI or need to use the technology that was endorsed by the government. So as we can see that, for example, in China, in India, in Taiwan, the government requests some kind of applications need to use PKI or need to use the system or the technology endorsed or approved by government. But in In the other country, the government didn't request that. So you can use any technology that, and all the governments have other regulation to define the security of the applications. So, so in the following slides, I will provide some example from Taiwan and also from Korea, how the government's response to such kind of regulation or response to some development of new technologies. So the first one is Taiwan. In Taiwan, we know that starting from year 2000, and together with the development of the digital signature regulation, the Taiwan government also set up the national public key infrastructure. This infrastructure has been there for more than 20 years. So in Taiwan, we have the government PKI, and also we have the financial PKI. So it's a two independent system. The government PKI is used for e-governments, and the financial PKI was used for the financial applications. So it has been there for more than 20 years. And right now, there are a lot of users. For example, the government PKI, we have more than 6 million users. And for the financial PKI, with more than 4 million users. This has been the status for many years. So starting from 10 years ago, the national PKI system just stay there and just don't have too much new progress or new developments. So it's a very traditional and very long time. We can say that it's almost a very legacy system for the national digital infrastructure. But however, in recent years, the government aware that the citizen need one system that is more convenient, with better user experience, and more friendly, especially in the mobile phone, because we know that the PKI in Taiwan, the government PKI need to use a smart card. And to be able to use smart card, we need a card readers, which is not so convenient for users. So the government aware that we need another system that provides some more convenient services for digital authentication or digital identification. So starting from 2019, the government the Ministry of the Interior starting to develop the authentication system for government. We call it Taiwan FIDO system. So right now, the Taiwan FIDO system has more than 10 used by more than 10 government agencies and with many government services. For example, the online voting of shareholders, and also the tax filing. In Taiwan, the tax filing before Taiwan FIDO, the tax filing can only used by PKI, but after Taiwan FIDO, the citizen can use the Taiwan FIDO on their mobile phone to be able to do the tax filing, and also the user can also use Taiwan FIDO to download their personal data collected by the government. And starting from next year, because as I showed that in Taiwan, the PKI system have two parts. The one is for e-government, and the other part is for financial applications. So for starting from next year, the FSC is the Financial Supervisory Council just announced the roadmap of fintech development, and in such roadmap, the FSC revealed the idea of adopt FIDO to be used in the financial transactions to provide a very convenient authentication mechanism to users. So right now, and the user can just use some convenient methods to do some financial transactions, which is not so the amount of the transaction is not so high. So we call it the low risk financial transactions. So the roadmap just adopt the FIDO standards. And so right now there are some key measures that the government try to form some kind of alliance to promote to let the financial institution to be able to work together to form an ecosystem to adopt the FIDO standards in the low to medium risk financial services. So this is the speech delivered by the director Ms. Hu of the Financial Supervisory Council in the FIDO APEC seminars. And in this seminar, Director Hu revealed the plan of the Taiwan Financial FIDO initiative. Right now, the Taiwan Financial FIDO initiative has more than 100 participants and with 3 committees. And also, the plan is to use the ATM card to enable a FIDO account. And also, there are 2 approaches. The first approach is a centralized approach, in which approach some organization or some agents will set up a central system for all financial institutions. And in the right model, the government didn't set up a central system, but just encourage the financial institution to work together to develop their system. So right now there are many, there are some more than 10 financial company, financial institution just work on such kind of idea. So the second one is about Korea. So as we know that Korea is also very aggressive to promote their national PKI system. So as we know that between 2018 and 2020 in Korea, the government already issue the certificate authorities already issued more than 30 million certificates to Korea citizens. But starting from 2020, the government just start to revise their regulation. So here is the main change of Korea's electronic signature law that before the revision, only authorized certificate authority had legal effect, and only PKI can be used to do the digital signature. But after the revision, all technologies could be used, and all private sector can serve as the authority to provide the digital signature services. And there is no some other limit to be able to be the CA. So as we know that this new revision had been take effect since last year. So right now there are more than 15 enterprise or organizations that submit their application to be the qualified authority under the new electronic signature law. And some of them still use PKI, but some of them did not use PKI. They use other technologies. So the final one is Macau. That in Macau, the Macau government just launched a common access account system, and also we know that in Macau and Hong Kong, the government issued the smart card to every citizen. So the PKI demands for governments and for digital signature is very high, and also the Macau government is also very aggressive to have the mutual recognition between China and between Hong Kong and between Macau. So this is some more detail about the development of Macau. It's a new regulation and a new system for digital identity. So Macau had revised their electronic government law and also try to upgrade their digital identity services based on their cloud-based PKI services. And the new service will launch has been launched on 2020. Okay, so in the list, I will provide some of my new ideas that traditionally we think that everyone should be driven by governments. But right now we can see that there are some new technology or some new initiative that are driven by the consumer technology or consumer companies. So based on such kind of new developments, I think that we need a more comprehensive and we need to work with the industry to work together to develop a more convenience and more secure technologies for not only for digital signature, but we should also consider how to provide some more convenient mechanism for digital authentication or digital identification to citizens. Okay, so this is my presentation today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone has any question? Okay. We'll move on to our next speaker.
Okay.
So our next speaker is Mr. Thongchai Sangsiri from Electronic Transactions Development Agency, Thailand. He is employed at the Electronic Transaction Development Agency under the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society, Thailand. He is currently tasked with advising digital regulatory policies and international cooperation. His background is in the field of computer security, digital forensic technologies, cybersecurity policy development, and international collaboration. Prior to joining ETDA, he has spent 10 years in the public sector managing and supporting various governmental information and communication technology initiatives, including the Smart Citizen Identification Card, e-governance, the Government Data Exchange Standard, PKI deployment in the public sector, and various security awareness training programs. Mr. Sangsiri has a keen interest in digital technologies, public policy, and information security policy development. In international fora, he has served as the convener for the Security and Prosperity Steering Group from 2014 to 16 at the APEC Telecommunications and Information Working Group and represented the government of Thailand at a number of international fora. He led the development of an APEC framework for securing the digital economy at APEC. TELWG chaired the Asian Coordinating Committee on the E-commerce and is currently representing Thailand as a member of the Governmental Advisory Committee at ICANN. He has earned master's degree in electrical engineering and physics from the USA. Sir, kindly address.
Hello, can you hear me?
Presenter. Yes, yes.
Okay, let me share my presentation file. Is it coming up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning, participants. My name is Thongchai Sangsiri. It is an honor to have this opportunity to speak to experts in the field. My presentation today will cover two areas. One is the PKI, and second is the digital ID. I'm sure that these two topics are quite related. I will go on. Let me first say something about the government. I think at the beginning of today, during the ceremony, we have heard that accessing government services through online means is quite important.
Sir,
hello.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Something is coming from your screen. I think the pop-ups from WebEx.
Okay.
On top of your presentation.
Oh, okay. So I'm actually sharing the entire screen. Okay. Yes.
Still on the right-hand side, one more pop-up is there, a small pop-up.
A small pop-up.
One gone.
Oh, I am not sure. I'm not so. Just 1 second. Let me try to find out how to do this. Okay. Let me re-share one more time.
Share only the presentation.
Only the presentation. Fine. Okay. Presentation. Is it doing that now or?
Yes, perfect, sir.
Okay. My apology. This is a little confusing. Let me just go back to what I said. My presentation today will cover two areas. One is the PKI and two is the digital ID. These two areas are quite interrelated. So let me go on to my first slide is the Thailand's details. Currently, we have only about 69 million. So it is quite small compared to India. I am sure that we have encountered similar challenges when we try to implement digital ID or implement the PKI. Another area that is quite beneficial to our implementation is that all Thai already assigned a 13-digit ID at birth. So that is the first identification number that all Thai citizens will be able to later on acquire a citizen ID or a smart card ID. And another statistic that I just decided to include is the Thais seem to spend quite a long hours on the internet. The latest survey done by my organization, Electronic Transaction Development Agency, found that we have spent over 10 hours a day on the internet. So the idea that the government should promote the use of accessing governmental services through online means is quite popular. So a lot of government are looking into how they could move their traditionally face-to-face services to online, or at least they should be able to what do you call EKYC, know your customer, be able to allow your customer to at least make a reservation, specify that this person will come in at such time, so that to allocate and make sure that we have the distancing, meet the social distancing requirement due to the COVID. And the last item I decided to show is that we are doing quite well in terms of ease of doing business ranking. We are moving up, and we are hoping this trend will continue. Oh, okay. For the digital law landscape, maybe this is quite important because this is the foundation of what you can or what you cannot do. Thailand, along with a number of countries, have embarked on what we call revising our regulation and laws to accommodate the arrival of digital technologies. I would like to say that on this graph, you can see the different areas that are covered by our current digital laws, promoting, for example, trade facilitation, digital infrastructure, digital payment, secure ecosystem, consumer business trust, and also include some soft law, including standards or self-regulation agreements between a business or organization. The focus of today will be on the blue area of this slide. The Electronic Transaction Act has been in effect since the year 2000. Over the past 20 years, this law has been revised 4 times to reflect the current needs. Just recently, we have revised it to include the digital identity requirement in order to provide safe and secure trusted service. The second area that in the blue area also is the Digital Government Act. This is also quite important for the digital transformation. Also in the blue area, but I couldn't fit it in the graph, is at the bottom, you will see Digitalization of Public Administration and Service Delivery Act. This is a new act that become effective already. So in the past, in Thailand at least, the government will require citizens to come and prove that they are the person they claim to be. The citizen will have to bring in their citizen ID at minimum. Sometimes they will require to show a house registration, which is a different document. So now the government realized that this is not the way we should be doing, and we are requiring the government organization to be the one responsible to producing such evidence of identity, because of course government is the one who hold all this evidence already. So that would be the change that we have implemented, and hopefully it will be widely adopted across governments. Another area that maybe just to mention a little bit is at the bottom you see there are 2 more draft royal decree that are in the process of being enacted. These 2 laws cover, as I said, digital identity and also the digital platform services. These are the most current revision of our electronic transaction law and subordinate law to make sure that we are able to provide trust and secure services to citizens. On this slide, as I am here, I also want to point out that in the green color area, this is quite important because in order to provide service to citizens, the citizen must be assured that their data is protected, the security is taken care of. So these are the 3 main laws that are already in place. We believe that we are in a good position to implement PKI and Digital ID because we already have Cybercrime Act, Data Protection Act, and Cybersecurity Act. So let me go on to cover the first area of my presentation, which is the public key infrastructure. As you have seen in the previous speaker's slide, in Asia, there is an Asia PKI, a forum that we gather together to share information, share experience. Today, I will go into a little bit more detail of what Thailand has done and some of the examples that we have accomplished. For Thailand, my organization, Electronic Transaction Development Agency, we operate the Thailand National Route CA. We act as the trust anchor for Thailand. On the two sides of us, on the left-hand side, you can see that there are private sector certificate authorities. Currently, there are two. They are providing for the commercial purpose. And on the right-hand side, we have state-owned enterprises who also operate as a certificate authority. And because currently we have a merging two state-owned enterprise, CAT-CA and TOTCA. Now they become one company, which is a National Telecom Public Company Limited. So in the future, we are hoping that with the help of the NT, we will be able to set up a government CA in order to make sure that the entire ecosystem has supporting infrastructure. Some of the applications that I would like to share with the conference, there are three examples. One is the national single window. Two is the e-tax invoice, and three is the digital transcript. For the PKI application, as you know, that national single window is essentially the central linkage between government agencies who need to interact with private business, importer, exporter, range logistics, for example. And this will cover both international and domestic agencies. So currently, the PKI application has been deployed. 32 government agency has integrated into the system for paperless custom procedure and other related logistic arrangement. 95 million transactions has been carried out through our NSW in 2020. And we know that the number will only go up as more organizations join, and also the business side also link up to exchange information through electronic means. And 7.8 million electronic licenses and certificates were issued in 2020. The second application is the one actually promoted by my own organization. Electronic Transaction Development Agency is one of the primary organizations who develops standards. So we develop standards for the e-tax invoice. There are two types, as you can see. I would label them green and blue. Green is the e-tax invoice by email. This invoice are delivered from seller to the revenue department via emails. It has a time stamping function. And currently, we only allow companies with annual revenue less than 30 million to join such e-tax invoice initiative. The second area in the blue is the e-tax invoice and receipt. This is done through EBXML format, and it can be sent also to the revenue department with three different means: host-to-host, service provider, or web browser. The PKI digital signature is supplied here, and it is applicable to any company who wish to join such initiative. And as you can see, that these two initiatives started from my organization developed the standard format has enjoyed the increased usage throughout the years since 2017 until 2021. The increase has been multifold, and we are hoping that this will help push the usage of PKI much further and get more private company to join this. If you drive down to the detail, you can see these two on your, actually these three examples are actual document. One is from the power company in the little orange symbol. The blue symbol is from the water company, the water utilities in Thailand. They both are enterprise, government enterprise. Now, on the right-hand side is the 7-Eleven receipt. You can also see that the e-tax invoice receipt can be issued by organization who wish to join us. And if you deep look into the document, you can see that these are machine readable. Accounting software can extract information from XML code embedded in the document. So this really help reduce the mistake by human who may mistype or mishandling document. So this is a big advantage that we try to sort of promote the usage among more companies, more sectors. The last application that we think is also quite successful is the digital transcript. As you know, every year we have a university graduate who will have to look for a job, will have to submit the document evidence of their transcript to job for job application or applying for scholarship or just submit it to verify their performance. This is one of the applications that we think should be able to sustain in the long run also. We have this just started actually last year, December last year. We already have 39 universities join this initiative. Sorry. More than 1,000 digital transcript issue in 2021 alone. Also, we are collaborating with different business association, Thai Banking Association, to make sure that the real use case is beneficial and try to convince more organization to go the digital way in order to reduce the mistake, reduce fraudulent document, right? Because this is digital, you can confirm what it is.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Request you to kindly conclude in 2-3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just let me just go on to digital ID. Just 2-3 minutes. I have. Okay. Yes. For the regulatory measure related to digital identity, as I has said earlier, is based on the Electronic Transaction Act in 2000 and has evolved over the years until 2021. These are some of the standards that my organization has published in order to help promote the utilization and adoption of the digital ID. This is in support of earlier, we already have the PKI initiative. For the digital ID, I just want to say that the concept, the core concept is probably similar. You need to establish the confidence for the level of confidence and assurance. We have already developed that. As you can see the document, this is the document we published in 2014 to the ASEAN. So in the ASEAN, this is one of the documents that we refer to. Sorry. this is what I want to also introduce, that in order to implement such assurance level, we in Thailand, we have developed into different level depending on what usage it is and what level of assurance you require. For example, at the IAL1, at the minimum, you can just collect identity information without verifying identity, no identity ownership. In simple word, such as your username, password, I mean, nobody is asking you, do you really own that account? Because this is not necessary for IAL1. Up to IAL3, that is the highest level. You have to confirm with multiple factors. You have to go on to connect to a real-time system, verification system. We have, for example, Ministry of Interior has a citizen database where you can connect and confirm identity. They will confirm what likelihood of the match for you, for example. In the application for such identity assurance level can be displayed on the next slide. This is the example of identity assurance level 2.3 usage in the financial sector. Currently, we all have already issues digital identity to citizens who want to open a bank account via online means. Once you verify who you are, you can open multiple bank accounts in other branches or other bank based on the previously confirmation that you have done before. Digital identity can also use to perform eKYC function. It can be used to verify identity in accordance to the IAL recommendations, which I showed earlier. It can also fulfill eKYC and KYC requirements if you need to. These are some of the examples that digital identity come into play, and Thailand is in the process of promoting the adoption of both the PKI and digital identity. See. Oh, okay. That is my actually last slide. I hope that I capture everything in time. Thank you very much, and I would like to hand back the microphone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for covering the PKI developments and digital identity in context of Thailand. And thank you. Wish we could join you for next sessions also in future. Our next speaker is Mr. Hidayat Khan, Centralist ME UAE. Mr. Hidayat Khan is a science instructor and also founder and principal security consultant of Centralist ME, a cyber security consulting firm based out of Dubai, UAE. His previous professional experiences include working as a senior security manager for Scanit ME, head of SOC for Datafort, and as a senior security engineer for Emirates Airline Dubai. He has his CISSP, GCIH, GPN, GSEC, GREM, GHD certifications, plus more than 20 plus years of focused cybersecurity experience, and brings with him a wealth of knowledge and hands-on skills garnered from the trenches in various consulting assignments for a range of Fortune 500 companies across the EMEA and APAC region. His area of specialization includes active defense, threat hunting, cloud security, malware analysis, and incident response. Mr. Khan is also an active contributor to the information security community and has published several articles in leading regional magazines such as Computer News Middle East, Network Middle East, and Security Advisor Middle East. He is also a prominent speaker at various security conferences and has been involved with the SANS Institute as a GIAC advisory board member and mentor since 2001. He has been teaching for SANS ever since and has taught SANS course at several events. Sir, over to you. Sir, your audio. Sir, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? I have unmuted.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Perfectly fine.
All right. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you're able to see my screen. All right. Are you able to see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So thank you for the great and warm introduction. Hello all, welcome to this second PKI annual conference. I'm really excited to be here and to share my experiences, a little bit with you guys. So I'll be your presenter for the next 25 minutes, I guess. So I will be talking about abusing PKI, right? Very specifically in Microsoft's Active Directory environment. So let me start the session. There's a lot of things to cover and I have very little time, but I hope I will be able to quickly, make into all those important stuff, right? And this topic is very near and dear to my heart because I have a focused 24 years of dedicated experience in cybersecurity. I have been on both sides of the playing field, on the defense of cybersecurity as well as on the offense of cybersecurity, right? So on the defense side, the IR stuff, the SOC stuff, and all that stuff. But my current latest passion is on the offense side, where I'm, acting like the ethical hacker slash red team slash adversary emulation, stuff like that. And this presentation here is more geared towards the offensive side of cybersecurity. All right. And this presentation is based on research from a couple of very respected cybersecurity researchers called Will Schroeder, who also goes by the handle Farm Joy on Twitter, and Lee Christensen, who goes by the handle Tifkin on Twitter. They both work as distinguished, cybersecurity experts for an organization called Spectre Ops, right? And also a hat tip to one of the guys who kind of revolutionized cybersecurity in an offensive way is this guy called Benjamin Delpy, who wrote the famous tool called Mimikatz, right, which is able to pull passwords out of your memory, out of your LSAF process. All right. So this is the agenda for today. I'm going to be talking about the threat. What is that needs some kind of introspection and action? Okay, so very specifically on the Microsoft PKI implementations. I'm also going to talk about the risks posed by this threat. And to get started by knowing about Active Directory PKI implementation from Microsoft, we need to know a little bit of background. So very quickly, I will touch base on some authentication protocols like Kerberos, just to get started. And then I will go ahead and start talking about Active Directory certificate services, which is nothing but the PKI implementation of Microsoft. And then some, I would say, inherent issues which results in misconfiguration in the default settings can lead to a havoc situation, right? And I want to show you some demos as well. So very quickly, I have a lot of things to cover. So, please bear with me if I'm going a little bit fast, but the idea is to, crunch as much as possible in this next few minutes. So the threat is Microsoft's PKI implementation, which goes by the name ADCS, Active Directory Certificate Services. It's a very complex system, right? And it's widely deployed. I will just kind of hide video here. Yeah. So hopefully you can see me, the thing here. Because the slides are also, yeah, now I think it makes sense for me. So it's widely deployed across the globe. And since it has lots of complexities, In a default state, if the administrators of the boxes, if they just go click, 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 and they set up a ADCS, it gives attackers ample opportunity to do a lot of powerful attacks on your organization, going from credential theft. Somebody can steal your credentials. Somebody can gain access to your machines and lie, buried and hidden inside of your machine persistently for years together. You can't trace them. You can't, unless you have some very good telemetry and detection stuff. And then, you could also elevate your privileges, and from a low privilege user, you can become the topmost user of the domain with all privileges, which is the domain admin or the enterprise admin, right? So all this of stuff is there for me to cover here. So the risks on account of these threats are, the first and the foremost is, the user credential theft. So if an attacker can steal the existing certificates which are available on the systems, right, he can actually survive any password changes that the user will do. Okay, for as long as 1 year, he can have access to the system. Okay, because the certificate is valid for a year in its default state. Administrators usually, configure it for 2-3 years, but then, in a passive state, if I can steal that certificate, I can have access to, as that user, to that particular system in that particular organization for minimum 1 year. And this goes without, elevating my privileges to become an administrator on the machine or local administrator. I don't have to, inject or do something into the LSAS process. LSAS is a process which is on your Windows system, which will be holding all your credentials inside of the memory of LSAS process. Hackers would love to do something called a DLL injection attack inside of this LSAS process to dump the credentials. But if I want to do this attack, I don't have to even touch that. So they can't see me, the defenders, that I'm stealing the credentials. Similarly, machines have their own certificates. If I steal the machine certificate, right, of a machine, of a database, of a file server, I can have, continuous access to that machine for more than a year, right? In a default state. I can, as a low privilege user, become a domain admin, right? The topmost guy who can have control over each and every single system connected to the domain, okay, with the domain admin privileges. So I'm going to show you some demos here, and also a domain persistence, where if I steal the, private keys of that CA, game over, right? I can go and create myself, some kind of my own CA certificates, 4 CA certificates, which I call it golden certificates, right? And this will also survive. There won't be any revocation as part of this, because it is not coming from the actual CA. It is my own CA, a fake CA, and I'm there inside of the organization for as long as I want it, right? And obviously, all this, whatever I'm covering here is at the tip of the iceberg, but more such information is available in this paper down here. So a little bit of background information before I get started into talking about Active Directory certificate services. As you all know, in Active Directory, Microsoft Active Directory environment, there are a couple of authentication protocols. One is the Kerberos, okay, which is forked off from the MIT, and it's Microsoft's version of Kerberos. And then the public key initial authentication, Kerberos PKInt, okay, which uses certificates, right? So let's quickly go and refresh ourselves as to what this Kerberos is. It's very important for you to follow this little bit of slide, this presentation, this the thing that I'm showing you here, because in the demos, you need to understand how all this is happening here. So here we have on the left-hand side a user who's logging in early morning on his system, right? He types in his user ID and password, and now he wants to get connected to his internal domain. So the moment he types in his password, okay, the Kerberos internally on the client machine, it will take the NT hash of the user's password, and along with the timestamp, it will encrypt the timestamp with the NT hash, and it will send it as an authentication request, okay, to the domain controller. Hey, domain controller, it's me, Khan here. Can you please authenticate me? So the domain controller will have the user Khan's password on its database here. So he will, use that password, and then, he will be able to identify that, this encryption that was done is based on that, similar password, the same password which was here, and he will give him a ticket. Okay, this is called a ticket granting ticket, right? So now the user or the client machine will receive the ticket granting ticket. Now he's inside of the domain. He's got connected. Now the next step for him is, let's say he wants to access his mail server or file server where his files are located. So he will again go back to the domain controller saying, hey, domain controller, this is the TGT that you gave it to me. Please take this, verify that I'm really Khan, and I want to actually access this guy, the file server. So can you please give me a service ticket to the file server? So the domain controller will validate it as long as it is not expired. I think the minimum 20 minutes, okay, expiration deadline. If it checks out, everything is fine, it will give him a ticket. Okay, here you go. This is the service ticket. And the domain controller will also say, look, I don't know whether you have access to the file server, but since your ticket is valid to me, I'm just going to give you this ticket. So the user will take the ticket back to the file server, which will be actually encrypted with the ticket, with the file server user account here. And this guy can't open it, and that's how he can get access to this. So an analogy that I like to explain this in a much more clear way for a 5-year-old, right? I mean, this is how I teach my son cybersecurity. Let's say you take your 6-year-old to an amusement park, and you go to the entrance gate where there is a ticket booth, right? And you buy a ticket. So the ticket guy will check, your validity, your ID card, and he'll give you a ticket. So that ticket is the ticket granting ticket. Now you take the ticket and you enter the park. So you're already inside of the park. And now your son says, Dad, I want to go to the merry-go-round drive. So again, you go back to the ticket booth and tell him, hey, can you give me a ticket for that merry-go-round, right? So the ticket collector, he will see, okay, you've already inside the park and you have a valid ticket. Now he will give you a ticket which is just for that merry-go-round. So you go there, the gatekeeper will check, okay, your ticket is valid for the merry-go-round, and he will give you access. So this is Kerberos authentication, which happens in a way, right? And the PKInt authentication is exactly similar, but here the only difference is, instead of using the user's password NT hash to encrypt the timestamp, in a PKInt public key initial authentication, they actually make use of the user's private key, which is there on his certificate, right? So I'll talk about how he gets all that. And the same process follows. He requests for a ticket, he gets a TGT, and then all the stuff. So that's the basic background of the authentication protocols. Now let's talk about the PKI implementation in Microsoft. So this is done through a very special role inside of your Active Directory, which is called ADCS. So if you see here, it's a server role, right? I can say add roles and I can choose ADCS. So this is, it will give the certificate services, which will be tightly integrated with the Active Directory in the background. And why do organizations use this? An internal CA, because probably they want to use it for their own intranet internal websites, right? With their own internal websites, and probably for their own internal smart cards, or for message signing or encryption, right? Whatever you want it. So organizations usually use their own internal CAs for all this stuff. Now, the organizations have a choice of setting up their CA if they start off doing it, right? There is something called an enterprise CA if they want to, or a standalone CA. Most of the time, organizations will use an enterprise CA, because that's how it gets integrated into the backend Active Directory. And then when you choose the enterprise CA, you have the choice of a root CA or a subordinate CA, right? And then once the CA has been developed and commissioned, it's ready to start issuing certificates. The way it does is, upon its creation, the CA has to create its own public key and private key pair first, and then it will use its private key by generating its own CA certificate, and it will sign that CA certificate with its own private key. So that means to say the root CA's certificate is actually self-signed by the CA itself, right? So look at this now. The glaring issue here is the root CA certificate is signed by the root CA itself. If someone were able to steal that, right? So game over, right? So the private key is gone and the root CA is also gone. So here, this is where you see the enterprise CA name, and this is the name. 560 Corp is, my fictitious organization for this demo. And here it says -CA. So it's an enterprise CA by that name. And then here, when you initially create a CA, it's valid for 5 years. So 2021, 2026. But of course, it is dependent upon the administrators. They can change it to 10 years or 12 years or what that matters, right? So this is how it goes. And the next step is, once the CA has been created, now the clients or the users, they need to do something called a certificate enrollment. At a very high level, a certificate enrollment is the clients or the users would seek out for that enterprise CA wherever it is there on the network. And then if they want to get enrolled, right, and they want to have certificates available to them, the first thing that the client would do is they need to generate their own public key and private key. So they will generate it, the client, my laptop or my desk workstation, they will generate it. And then they will also, generate a CSR, which is the certificate signing request, right? So the public key will be placed inside of this CSR, and the CSR will also contain the subject. For me, it's example 560 Corp, and the user is Khan, right? And it will also contain some kind of a template, a certificate template, that I want the certificate to be mapped according to this template. And it will also sign this whole CSR with the client's private key, right? And now it will send it to the enterprise CA. When the enterprise CA receives the CSR, it will open it up because it has got the public key of the user already there on the enterprise CA. And then it will be able to see, it has got the template. So it will first try and see whether the user is able to request certificates based on the settings inside of the template, right? And let's say it checks out. Then the CA will also check on its own database whether the user has got proper permissions to request a certificate, right? Whether he belongs to that group or whether he has, he gets what he's requesting the right certificate. If everything checks out, the CA will create a certificate and sign it with its own private key, and it will say, hey, take it. So the client will receive that certificate, which is now signed by the CA. And this certificate will be binding the identity for that user with its public key and private key, right? And the applications can start using them. So like this here, right? This has been issued from an organization and issued to this guy, low privilege user, and it has issued by this certificate here, where you could see my laser lights, 560 Corp, and this, and it says valid from 2021 to 2023, right? And then the next thing for us to know is the certificate templates. I told you the guy who's requesting for the certificate will also, as part of his CSR, will send a template, certificate template. A certificate template is nothing but blueprints of settings that the CA can use to create a certificate. So what will the blueprint contain? It will contain, who's the subject for whom the certificate is needed for, or what is this certificate for? Is it needed for client authentication or for smart card, or how long is this certificate valid? There's lots of settings there, and based on the template, the CA will create the certificate and it will send it out. So if you see on the right hand side where I have this thing, I don't know whether you're able to see my laser beam there, maybe because I'm not live, but you could see there, I have highlighted certain things there, the validity period, and I have highlighted the template name and the all this stuff. Okay, so these are the stuff according to which the CA will now create the certificate. Now, some things that you have to know, which will lead to a big havoc situation in organizations is these templates, they are inherently misconfigured. I mean, out of the box, right? And most of the time, because certificate services installment is it's not really easy, right? And the administrators don't really know. And if they just go ahead and start using this in a default state without really bothering, what they turn on and turn off, it can lead to a lot of chaotic situations, right? And the first thing inside of this certificate template is something you have to know is called EKUs, which stands for extended key usage. It's an attribute. In the Microsoft parlance, it is also known as enhanced key usage, right? This actually dictates how the certificate is going to be used. For example, is this certificate being going to use to client is going to use to get connected to the domain as like a client authentication, or for encrypted file systems, or for smart logon, or whatever, right? So you can see on the screenshot I have there the template extensions and where you can go. Now, if an administrator does not know whether what is the difference between a client authentication and a secure email, if he just clicks and makes them open, right, he is making himself up for a big situation. So I'm going to talk about it now. Something else that are part of the default templates is something called this thing here on your right hand side on the topmost screenshot, called subject name. Okay, which is also called the subject alternative name, right? This allows additional identities to be bounded to a certificate, right, beyond just the subject or the original subject of the certificate. For example, in HTTPS, in the HTTP world, if you have a web server, and then this web server has got a TLS SSL certificate, right? And this web server will be having multiple domains inside of it, right? And it will be having just one certificate. But if you connect to different domains, right, the software will be able to route it properly because of that SAN, where it'll go to different. Yeah, sorry.
Sir, request you to conclude in another 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, sure. All right. So so here, this is where I wanted to show you some demo as well, but I'm very quickly going to conclude this. So there is a situation here which happens, right? If someone can actually do some dangerous stuff here, like instead of the SAN, if he also supplies this, he can actually add a domain administrator as part of that, and someone can take over that, right? So I have two demos for me, but I'm going to show you only one now for the sake of time. All right, so let's get started. I hope, let me know if you're able to see my screen where I'm launching my demos. Are you able to see my screen for a demo? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we are able to see.
Okay, so here I'm just explaining the second part of the attack, right? So this is a second demo where someone can actually go ahead and become a domain administrator just by that misconfig. So this is an attacker. He's logging in on his attacker machine, Kali. And then I have some steps planned out for him. These are the steps that I'm going to do. So the first step is to run something called an NTLM relay X, okay, which is nothing but relaying the NTLM connection, okay, back to the ADCS server. I was for the sake of time, I was not able to show you that when you check out the ADCS, you can find out the web endpoints for that. So here, this is the web endpoint. So I'm trying to connect to that ADCS server by something called an NTLM relay X, right? And then let me continue here. So I'm now using a template called domain controller. I'm waiting for someone to connect to me, right? So on my next slide here, sorry, look, I have started my thing. I'm listening. I'm an attacker waiting for this. And here I'm coercing a domain controller, yeah, to help to get connected to that attacker machine as a low privilege user. I'm giving the low privilege user, and he just gets connected, okay, with a very normal user rate. And this is the attacker machine, and this is the machine of the domain controller, okay. And then he gets connected there. And then what you see is going to happen here, you see, very immediately, right? It gets connected. I'm coursing the domain authentication. You see here a certificate got generated. This is the PKI certificate for the domain controller, which I as an attacker is now I'm able to steal this. So this is the certificate, yeah. So I'm going to quickly advance this. So I got that certificate, yeah. So now let me move a little bit forward. So I'm coming in here to this attack to this victim machine where I'm logging in as the low privilege user. And look, I'm connected to the domain 560 corp. Let me slide it here a little bit fast. So I'm here, and again a little bit more sliding here. So here I'm showing you I'm a normal user. You see, the low privilege user is a normal user, but my goal is now to become the domain administrator, right? Just by stealing that certificate. Okay. So now here, again, go back a little bit fast, and for the sake of time. All right. So now here I'm trying to, pass in this certificate, that I'm stealing it from my attacker machine, and I'm going to request a ticket granting ticket. Okay. So here I'm saying this. I'm asking Rubius is a software. Give me a ticket granting ticket for the overmind is the domain controller account, and here I'm pasting in that certificate. Yeah. So I'll just slide it here. So I've pasted the certificate here. And then you see here, it is asking for the ticket granting ticket with the certificate, right? With the PK int. And now the certificate is injected. And if you come back a little here, successfully injected, right? And now when you come back here, now I'm able to, steal the password hashes from the domain controller, right? So now what I'm going to do, if you look this very clearly here, I'm trying to run Mimikatz. So in Mimikatz, with that injected certificate, I'm now trying to do a DC sync where I'm stealing this password. The passwords are dumped. I can also go a little bit far and steal the administrator's NT hash. So I'm stealing the administrator's NT hash here. I will copy this his administrator password. I will go back to my attacker machine, and here on my attacker machine, I'm going to fast forward here. I'm now trying to use that NT hash to get connected as administrator on my attacker machine, right? So little bit, yeah, I'm already there. Just freeze it here. So if you can see here, I'm trying to run this. Just let me, for the sake of only 1 minute, yeah, only 1 minute, yeah. So here I'm trying to run that now as an attacker. I'm already there. Huh? So here, yeah. So I'm running that. I got connected to the Windows machine. If you see IP config, this is the domain controller 10.10.10.250, right? And then I am there inside of that machine. Host name is overmind, that's a domain controller. Who am I? I'm the administrator, right? So just from a normal privileged user, I was able to become the domain administrator of that system. So that goes to say, how big dangerous stuff this is, right? And certain mitigation stuff is already here as part of the slides. I will share this with you. What can be done to stop this? In conclusion, right? This is extremely sensitive, and attackers are having a field day today because no one knows about this. It's a very recent research, and this can lead to a lot of chaotic situations. And that's it. Handing over the mic back to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for discussing these mitigation strategies for the PKI abuse in Microsoft Active Directory. And We would also like to have your video that you have just shown us so that we could upload it in our website for our audience and for our whoever wants to see and research further.
Yeah, sure. No worries. I can share that with you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is Professor Asutosh Saxena. He is Dean R&D, CMR Technical Campus. Dr. Asutosh Saxena is an industry expert and academician with over 2 decades of experience, 90 plus international publications, 26 granted patents, and a book on PKI, concept, design, and deployment in Tata McGraw-Hill 2004 to his credit. His research interests include information security and privacy. He began his career as a lecturer and computer engineer in the university and IUC DAE facilities at Indore. He has been associate professor at IDRBT. He worked there from 1998 to 2006. He supervised 2 PhD. He worked at Infosys Limited from 2006 to 16 as principal research scientist and AVP. He is member of the review board for many international journals, conferences, and committees. He has served as adjunct faculty at NIT Warangal and professor and dean R&D at CMR Technical Campus. He is currently a professor of computer science at CR Rao AIM SCS at University of Hyderabad campus, Hyderabad. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Anup, for the kind words and introduction. And I hope we will be doing justice to the time given to me regarding this session, which is almost 20 minutes. And possibly, I'm not sure how many people are there in the conference right now, so that the questions question timing could be adjusted accordingly. So I will start with a slight change in the trend which is going since morning regarding the PKI and what we are seeing, the typical implementations from east to the west, where some types of hacking on the PKI is also being demonstrated by the previous speaker. Nice to see all such things, but I will be slightly deviating from the current facts and going into the future. So what exactly we are going to see today is on a different node of a PKI, which is almost now in India, at least after the enablement of IT Act 2000, that means almost 2 decades. A lot of work has happened in our country, and more than over a dozen CAs are being registered under the CCA ambit, and then over a few lakhs of certificates are being issued by overall, in case if we sum up all those CAs together. But I will like to give you something more on that today. What exactly now we need? We were looking on to the PKI almost 2 decades back when we just started implementing certain digital solutions where the non-repudiation authentication is required, typically in the financial domain when we started working very seriously in the country. And now, again, the time has come to enable more such things in our country or even, in fact, not even a country, at a global level, I should say. I'll show this slide. I don't know how it's being, yeah, it's coming there. That's right. So if this is the typical statistics which I am showing on the slide on the Internet of Things. The way in which it has evolved over a period, the type of the things which are being used in day-to-day activities in the entire I hope you are able to hear me, Anup. I can see you there. You are able to hear me, I believe. Yeah. So are you able to hear me? Okay. Fine. So if I see we are in 2021, and the way in which it has been connected, this is something around 35 billions of the IoT are already being there, and you see that the trend is an exponential. And so in the next couple of years, it will go into explode by 75 billion connected devices, possibly connected or maybe working in the isolations. Even if half of them is being connected, it is more than 10 times more than the population of the globe on Earth, which means the current type of the PKI which is being there in place will not going to solve the purpose if at all we are going to depend upon more and more on the interconnecting devices. And given that scenario, already the people are there who are working in with almost in parallel to the type of the development which is happening, and the negative mind is also working in parallel, where the attacks on the IoT security is already being taken into consideration by the attackers, where all such things on the communication, on the life cycle, or the device software, and as well as on the physical threats are also being taken into account on the type of the attacks which can happen. But the attacks which are there is typically happening. We should know what is the typical reasons why these attacks are going to happen and how they can materialize. Materializing is typically can happen when you have a multiple type of scenarios and there are several or loopholes which are being there and not being identified. Typically happens when the lack of hardening, physical hardening is being not done or not being carried out. See the scenario when the point of sales terminals which were being deployed almost 20 years back, the way in which the personalizations used to happen for those POS devices, and now how the POS personalization happens, it becomes altogether a different ballgame today. We can personalize more than, in a one typical setup, we can personalize more than 1,000 POS from morning till evening, whereas we used to take almost 6 to 7 hours to personalize some 5 to 6 point of sales terminals in year 2000. That's my experience, which I'm sharing to this elite gathering today. So the type of the hardening, the insecure data storage, the transfer of the data which is happening from device to device, the lack of visibility in the device management, weak passcode, insecure systems, and the list goes on. Why these threats will going to arise and that. And at the same time, as we have seen that that can we survive without PKI, and the answer was typically no, because the PKI at that point of time was nurturing, and then now it has come as an open standards being adopted by various countries. We have seen the past that how these devices has, or the enablement of applications to the PKI is being carried out, and things will not be too vague that in upcoming days the IoTs will going to work in tandem with the day-to-day activities. Even today also you can have a connected clinical devices, a lot of instruments even in the ICU or IICU which are being there, they are interconnected and will going to alert the doctors on their mobile phones, which means they are connected devices. So in case if some of the devices getting hacked, what is going to happen? In case if the trust between the two communicating devices that doesn't happen in the way in which we may require, and then the spurious contents which is being passed, it will going to be a life-threatening things to the connecting devices. So you see that the type of the dependencies on the device which we are taking into account, and the type of the usage of these devices which are coming into our day-to-day life, be it, that's what I said, on the clinical devices, biometric, wireless, wearables, metering, industrial automation, connected cars, or the connected car also will going to have a lot of impact on them. So you see, or maybe the smart homes, the smart cities, whatnot. So many things which will going to emerge, and they will be having lot many devices connected with each other, and therefore in case if the device authentication doesn't happen and the non-repudiation or whatever the integrity of the contents which are being transferred from a device to another device for whatever the suitable actions, things will difficult for manage in case if the proper authentication is not being taken into account. And this August gathering which is being there, they know that what is PKI. PKI typically is an ubiquitous throughout a wide variety of network system for a centralized credential management and the key distribution. That's what it is being already established fact, and nothing to be taught on the PKI as of now, because all of us are well matured and intelligent to understand what exactly the state of the PKI. But this we are talking on the systems where there is a proper computing power and also the storage, and the storage along with the computing power will going to provide us the flexibility to authenticate the certificate chains or the messages or the transaction which are happening or authenticating the things. Maybe even if you talk about the things which we are doing now, is typically in HTTPS is a derivative or the derivative use of the PKI, where the HTTPS protocol is being using the SSL layer 3 communication protocol, which will going to use the PKI directly. Whatever the session establishment or session key is being. So in such cases, the computing devices are having the capability to authenticate and do an end-to-end encryption, but that may not be possible with a small devices like an IoT, which or maybe the things which has less storage, where their size is very small, and in fact sometimes the IoTs are a one-time usage, like an RFID, which we talked about a few years back. So the Internet of Things, as we say, that they are slow adopters for both the reasons, because it is economically and technically not viable for them to use such things as on date, because of the type of the PKI usage and the technology available is actually heavy, I should say. So that's why the title came as a light PKI, which I'm talking about. And in the current IoT systems, what is being there in, for the purpose of security is the pre-shared keys, which means that there will be the keys which will going to be installed or being injected at the time of the fabrication or at the time of the personalization, mass personalizations, with only one such things. And in case if one device get compromised, there will be a chances that this will go to compromise the entire setup being there once these IoT getting devised installed on the in the mass or in the community or in the society. I'll give you a small example on the doll or the Maria attack in German, where the doll was having an IoT and which was having a spurious camera, and this camera was being tapped by the attackers, and whatever the dolls which were being there, these cameras can take those pictures and can transmit. It was, I think, around 2017 or 18, I think 17 or 18 attack was there. So all the dolls which were being floated into the market were being called off, and it was not going to be used anymore, such things, because this is just one such case I'm talking. There will be few things. I will put it like this: the national grid of UK was being jeopardized by the attackers because there was an attack on the SCADA systems of them, and then they jeopardized the entire supply of electricity into the typical city, even in the New York City also. So in case if, as the previous speaker also conveyed, that if you go onto a small client and then you can jump onto the bigger one, that would be the typical strategy of an attacker. But the IoT devices making much more vulnerable the scenarios when the attackers will go to start attacking the IoTs. However, if at all the PKI is being there, it can further add a barrier or maybe raise the bar for an attacker to go furthermore. So I think I have already said that. So why it is not getting flourished is on date because of the economical and technical reasons. And there are a few more things I want to convey here, that the IoT typically are sensors, actually regulators with the stringent resource constraints. And in order to participate in the PKI, there must be typical mechanisms to be available where the initial enrollment, that is the personalization and doing the pursue with respect to the application and the domain to be done automatic, because the deployment of the IoT is in masses. So in case if there is any delay, it becomes typically difficult for them. And then subsequently re-enrollment, which means that in case if the certificate life is expired, either you need to change the IoT or you need to change the re-enrollment or of the device where the certificate keys are need to be changed. And at the same time, the certificate verifications, which are required almost on every transaction or on every entity which is getting connected or getting what do you call communicating to it, will require the authentication. So therefore the verification of the certificate to be carried out by the device. So the device which is already having a resource constraints both in computing and the storage, and you may like to do some more things onto it apart from the regular activity which it is meant for. And therefore, what we need is that we need to have definitely the current PKI cannot be used as it is for the purpose of using and authenticating in the scenario of IoT deployments. No, cannot be used because it is considered to be not considered. It is bulky with respect to this environment which we are talking about. And therefore, in order to maintain such thing, that the authentication to be done by the PKI, and at the same time we can do in the constrained environment. So that is the challenge right now we are having with that scenario. And as also the point 3, that these IoTs are having a low battery, or they are a low battery powered devices like your mobile phone also possibly, or maybe or a few more devices which are further low batteries, etc. So given such things, what is the need here? So what we need here? So that's the crux of the today's talk, and possibly we will finish in time. So what we need is that an integrated lightweight certificate enrollment for the IoT device. So which means that we need a framework which will, or software, or whatever you may call it as, will going to provide a bulk applications for the IoTs, which will going to have a domain specific certificates, and also the certificate which is being required by the device, which means that the same perso cannot be used verbose as it is, because the current scenario means the personalization of with the PSK which happens in the IoT cannot be used, because in the PSK you have the pre-secret key which is the same, whereas in the PKI form we need to have a domain specific certificate which are unique to that IoT devices. We are not bothered about the key, the number of the keys, but we are bothered about the different keys. And one second thing is that profiling the lightweight encoding of the X509 V3 provides you ample amount of fields, subfields, subject, as we have seen in the previous talk, that how many fields which are being there and how many fields which can be utilized. I don't think that even today, in last 20 years, whatever my little bit of experience in working in the PKI gives me an opportunity to use all those fields I have never used. Typically, whatever, in fact, I think I have used hardly less than 1/4 of the fields which are being there in the certificate. For even the most extensive payment applications, I think we have not able to use more than 25% of the fields which are required. Yes, some of the fields are critical, for which the system will going to check, and then the flag will be alerted accordingly if we are maintaining those PK enablement applications, the proper checkbox into place. So therefore, what is being required in this case is that we need to have a lightweight X509. Yes, IETF, some of the standards are coming up. They are not still mature. They are coming up. There are drafts which are being already floating on the draft stages, and then a lot of work is going on right now. And third is the integration of the domain specific certificate mechanism to form an end-to-end security, which means that from a domain to another domain where the IoT device, let me put it like this, my fridge should talk to my milk vendor mobile phone application, which means that I am having a deficit of milk in my fridge, and it should alert to my milk vendor that it should deliver 2 liters of milk by day after tomorrow to house number this. Which see the scenario that which means my phone number, my house number, and my milk vendor all are being connected, and they are being passed without losing the privacy of anyone which are involved in this. So which is typically being followed by, or can be obtained by the PKI, but becoming difficult in case if there are different hops which are being there for different type of scenarios. I just gave a small example. There can be many more things, complex examples can emerge. And I'm not throwing the vague contents, but definitely scenario would be like that tomorrow. Tomorrow will be like that. And things are not too far, because the way in which the semiconductor and wafer technologies are coming up, we possibly may have the computing capability in the IoT devices. But as of whatever the capability which we may expect, but in case if we have a lighter PKI, we definitely will have an added advantage to integrate that device into our system much more easier and much more faster that way, and then we can see definitely a smart homes and smart cities overall. So a small life cycle, just hypothetically I have created, where the factory certificate install, bootstrapping information, revocation, expiration, re-enrollment, etc., etc. Possibly the diagram could be much more complex. A small hypothetical diagram is being presented here at this moment. So the need of the hour is what is that you need to have a PKI which is a lightweight. Why lightweight? We have already seen that. But what could be the constituent of the lightweight is that it can enroll those certificates properly and can re-enroll with the computing devices which are required for those domains, etc. With that, a small, this I think I have borrowed from one of the IETF not standards, they are still in the draft stages, which is in the discussion. And some of the fields and the values which typically can be shown here on the lightweight certificates, like your algorithms or the signing key or the common names, etc., can be there. So I think typical challenges, long chains might not be feasible. Just what we have in the current PKI in the IoT is not there. But in case if you need the long chains verifications, there need to be a different intermediary mechanisms to be placed in, where the different servers, intermediate servers, will going to take a responsibility. Maybe it could be a hybrid model of the current PKI as well as the light PKI initially, and then we can jump into that. Some of the firewalls also need to be compatible with the IoT, as just the example I gave on the smart homes with my milk vendor and the fridge talking to each other, and the server deployment, server should employ the basic protection strategies of the back. So many things can be there, and definitely the price must be lower than the price of the certificate which are currently available, because though the cost which initially thought of the PKI, the certificate, has been reduced by almost 10 times. Initially, when 2,000 rupees in year 2000 was being talked about, and now it is almost 200. And there is there. We are seeing that in 200 rupees you can get a certificate for that. Whereas for the devices, you should have in paisas, basic possibly 20 paisa certificate would be there to break even. Break even should not be an issue. I don't see that the break even will be taking more than a year or 1.5 years time, in case even if we give a 20 paisa per certificate. So typical challenges are there, but we definitely can make out. So with that, I come to the last slide, and thank you. In case if there are any queries, I possibly like to take one or two based on the time constraints which Mr. Anup may like to decide upon. Over to you, Anup.
Thank you, sir. Question answer, any question? So currently we don't have a question. I have few questions, but I will connect to you later.
No issues, Anup. No issues, Anup.
Because of the time issues.
Yeah, I can understand.
So we will start with our second session.
Right.
Our second session will be moderated by Sri Samsuddin Khan from Office of CCA. Over to you, sir.
I can stop now. I can stop.
Yes, sir, you can stop.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, good afternoon to all participants and respected speakers. In session 2, I invite and warmly welcome to speaker Dr. Greg Adamson, Professor, University of Melbourne, for talks presentation on identity and blockchain. As you know, Dr. Greg Adamson has worked with PKI applications since the 1990s and blockchain since 2013. He is a cybersecurity consultant specializing in healthcare, government, and financial services. He is a chair of the IEEE Standards Association, Industry Connections, Meta Issues, in cybersecurity and a past president of the IEEE Society on social implications of the technology. As you are already aware that blockchain is an emerging technology of the present and future, which may impact revolutionary transitions in the field of PKIs and digital technology, enabling blockchain applications and systems. Sir, you have been allotted 20 minutes time for these talks and 5 minutes for questions and answer sessions. Welcome, sir, to continue your talks. Hello.
I request the session moderator to introduce the Dr. Gautam Reddy because Greg Adamson will join after this session.
Okay.
So Dr. Gautam Reddy is already there online.
Okay. I invite next speaker is Dr. Gautam Reddy. Gautam Reddy is an assistant professor of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the NIT, National Institute of Technology, Andhra Pradesh, NITAP, India. Before that, Dr. Gautam Reddy was an assistant professor at the Department of Computer and Information Security at Sejong University, Seoul, South Korea. Prior to that, Dr. Gautam Reddy was a postdoctoral fellow at the Kindi Center for Computing Research at Qatar University in collaboration with Purdue University. Dr. Gautam Reddy earned his PhD in computer science and engineering from the Kyung Fook National University, South Korea. Dr. Gautam Reddy research interests include information security and cryptography. Dr. Gautam Reddy is mainly involved in research projects related to authentication protocol. I invite for talks Dr. Gautam Reddy on the topics design of security protocols for dynamic charging of electric vehicles. Sir, you may continue and warm welcome for this session.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. It's a pleasure to be here. In fact, it's an honor. The title of my talk is Design of Secure Authentication Protocols for Dynamic Charging of Electric Vehicles. The agenda for today is introduction to the electric vehicles and the motivation behind taking this topic as my research and the objectives of our research and the current status of our research, and then followed by the conclusions. Well, electric vehicles can be considered as relatively a new concept in the world of automotive industry. In fact, this one picture tells you about the advantages of electric vehicles that reduces the pollution by reducing the carbon emissions, also the capital expenditure on investments like that towards the purchasing of the conventional vehicles. Well, according to the statistics or the projections, at least like there could be 130 million electric vehicles by 2030 in the world. In fact, in India also, it is projected that at least 30% of the vehicles to be electric by 2030. In fact, like they expect it to be 100, but it's not possible, right? At the same time, it has also been opening the doors for research in several directions in the field of electric vehicles, as you can see here. And in fact, the Asia, Pacific Asia, okay, is going to be the top domain, like a top application area for these electric vehicles. So according to the Statista, Norway stood in the first place in the adoption of electric vehicles by 2018 itself. So probably by now it could have been changed. But however, the units that have been sold were highest in China, according to 2018. Today, it's even much more than this. But however, most of the Nordic countries have been adopting these EVs very swiftly. When it comes to the challenges or the complaints that the general consumers have been already making were like, something like this. The first thing is purchase price of the electric vehicle itself. At least like in the Indian context, it's too high, despite the fact that the government has been giving several incentives. Driving range, coming to the application area, the driving range is very limited. In fact, even if you charge it fully, you can barely travel for 200 to 300 kilometers.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, your slide is on only first page itself.
I'm sorry, sir. Thanks for it. Let me just move back. Can you please confirm, sir?
Yes, sir.
Am I in the 6th slide now?
Yeah, on 6th class, yes.
So rise of EVs is quite high, and it's projected to be 130 million by 2030. At least in India, also like going to be 30% of the electric vehicles by 2030. And coming to the shares of the electric vehicles around the world is something like this, where the Nordic countries are always stood in the first place, even today also. When it comes to the challenges or the complaints that the consumers have been making, well, something like this, the price is pretty high in the Indian context as well. And the driving range is also quite limited. It stood up to like 300 kilometers on an average. And the infrastructure is also quite poor in India, at least. Coming to the current widely adapted electric vehicle charging technique, that's the static charging. So where the vehicle need to stand and charge for long hauls. And the challenges or the limitations of the static charging were range anxiety, which means again, you can barely or hardly travel up to 300 to 400 kilometers. On long hauls, you'll have to stay for too long to charge your vehicle. And even if you're prepared for that, the infrastructure that is available today is really limited. Like according to the Tata, they have only 1,000 charging stations by this year end. So as a solution for these problems, dynamic charging has been introduced. Even this one also has been implemented in the Nordic countries. I myself has evidence of this one. So the dynamic charging is allowing the users or the electric vehicles to charge while in motion. So you don't really have to stand and charge. At the same time, you can drive as long as you wish. So this is the advantage of dynamic charging. Coming to the various steps that are being involved in the EV dynamic charging is something like this. Well, not every road will be having the charging points enabling the dynamic charging. Only a few lanes will be having this one. So that's the reason, like, you have to find out first the finest position to charge, connect yourself with the charging pads or the roadside units or the infrastructure, and then charge yourself. And once you're done, you will have to disconnect, which means you require to have a wide range of principles or the entities to enable dynamic charging. So coming to the communications or the principles that are being involved in the dynamic charging are like, quite a few, ranging from the electric vehicle all the way up to the smart grid. So this is in fact like, a simple part of this one. However, when it comes to the minute part, there are a few more, such as RSUs and the charging pads, which are playing a critical role in enabling the dynamic charging. So that's the reason, like, we divided it into two parts. The first one is front-end communications, or second one is back-end communications. I myself have been looking for some of the security challenges as well as the efficiency challenges in this EV dynamic charging. The very first one is the privacy preservation, which means there is a high chance that to track the electric vehicle by looking into the parameters that have been shared over this public channel. So as you've seen in the previous slides, dynamic charging will become true only when various entities communicate together simultaneously. At the same time, most of these communications happens over the public channels, which means visible to many. So while looking into the parameter shared, there is a high chance that by using the static parameters, we can still trace the vehicles. So it has to be stopped by using or by concealing the real identities with the help of pseudo identities. There is also equally chance given for this replay, data modification, and the impersonation attacks. The replay attacks or the data modification attacks can lead to the impersonation, which means like if one vehicle user wanted to charge in the account of other vehicle, it's still possible by using some of the parameters intercepted. So this can also have to be addressed by using the cryptographic primitives that are widely available. Also the forward to secrecy, which is going to play a crucial role in terms of the billing. So in the forward secrecy, none of the compromised earlier conversations of the secret keys should lead to the compromisal of the subsequent communications. Equally, we also have the efficiency challenges when we go with the strongest cryptographic primitives. The first one is computation overhead. If you look at some of these entities that are being part of this dynamic charging, they hold really limited computation capacities, such as the charging pads, for example. So it's not really possible for it to process the data with the help of the highly efficient cryptographic primitives. So this can be like, called as an IoT device as well. So which means we need to explore the lightweight cryptographic primitives. At the same time, it should also provide the secure communications. So this is where the efficiency challenge arises. Also the scalability. The number of devices will be keep increasing, and it shouldn't be compromising either the security or the efficiency as well. Well, when it comes to the scalability, it's not just the EVs, it's also the infrastructure. And the communication overhead is also equally important because the communications happens over the public channels and this media is really limited. So we will have to enable or achieve this mutual authentications followed by some of the security properties with the exchange of minimal communication parameters. So these are the few challenges that we have identified so far, and a few more attacks were really possible on this one, especially the DOS attacks that we've seen so far. And by assuming and keeping all these things in our minds, we have designed a network model that looks like this. And this is a 3-layer architecture where the company charging server stands in the core level, and the fog server also is a part of company charging server. When it comes to the applicability level, we have quite a few. The first one is EV, followed by the RSUs, the roadside units, also the charging pads. In fact, these charging pads are the one which provides wireless power transfer to the electric vehicles while driving on them. So like, as you see in the first one, like the step-by-step process of the EV dynamic charging. So this is how it looks like. So the predominant principles of the communicating entities were something like this: CCS, FS, RSU, CPs, and EV. So among all these, the biggest challenge is charging pads. How to deploy the cryptographic primitives, or what primitives should we deploy on the charging pads because of its limited computational capacities. When it comes to the rest of them, it's quite okay. And we have to address some other attacks, such as impersonation and data modification attacks when it comes to this fog server and the roadside units, because these are the one which plays crucial role in the initial authentication of the electric vehicles. And later on, the given parameters will have to be communicated with the charging pads effectively to get charged, which means the initial authentication is going to happen between EV and the RSU, and followed by the authentication between EV and CPs to get the services. So our objectives were something like this. So identification, analysis of different techniques for building the protocols, and design secure protocols for constrained and non-constrained environments. As said before, we do have both, like it's a blended mode. We do have both constrained and non-constrained modes. And also we'll have to validate the methodologies by means of analysis and simulations. We do have quite a few tools, also like the mathematical or formal methods to analyze the protocols that we design. When it comes to the phases, we have limited it to 5 in the initial stages. Well, this is the work at the initial stages. The first one is a system initialization phase, where we use this public infrastructure However, we use the elliptical cryptography as a primitive here, and followed by FS and EV registration phases before deploying or before getting the services. The registration phase will have to be done, and then followed by the login and mutual authentication phases. The primitives that we used as a part of designing this protocol were elliptical cryptography, especially for the session key agreements and the authentication purposes between electric vehicle and the fog servers, also the roadside units. And HMACs were used between the EVs and RSUs, and hash chains, which is really lightweight, we consider as, were used between EVs and charging pads. So in the system initiation phase, we took an elliptical and a base point, and we took values and publicized them something else, and which were used by the various entities for subsequent communications, especially for the authentication purposes. The second phase is FS registration phase, the fog server. Well, the fog servers also can be like, ranging from one to many.
Hello, sir. You may conclude within 5 minutes, sir.
Sure, sir.
Time is already short.
Sure, we will do that. Yeah. And followed by the EV registration phase, the one point that need to be emphasized over here is, in order to stop or withstand the impersonation attacks, we have used unique parameters for each electric vehicle. So by which means, even if one vehicle compromises, the other one will be fine, right? Which means will not be affected. So the login and mutual authentication phases were also pretty heavy. However, at the end, EV and CPS will be able to mutually authenticate and obtain the services. Well, adversary model is equally important as the protocol. So in this one, we used the predominantly used adversary models called as Dolevievo and CK adversary, which tells you that every communication parameter that is being shared over the public channel is exposed, which means there is a possibility for modification, at the same time replay. And we perform the security analysis in quite a different ways. The first one is informal security analysis and the formal security analysis. When it comes to the formal security analysis, we used Tamarind as well as the random miracles. And also we used a tool called Cython, so which gave us the better results. So which was telling us all the parameters shared were quite secure. When it comes to the performance analysis, we used one of the tools called Miracle, which simulates in the environment of server, which means like non-constrained environment, as well as the constrained environment with the help of Raspberry Pi boards. And we found it was satisfactory, and they were executed within less time. And we also came up with some of the extended models with salient features with the really lightweight primitives, hash functions, and exclusive operations. When it comes to the salient features, we introduced the seamless EV handover between RSUs, RSU to RSU, so with minimal authentication mechanisms. So this is how it looked like. Well, it's still at its infancy. We are still working on that, and we expect it to be ready by the next month. When it comes to the conclusions, as said, there is equal chance for security and privacy challenges as well as efficiency when it comes to the reason is like, the short contact time between the EVs and the charging pads. At the same time, the computational capacities of these devices were really limited. So hence, we need to look for even better primitives to ensure this dynamic charging in the near future. So that's all for now. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I would be more than glad to address them. And some of our findings have been published in Transactions recently. Thank you very much. I thank CTAC for giving me this opportunity.
Hello.
I could hear you, sir.
Any questions answered? No, I think we will discuss later.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm giving next talks to next speaker, Dr. Greg Adamson. I have already briefed about him. So, sir, you may continue.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my presentation. Is that clear?
Yes, it is. Please go ahead.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. I apologize deeply. Due to the delay, I'd had to go off and feed my puppy, and when I came back, I realized I'd missed my introduction, so apologies for that. What I wanted to look at today is the question of identity and blockchain. And both of these are enormously popular topics. So blockchain, the field of blockchain has sparked cryptocurrency. And if we want to really go into the world of fantasy, we need to look no further than the popular press treatment of cryptocurrency, non-fungible tokens, and so forth. I won't be speaking about that today at all, but it is definitely something that has a lot of people very excited. The question of identity is probably a question that has a lot of people very worried. So people are very concerned about making sure that as they're developing important new technologies, they're able to address the issue of identity in an appropriate manner, an appropriate, respectful, and legal manner. So let's just start off with a few comments about blockchain. Blockchain has changed the way people think about trust on the internet. I know there are some people who say blockchain replaces trust, but the reality is that blockchain provides trust. Even though it's using mathematical formula, it still focuses on encouraging people to believe and have confidence in, which is a traditional definition of trust. So Satoshi Nakamoto's 2008 paper is very clear in its explanation of what it's trying to achieve, yet enormous confusion still surrounds that. And I'd encourage anybody who's interested in blockchain at all to go and read that paper. It'll take you less than an hour. It's very clear, very straightforward, very simple. Some of the pieces are deeply technical, but they're placed in a context which is completely understandable, as you would expect from a founding paper in a new field. So one question which many people struggle with is, what unique contribution does blockchain technology make? And I encourage you, if you're talking to someone who presents themselves as a leader on blockchain or as an expert on blockchain, to ask them that question. What is it that's special about blockchain? And once one knows that, one can look at what blockchain is good at, what it's bad at, what it should be used for, and, for example, whether it can assist PKI. This presentation illustrates the answers by examining a business architecture question, and I find that's a useful way to understand a technology. You look at an actual challenge and you try to work out an answer, and that makes you ask yourself how the technology works. Just to say, I've been working with blockchain for about 8 years. I'm currently part of the Standards Australia group on blockchain, the Technical Committee 42, and I'm a member of 2 working groups of the International Standards Organization's blockchain initiative, and I approach this from the perspective of a data communications engineer. And what I'd like to, specifically the question I'd like to ask is, can blockchain be compliant with the GDPR right to be forgotten, so-called right to be forgotten? Now,
I'll begin with a simple metaphor for how blockchain works. So what blockchain does is it solves the double spending problem. And to quote the original paper, we need a way for the payee to know that the previous owners did not sign any earlier transactions. And he or she or they, it's unclear who Satoshi Nakamoto is, answers this with a philosophical approach. And they say the only way to confirm the absence of a transaction is to be aware of all transactions. And that's an interesting, that's a great view. It's an interesting view. It's a very informative view. And through this approach, we have a way of developing trust in the trustless internet. And I'll speak a little bit about that in a minute. And I've used the knitting, I've put a picture of knitting here because for me, the best metaphor to describe how blockchain works is that if you're familiar with the process of knitting, there's a problem. This is a person knitting with a pair of knitting needles, as we see on the screen here. There's a problem, which is that if a person drops a stitch, what's called drops a stitch, and only realizes this quite a long way later, the only way to fix that problem is to go back and to actually undo all the knitting back to the point where the stitch has been dropped. And blockchain is like that. If you want to change a transaction that's occurred in the past on a blockchain, you have to undo all the transactions between that time and the present. And because of the character of the structural character of the blockchain architecture, this takes an enormous amount of effort and in fact is effectively impossible to achieve unless you have a half or near half of the total processing power of the entire blockchain environment. Now, when I say cyberspace is insecure, this is not a criticism. This was actually a design feature. And I want to point to two places where this was very clearly confirmed. The first was in the design of packet switching. So packet switching was a technology developed by Paul Barron in the early 1960s at the Rand Corporation. And he designed this as a way of addressing the problem of single points of failure. And as part of this solution, and this then became the basis of the internet, and it's the basis of packet switching technology, all packet switching technologies. And he said one of his papers on this, paper 9, which was I think the last or one of the last papers that he wrote on the subject as part of the series at Rand, looked at security, secrecy, and tamper-free considerations. And what he said was that rather than tack on security at the end, security had to be built in creating a packet switching system. Now, when his technology was adopted by the DARPA project in the late 1960s, they ignored this proposal and decided not to include any security. So it wasn't that they were ignorant of the requirement for security. They decided that the internet did not need security. Now, if we then jump forward 20 years to the late 1980s, so that was in 1969. In 1989, Tim Berners-Lee wrote a proposal called Information Management, a proposal, in which he created the basis of the World Wide Web through hypertext. And one of the in the template that he completed for CERN, the European research body where he was working, the template had a section on non-requirements. And under non-requirements, Tim Berners-Lee listed two. He listed copyright enforcement and data security. So once again, right at the heart of the invention of the World Wide Web, the decision was made not to include data security. So therefore, we can say very clearly, the lack of data security is a feature, not a bug, of the internet and the World Wide Web. So that created a problem. Is it possible to achieve security once the World Wide Web has all been built? And when I say that, go back to Paul Barron's comment that you can't add security at the end. So the answer is to all of those security features and initiatives, which are thousands upon thousands of proposals and suggestions for how to make the internet secure, are all after the fact. And according to Paul Barron's argument, are therefore all inadequate. And I like to think of blockchain as a technology which has managed to use the underpinning characteristics of the technology itself, the way the technology has functioned at least since the late 1980s. So when you look at blockchain does not depend on any add-on to the World Wide Web, to the internet or the World Wide Web for that matter. What it does is it uses the characteristics of the internet, that is, the foundations, the underlying principles of the internet, to achieve security. Now, that wasn't what the DARPA group were planning to do when they built the internet, but it's what they actually achieved. So they established this possibility for someone to come along and use their fundamental underpinning architecture to provide security. So that's and that is blockchain. And that is why blockchain is fundamentally different to every other security solution that's provided to secure the internet. Blockchain uses the characteristics of the internet. It doesn't try to add to those. Now, there are lots of use cases. Cryptocurrency, supply chain, renewable energy distribution, registers of things, of facts, of activities, and smart contracts. There's lots of ways you can use blockchain or distributed ledger technology, as it's also called. But the question of what is blockchain good for, that I mentioned earlier on, is not addressed by simply what it's been applied to. So if we look at the security triad of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, easily remembered because the initials are CIA, we can see that blockchain does some of these and it doesn't do others, or at least it does two and it doesn't do one. So blockchain does integrity very well. The purpose of blockchain is integrity. It enables you to store information in a way that unless an adversary can take control of the entire platform, or most of the or a large proportion of the platform, you will retain the integrity of the transactions. And that is what blockchain is known for. Now, as I mentioned, blockchain is also known as distributed ledger technology, and that distributed characteristic also provides, as a benefit, availability. So it's very hard for a public blockchain to be overwhelmed by, for example, a distributed denial of service attack, because the information sits in lots of various places. So if a few or even a significant proportion of the hosts across the blockchain are successfully attacked, there are still others that can maintain the blockchain. So you've got integrity and availability. What about confidentiality? Now, blockchain's feature is that it provides a record, a publicly available record for a public blockchain of all the transactions. Now, it's sort of completely obvious that if all of the transactions are available publicly, it's not providing confidentiality. Now, there are ways to achieve confidentiality, and there are some blockchains that don't need it. So
sorry, sir. Sir, you have 5 minutes left. Now you conclude as fast as possible.
Okay, right. So the confidentiality is not available. Now, confidentiality, if we think of the overall function of blockchain, the confidentiality is one aspect that can be added on. But when you add it on, all you've done is once again add security at the end of your process. So and you can see that integrity is an ongoing part of the blockchain, and confidentiality is possibly a passing phase, depending on the security of the technology that you add on. So that gets us to the EU's General Data Protection Regulation and the right to erasure, or the right to be forgotten. And this is sort of, once again, a bit of a philosophical challenge. Can we both remember and forget? So blockchain, as I've explained, addresses the integrity challenge of the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad in the trusted and untrusted environment of the internet. It can provide persistent evidence of identity. So if you really don't want to forget somebody, you put them on the blockchain and you will never forget them. However, when we face such a requirement as the right to be forgotten, this feature becomes a flaw. And this is particularly important for sensitive health data, which may remain important for 80 years or more. A person's health data at their birth may remain relevant for the next 80 years. So the very simple, I won't dwell on this. The very simple answer is that the blockchain can store a hash of the data to validate, that is, prove the data, but not store the data itself. And within the standard architecture of blockchain, one finds, such as the proposed planned ISO architecture, one finds that part of the environment is the off-chain storage of data. Now, I know that may not sound very dramatic, but it is the solution. You store it off-chain, and that means that if you want to break the link to that data that you want to have the option of forgetting, you simply break the link. The hash can suddenly point to nothing anymore. The hash is still there forever, but what it points to has been moved. So there are significant benefits, and I'll just skim through these given the time. Provenance repeatability, digital certificates, and that's where I think PKI can benefit greatly from blockchain. We have protection through custody and memory, and we have safety through safety from injury and from risk, and I won't go through any of those, but they all are all significant benefits. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
Sir, my question is, sir, suppose without changing existing applications, how we can implement blockchain? Because blockchain is a technology which impacts on the applications, database, or systems.
So blockchain, when I say that blockchain does not require changes to the internet, what I mean is that you do not have to change the structure of the DNS. You do not have to change the structure of TCP/IP. Of TCP or of IP. You do not have to change the structure of the boundary gateway protocol. All the existing structures can stay in place. You still need to build it as a platform, but it doesn't require anybody across the internet to change what they're doing in order for it to work.
One more questions from our Dr. Balaji.
I'm not hearing.
Are you audible?
Yeah. So my question is actually how blockchain is actually currently changing the contours of the DNS system also, domain name services. And there are currencies, digital currencies as well as virtual currencies like Ethernet and all. They are trying to issue domain names from their own side. So how do you think it is going to shape or change the identity of the virtual entities is what my question is.
Okay, so this goes back to this is a long time debate on the internet. This goes way back before blockchain. I remember discussing this in the late 1990s. What do you do when people try to corrupt the DNS system by simply issuing different sets of issuing different information? And for decades, it's been, well, maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not a problem. The difficulty becomes who's going to respect it, or what obligation is there for the internet routing system to respect these extra domains? And I think the answer goes back to the answer that's always been considered in the past. That is, if you want to muck around with something, don't be surprised if it suddenly breaks on you. And I would say that'll be that would be the expected outcome of people who try to do this if they don't do it through the IETF RFC, the appropriate RFC process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Now identity is being used in the blockchain. That means that I can store different identities, need not have to be unique. And also it is scalable, almost like a DNS. One of the examples has been in the sovereign identity blockchain. That means you store where the ID is, so I can have different IDs. In the same way, why can't it be done? Which is being used for like Ethereum, etc. It becomes a very essential thing to see that it exactly does what it is supposed to be doing.
Yeah. So that picks up my point of understanding that either you know something or you don't know it. You can't. Well, sorry. Apologies. With quantum computing, you can both know and not know things. But leaving aside that, in the normal world, either we know something or we don't know something. And if we want to develop a system where we allow people to change their identity by pointing to a particular location, and that location is variable, then that is a very good and practical use. On the other hand, if we wanted to store someone's public key to validate their signed documents, we wouldn't want to make it possible for someone to go in and hack that and change that and replace that with a different public key in order to corrupt the PKI processes. So that's sort of, but what you're saying makes complete sense to me. This is just thinking about the architecture of it and applying the architecture in an intelligent and useful way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I invite next and last speaker of the session, Dr. Pandian. Dr. Pandian is our colleague working in CCA as Scientist D. He has multiple papers on IoT and PKI. He is PhD from IIT Patna and a postdoc from New York University. Pandian, doctor.
Warm welcome to all the participants. I hope I am the one and only speaker in physical mode. I don't want to bore you much also before the big lunch organized by CDAC. This is one of my research area where an efficient hypercurtic key generation sequence using the perturbation process for an PKI applications. Basically, the main idea of Kirchhoff's principle is make your key strong rather than the key algorithm. So that's what the main motive behind in organizing such an key stream sequences and getting into an hypercurtic system so that my system gets stronger more than the key algorithm. Moreover, if I want to go for an asymmetric key or symmetric key concept, asymmetric basically is the system management or the perturbation process. So in order to kill that process during this quantum computing, so it's better to focus more towards the key generation sequence where I need to make my system more strong in that attitude of symmetric key. So let me get into the outline. So I'll be giving a brief gist of what is the cryptography, what is the dimension of cryptography, how my hardware and software security going to play a major role, and what is the public, how it's going to integrate. Basically, that's what my cup of tea, where I have to integrate my symmetric concept with the asymmetric, and how to enhance my lightweight cryptography for the PKI industry. So what are the research gaps? What are the motivation behind and the objective of this research area which I have focused on? And what are the proposed methodology and algorithm we have developed with the research outcome and the discussions? So what is basically cryptography? It's basically information security while transmitting. I have to make my link application within intact with the information, either in terms of military, government data, or document online transactions, anywhere where the e-trade secrets, e-commerce. So these are the different areas where I want to make my information security more stronger. So this topic would be much in deep to the technical aspects. Moreover, can able to understand the reason behind the prerequisite about the cryptography. Moreover, the network and communications mainly lies on the cryptographic measures to protect the data during the transmission. This is the main idea where the cryptography is going to play a major role in the PKI industry, where I want to make the key concept, basically the digital signature, a big concept to be strong enough. So what is the cryptography? It's basically a study to protect the data for the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What do you mean by confidential? I have to hide the information from unauthorized access. I have to prevent the information from unauthorized modification. I have to make available to all the information access to the user, that define the user. So this is the main way the cryptography is going to play a major role in terms of hardware security as well as the software security is concerned. When I'm talking about the product, where the physical security is most important, where I have to concentrate on the confidentiality as well as integrity. When I'm talking about the organization security, I have to concentrate on the availability and the integrity. When I'm talking about this, the people have to talk about this confidentiality availability. So these are the three goals of the cryptography where I have to make my identity specific for the information security to be intact while transmitting any data. So what are the dimensions? So we are like the couple of three dimensions are there. Basically, we have been segregating it. The type of operation we are going to execute in terms of data transmission for substituting or transportation or the product method used for plain text and the ciphertext. So the way in which the either the way in which the number of keys are used, whether it's in symmetric mode or asymmetric mode. So that's what the main industrial activity has been happening with the PKI concept, where the asymmetric keys are used, whereas the RSA is used. Recently, the ECC curves are coming up with the ECC modes of PKI industries. The main advantage of asymmetric is like basically it's a lightweight, not too heavy to understand. But it's when the quantum computing comes, all the asymmetric concept is going to be nullified. So in that angle, the symmetric is going to take up the next goal in the public key insurance. So this is the way where the key symmetric and asymmetric concept is going to play a major role for the key exchange mode. So when I'm talking about the symmetric, it's used for the communication. When I'm talking about the public key, it's used for exchanging the symmetric keys. And most of the digital signatures are going to play a valid role for this public keys. So when I'm talking about the digital signature, so how the digital signature is executed with reference to my asymmetric key. Either I have to transmit my data as a private key or public key. So in what way I have to exchange the data. So this is the main industrial factors where this dimension of cryptography playing a major role. And that's what the system, security of the system must also rely on the security of the key, not on the security of the algorithm. So that's what asymmetric key, it does only key management, does not produce any key factor. So symmetric key does a key generation. So when you do for a key generation sequence, then you can able to identify how keys you secured. So those things can be integrated along with your PKI applications that makes your strong generation, that makes your identity to save your privacy and the confidentiality. Let me give a brief idea what is hardware and software security basically. So when I'm talking about the software and hardware security cryptography, so it's basically the performed on the software-based platform. It's based on the hardware-based platform, basically FPGA or ASIC design. So there are many advantages on both the areas where the software cryptography comes into play, where it can be used in any OS, general OS operating systems, and we can have a multiple platform, multiple application on single platforms, and it can be used for the block ciphers. But if you compare to the hardware cryptography, you cannot use for block cipher. It's mainly used for the stream cipher because I have to take bit by bit of information from my hardware device, then I can encrypt. But the encrypting the sequence on the whole, the model will make my identity to be more secured. That's what the disadvantage of the software secure cryptography does, because you can run any malicious code on any platform that will kill your kernel. But when I'm talking about the hardware security, you won't be able to kill your kernel because it is hardware defined identity, so that any design, any ASIC design with the key impact into the design cannot be used. So this is the reason where hardware cryptography is going to play a major role in the PKI applications also in future coming up. So along with this symmetric key concept. So what is a public key infrastructure and how the public key security is going to play a major role? So when I'm talking about the service, the privacy, authentication, integrity, and non-repeatability. So this is my service. For this service, what I have to do? I have to apply my technology, that is public key technology. For this technology, I have to deploy the infrastructure, that is digital creations of certificate, digital certificate activation, security management. So these are the infrastructures where integrated along with the application service to enhance my activity. So for the service, either you go for a symmetric or asymmetric, but ultimately I have to fulfill the service which is required for the digital signature to enhance the PK application. So PK infrastructure, it has a set of hardwares where it has to enhance the problem to be identified in order to make improve the message transmission to any mode of communication, as well as I have to make my certifying authorities, as well as I have to send a trusted certificate to any mode of channel with reference to the key generated. So this certificate, which is very much useful to make my identity clear with the digital signature, so that any mode of transmission will not lose my data in any transactions. So what are the research gaps? Still now it has been identified is most of the key generation or key sequence. There is a non-linearity in this activity of key generation sequence in the feedback shift mode registers. And there is correlation immunity in order to make the algorithm resist to attack. So these are the major areas where it has to be identified in the feedback functions. It has to be filled up to enhance the activity to more stronger key strength. So this key strength will improve my quality of my key stream sequence, and this will go for a recursive pseudo-random binary sequence using a feedback function in the linearity mode, and it will enhance my non-linearity so that it can improve my sequence structure cannot be predicted by any end user. So as a researcher, addressing the empirical approach to minimize the gate complexity, that is a one more channel. I do not want to make my keystream sequence too heavy. It should be a lightweight cryptography also. It has to increase my strength also, as well it has to identify non-linearity, as well as the correlation immunity. It has to be improved in all the way of sequence. It will fulfill all my gaps. So when the sequence is addressed, so these research gaps will be able to identify my dynamic key value so that I can increase the strength of the key correlation sequence in a multiple sequence of a doubled manner. Otherwise, any key sequence with the normal sequence can be able to be predicted by the pseudo-random generator or any brute force attacks or any other attacks. So this is a way where the research gaps are very much important in activating this non-linearity in the sequence. So what are the motivations basically towards the hardware-based cryptography? Basically this secured key generation, key stream for larger length with a minimal number of stages, low logic complexity for nonlinear Boolean functions, and low hardware complexity and high throughput. So these are the main motives and main motive to improve towards the hardware cryptography. And basically this hardware cryptography can be utilized for the generation of the sequence in a non-recursive mode. Basically they have, see all the normal feedback with a recursive mode. So the main motive to create a non-linearity in the sequence to improve the gaps. So objective of this proposal to be develop an efficient algorithm architecture to generate the larger sequence so that it can improve or secure the privacy information with a low hardware complexity and high throughput. It means I can minimize the hardware, I can improve the speed. The quality speed of the sequence can be improved. So we can able to, we have developed an architecture efficient also using the non-Boolean Boolean function technique with the minimum logic complexity. And a new crypto system has been defined to meet the demand of integrity and confidentiality in the privacy information. And the hardware has been implemented with the high throughput. So this I have integrated with the FPGA device. So this is the overall, the proposed methodology I have integrated. So if we talk about this, the chaotic functions, so this chaotic function will be giving my perturbation process, where this perturbation process will give me my input towards a nonlinear Boolean function. So that is going to decide my number of stages. So that will decide my size of my pseudorandom sequence. So because of this process, this is, I'll be considering as a one-way public key function that has been integrated with this public key and it will generate a dynamic key. See this overall procedure during the transmission, which is going to happen at the one end of the user, we can say Bob and Alice. So the dynamic key stream can be encrypted. So this is one part. When I'm going to transmit my analog signal, I can use this ADC DAC. Otherwise, I'll be giving my dynamic key stream with a normal digital signal. It can be encrypted and it can be transmitted over the wireless or wired mode through the network media. See, this overall procedure of proposed methodology can be utilized in a different angle with the public key with a digital signature concept, so that we can able to segregate the asymmetric key methodology. It can be integrated with the symmetric concept. And moreover, this can be integrated in a separate chip so that it can be integrated for the hardware HSO model as well. Because I need to secure my data with some mode of encryption. So this is the way I'm going to encrypt my data with a more secure long generation sequence. So with this proposed methodology, I have developed an algorithm which is using the hyperchaotic systems, where the system is going to have 4 different types of equations. But this equation will improve a lot of confusion because I need a more confused state of sequence. And this sequence can be integrated using this self-syncing generator. This generator will give me a normal sequence where the sequence can be integrated along with this key generator as well as the key strength, improve my key strength. So apart from this, when I'm moving that equations from the SSL, that is a self-syncing generator, it is moved towards a hyperchaotic system. This hyperchaotic system can be utilized for the Lyapunov exponents. This Lyapunov exponent should have minimum, it should have a positive value. When the positive value is more than the 0.1, it means it has understood there is a lot of confusion in this key generation sequence that can integrate my value of key strength. Finally, discretion process. This will give you my perturbation process where it will take up the zeros and ones, because this discretion process will determine how difficult it is to generate, because you cannot predict what is going to happen in future coming up in the long number of stages, because it's not like a 2 per like a n bit. I'll be getting a 2 per n minus 1 sequence. So you cannot able to, because it is a continuous process. It's not a pseudo random sequence. It's a true random sequence. See, this true random sequence, again, it is perturbed by the discretion process in terms of producing my longer sequence in the strength. So finally, let's come to discuss the results in the discussion. So the proposed Lyapunov exponents will have the better 2.94 lambda 1 and minus 15 lambda 4. So this is, see, compared to the other hyperchaotic systems, so this the lambda 1 has the better value which is proposed in the sequence. So it's giving my better brute force attack analysis as well as in terms of larger stages of value. And almost all the statistical analysis, the NIST test which I proposed it, which is clearing this sequence strength, because we have taken more than 50,000 samples of data for executing this test process. Finally, the proposed generator can be utilized in any PKI application mode where it can be able to integrate with your system design And this system design can be integrated along with this proposed Lipno exponents value to existing chaotic systems. Chaotic system basically gives a confused state of information, and this can be executed with the against cryptanalytic attacks. So these different mode of applications along with your design structure, along with these hyperchaotic systems in a symmetric mode will enhance my sequence as well as strengthen my PKI applications. So with this, I'll conclude my presentation. If any queries?
Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Pandian. Now we shall go for lunch.
Thank you, the speakers and the session moderators, for your time and moderating the session. We have a couple of mementos to be given to the speaker who was here physically, as well as for the session moderator. I request Professor Shamsundar sir honor the session moderator, Mr. Samshuddin Khanji. Now I request Professor Shamsundar sir to present a memento to Mr. Dr. Soundra Pandian, because he was the only physical speaker in the morning session. So, physical speaker. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request my colleague, Mr. Anup, to give the rest of the announcements.
Thank you, sir. So we will have lunch now, and after lunch, we'll have a group photo. So anyway, we know that in physical mode, very less participants are there, but still we will have a group photo. Then one more announcement: all the PPTs and videos will be there on our website pkindia.in/pkia, which is the URL for our conference. We are also live on YouTube. So we have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/PKIndia, and we are live there. All current session is currently live. And after that also we will upload the processed video of individual speakers as well. That's all. So let's, one more thing. So at the end of the day, we will have a panel discussion, and all the physical participants who have come over here, we will be distributing registration kit at that time. So we have a registration bag along with some notepad pens. So we will be distributing it at the end of the day. Thank you. And let's proceed for lunch. So we'll be coming back at 2:15 for our next session.
Hold it for 5 minutes itself. We have to start. Huh? Okay. So on. It's on.
Yeah, on, sir. On, sir. It is on.
Okay. Good afternoon, August House. So we'll be starting the next session. Our next session, the next speaker will be Professor Anil Prabhakar from IIT Madras. About Professor Anil Prabhakar, he received his PhD from Carnegie Mellon University in '97. Anil Prabhakar is currently a faculty member in Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Madras. Engage across multiple laboratories and work on quantum techniques, fiber and laser optofluids. He was previously with Read Write Corporation, Firefront CA, working in various capacities in charge of design, characterization, production, magnetic recording aids for hard disk drives, etc. He is a member of Scientific Management Board for LIGO India to detect gravity waves, and Indian-based Neuro Observatory, and currently as serving in editorial board, scientific board, and the IEEE transaction on magnetics. So over to Professor Anil Prabhakar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
I thank the organizers for inviting me to talk at this conference. I apologize for not being there in person. It is very difficult for me to travel this week. We are having our first classes in person with the students having come back after 18 months. So with exams and classes, I think it's just impossible to travel outside Chennai. But I hope you're all having a good conference. And I hope that I shall have the opportunity to see you all at a future date. Let me just share my screen. Okay. I usually don't go into a full screen mode because I can't see my own slides if I do that. But I hope this is visible to everybody.
Yes, sir.
The topic is implications of quantum technologies for public key infrastructure. So I will try to give you in the next 25 minutes overview of where we are on quantum technologies and how it will affect our public key infrastructure. A brief introduction. I represent the Center for Quantum Information Communication and Computing, or QUIC, or CQUIC at IIT Madras. And a lot of our work is done around photonics. So you'll see the E is equal to h nu Einstein's equation out here. And we rely on 3 different verticals on quantum networks, quantum computing, and quantum information. 2 of these, or actually all 3 verticals work together and have an effect on the topic of our discussion today. I've also highlighted a couple of points in blue out here. One is 2 words, one is entanglement and one is superposition. So when you start thinking of quantum technologies, you should always be aware of these 2 words because that's what makes anything quantum. You can have superposition without entanglement, and that could even be classical, it need not be quantum. But in quantum mechanics, we are looking at both entanglement and superposition. So the brief outline of my talk is the motivation for the quantum internet. And this has implications, as we said, on public key infrastructure. And one of the main underlying cornerstones of the quantum internet is what we call quantum key distribution. So I'll spend a little time telling you about the protocols and the hardware requirements. And then I'll conclude it by talking about the quantum networks themselves and how we envisage that they will come through in India. I'll start with the motivation. And the motivation is, of course, our neighbor from the north, who in January of this year made a big splash with this picture that shows that they have a quantum internet running from Shanghai in the south to Beijing in the north. And what they have also done is they've connected it through two other cities. So Shanghai is the start, and then there is Hefei, and then there's Jinan, and then there's Beijing. And at each of these locations, they have a cluster of nodes or government buildings that are all connected on these networks. And these are quantum networks. And you can see that they have these little yellow dots, and these form what are called secure nodes. And they allow you to transfer keys, secure keys from Shanghai to Beijing with adds and drops as required along the network. Why is this important? What they are trying to do is secure their government transactions. And they believe that there is a real possibility that someone may be cracking our public key passwords, or they fear that someone may in future be able to do it, and they are being prepared for it today. Here is a picture actually of a quantum computer. A lot of this is actually just what is called a dilution refrigerator. It takes the temperature of the little chip that sits at the bottom to about 0.1 millikelvin, which is very, I mean, liquid nitrogen is 70 Kelvin and liquid helium is 4 Kelvin. So you're going well below liquid helium temperatures also. So it's probably one of the coldest experiments that runs today. But that's not what interests us. What interests us is that if there is a quantum computer, then we believe that all these public key cryptographies are broken. So if you look at RSA 3072 or DH 3072, they are all compromised. Symmetric cryptography that uses AES 128 or AES 256 becomes weaker. It becomes AES 256 becomes only AES 128, and likewise. So all these cryptographic schemes rely on the adversary not having sufficient computational power. But a quantum computer changes that paradigm. It means that we no longer have to use the regular computers, and we suddenly have exponential compute power with us that can break some of these public keys that are being used. So there is this race towards quantum supremacy, right? And we need about 10,000 qubits before we can start running near-term applications. And what is the roadmap? Well, IBM has put out a roadmap, and I'm sure other companies will have their own internal roadmaps, that by 2023, they'll have 1,000 qubits. In 2021, actually, they've already released 127 qubits, and it will be available to researchers later this month, maybe in the next few days or next week. So if you look at such a roadmap and you understand that this is actually going to happen, you have to ask the question, is public key infrastructure insecure today? Will it be insecure tomorrow? And then I also ask another question. When will we know that it is insecure? See, if I know how to crack passwords and I'm in the business of cracking passwords, I will not tell you that your password is compromised. So it is quite possible that state or non-state actors have access to such technology for a few years before they even let us know that something like this is possible. I'm not sure, am I still online? Because I just saw something about low video bandwidth. I hope I'm online. Can someone respond?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now the question becomes, when will we know it is insecure? And we really will not know it until a few, public announcements are made, and it could be 5 years or 10 years while our infrastructure is compromised. I put out IBM's roadmap out here, but that's not necessarily the only computing paradigm. There are other technologies, ion traps, photonics, solid state, and today is not the time for me to talk about a lot of them. But it's important for us to understand that when there's this race going on towards quantum supremacy, there is a parallel race going on towards securing our public key infrastructure. Now, I am an academic and my institute is on this national knowledge network. And if you see this national knowledge network, it's connected on fiber to different metros, right? And the backbone can support data rate as high as 100 gigabits per second. And it aggregates data. So the question now becomes to us, how should we secure this communication? What should we do? And just to understand a little bit more about how this works, you have to understand that each of us doesn't use 100 gigabits per second. It's an aggregated model. And this is how it looks like, the aggregation looks like. So you'll have business LANs that are running at about 155 megabits per second to 2.5 gigabits per second. You have the residential fiber to the home. And then that goes into metros that are running at about 10 gigabits per second. And then you have the long haul, which is running at 10 to 40 gigabits per second. So each of these things are potential places where someone could eavesdrop and compromise our data security. A lot of data is encrypted in storage, but not as much in transit. Right? And fiber optics is easily tapped. If you search for how to tap into an optical fiber on YouTube, you'll get videos that show you how it can be tapped. And so the only really truly secure way of encrypting and transmitting data is using one-time pad. But one-time pad requires that the data rate and the key rates be equal. So when China does this demonstration, it actually stores keys and then uses the one-time pad to encrypt a video. Right? So the questions that we have to ask is, how do we distribute the keys? How frequently can we change the keys, and how random are our keys? Now, most people like me don't change their passwords for 6 months, years. We use the same password across many devices, many websites, and all that becomes rather insecure. And people who do cryptography will tell you that we really should not be doing that. So what are we talking about is something that you probably heard a lot of today already, is that there is a public key and then there is a secret key. And the two parties, Alice and Bob, are trying to transfer plain text after encryption called ciphertext between the two parties in the presence of some eavesdropper. And we are trying to do this without the eavesdropper getting any information. How do we do it in quantum key distribution? Before we do that, let's do classical key distribution. How do we do it in classical key distribution? We use the complexity of a problem like a discrete log and say that if I have some plain text, I will create some ciphertext and send it over to Bob. And Bob also, when he wants to send me something, he'll send me a ciphertext. And the eavesdropper only has a ciphertext and does not have the plain text. And so unless she has the key, she finds it very hard to get the plain text. Now, this is, again, depending on the complexity of the discrete log problem. How do we do this in quantum key distribution? We say that we will establish a key with unconditional security from Alice to Bob. That means even if the eavesdropper gets some information, we will still have a secure key that can be used, right? And that key can then be used for encryption and creating the ciphertext. The security comes from some basic principles of quantum mechanics. One of them is that a photon or a quantum object cannot be cloned, which means that if a photon has gone from Alice to Bob, it cannot go to Eve. And we will set up the key only with the information that is on the photons from Alice to Bob. Why can we not do it today? Because today we send about 1 million photons. Every time we send a bit stream, 1010, we are sending millions of photons. However, if I keep removing or decreasing the power of the lasers, or I use some other techniques to generate single photons, I will come up with a situation where I have only one photon. And on that one photon, I will add my bit information of either 1 or 0. And if the eavesdropper gets that bit, then the receiver, Bob, does not get the bit. So imagine a scenario where Alice sends 1,000 bits as her key. It's a 1,000-bit secret word. And the eavesdropper gets 900 of them. I can still set up a 100-bit key between Alice and Bob. My password of 100 bits is still secure because Eve does not have them and she cannot clone them. She cannot make a copy of the 100 bits that Alice and Bob are using. The other advantage is that Eve introduces an error in the channel. So every time she tries to do something, I can monitor the channel and say, hey, there's an eavesdropper. And in that case, then I don't use the key that was generated and I discard that transaction. So if you look at a quantum key distribution system, it's actually a lot of information that is relying on classical cryptography. There's authentication, there's sifting, error correction, and privacy amplification that goes into generating the secret key. And that secret key is then used to encrypt the standard communication channels. And the quantum channel runs separately. It runs at a much lower rate. It runs at about 100 kilobits per second. It could be either free space or on fiber. Free space is at 800 nanometers and fiber is at 1.55 microns. So the two are different and should not be confused. And you do need both. Even if you're doing a satellite in free space, you cannot send the satellite signal to your office. So it will go to your receiver station, and from your receiver station, you still have to bring it on optical fiber to your offices. So there is a requirement for both of these technologies. It's always good to know what the rest of the world is doing. And so here's a picture from a couple of years ago of what is being done in Cambridge in the UK. So they are doing the metro parts of it, where they're looking at short distances. This is about 10 kilometers between these 2 points, Cape and Trell. They have about 2 to 5 decibels of loss between the nodes, and they get a key rate of about 256 bits keys per second. Just think about this. We think 256 bit keys per second is low, but actually 256 bits is really sufficient if you're changing your password every second. Right? So there are ways to do this today, and it's important to also understand how to do it. If you're interested in knowing more about it, I will suggest that you read this particular tutorial from IEEE Communications on quantum communications. And you will see that there are many different ways of doing what we call prepare, transmit, and measure. And the preparation is how do you generate the photons, the transmission is what happens over optical fiber, free space, and satellite, and then the measurements themselves. I don't have too much time to go through all of these, so I'll touch upon a few of these things in the rest of my talk. So one of the things you have to understand is, unlike everybody else, quantum key distribution, quantum communications happens with photons, right? And you have to understand photons. And that means that we are actually using some of the properties of light that we may have learned in our high school. One of the properties is polarization, the direction of polarization. It's either vertical or horizontal. If the photon is traveling along out of the board. The other property is the photons have color. And this is a very simple experiment where you send white light in and it splits up into different colors. The other properties which you may or may not be familiar with are these quantum properties where there are particles. Light is now thought of as a particle. It's like a tennis ball, right? Of course, much smaller. It's a particle. So it has duality. It has both wave-like behavior, like in this picture on the top left, and it has a particle number, right? And when it has this wave-like behavior, it also has a phase. So I have polarization and I have phase, and I have particle number, and I have color. These are the properties that we use to do quantum key distribution. I'll give you two simple examples. This example is very commonly used. It's from, I think it's from the NID Quantique website, one of the companies that, one of the early companies that started doing quantum key distribution. And what it does is, it says, look, let me take that one bit of information that I want to send, and let me break it into two pieces of information. One piece of information is whether the photon is polarized vertically or it is polarized at 45 degrees. Now, if it is vertically polarized or horizontally polarized, that's one basis. And if it is vertical, then it is a 1. If it is horizontal, it is a 0. If I use the 45 degree and 135 degree basis, which is shown in red and orange, then if it is at 45 degrees, it's a 1. And if it is at 135 degrees, it's a 0. So now, instead of just sending 1 and 0, I have to send two pieces of information. One is the information on whether I chose the vertical and the horizontal polarization, which is gray and black, or whether I chose the orange and red. And in that color scheme, I have to decide whether it is vertical or horizontal, right? Or at 45 or at 135. Now, because I'm splitting this information into two pieces, it becomes harder for an eavesdropper. An eavesdropper may get one of those pieces of information and not the other one. So she may get the polarization, but she won't know whether it was a 1 or a 0. And by doing this, what we have established, and theoretically they've proved, this was actually proved in 1984 in a protocol called BB84. They proved that this is now secure. Right? It's unconditionally secure if you can actually set up an experiment to do this. Similarly, there are what are called phase-based protocols. And in phase-based protocols, you have a phase modulator on the transmitter side and a phase modulator on the receiver side. And if the two phases are the same, if both of them are 0 and 0, then I see a signal. If 0 and pi, then I don't see a signal. And that is what is shown out here. 0 and 0, you'll get a maximum signal, and 0 and pi, you'll get a minimum. And these are very early experiments. You can see we had done this almost 11 years ago. The problem with something like this, the problem with either this experiment or with this experiment is that this fiber out here is very bad. It tends to destroy the information on the photon. So the polarization, which is vertical, if it starts rotating in the fiber, then you suddenly lose the ability to get your key bit. So that hurts you. Similarly, phase, if there is stress in the fiber, or if there's a metro running next to the fiber, then every time there's strain in the fiber or there's a temperature fluctuation, you'll suddenly find that the phase changes. So to avoid these things, a separate protocol known as differential phase shift was developed. It was developed by the Japanese in, I think, early 2000s. And we have been using something like this in our laboratory. And I won't spend too much time describing it, but just remember that it's similar to the phase-based protocol, where you have to send to apply a phase difference between the transmitter and the receiver. Whereas in a differential phase scheme, you apply the phase difference between two pulses. And that phase difference does not change as much, because the phase, when a metro runs next to your fiber, that's running in milliseconds, whereas we are talking about pulses that are nanoseconds. So these pulses are very fast and the phase differences are not affected. So this sort of a demonstration we have done in our labs to about 105 kilometers. Okay. There are other protocols. There's one called a coherent one-way protocol, where instead of sending information in the phase, you send the information in whether the photon exists or it is a vacuum state. So you're actually trying to use the energy of a photon coupled with the vacuum state energies to send information. And this is an easier protocol, but it is supposedly not as secure. There's still work going on it, but we have managed to do demonstrations up to 150 kilometers. You have to understand what these distances are: 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers. In the metro areas, like in a city like Chennai, I might be sufficient to do 30 kilometers, might be 50 kilometers might be sufficient. But if I'm trying to go from Chennai to another metro, like Bangalore, that's 350 kilometers. Hyderabad is 500 kilometers or 600 kilometers. So we do have limitations in how long these protocols can work. And those are very fundamental limitations that come because of the losses in optical fibers. So optical fibers have a loss of in decibels per kilometer, and we work at around 1.5 microns because at this wavelength, the loss is the minimum. But even at minimum, 0.2 decibels per kilometer means that 100 kilometers, I have 20 decibels. And to understand what a decibel means, every factor of 10 is a factor of 10. So every 10 dB is a factor of 10. So 20 decibels means a factor of 100. So if I transmit 100 photons, then only one will reach. So remember my earlier example, I said if Alice sends 1,000 photons, only 100 will reach Bob. That means a 10 decibel loss was there out there, right? If she had 20 decibel loss, she sends 1,000 photons, only 10 photons will reach Bob. Okay. So to circumvent some of this, what was invented was an optical amplifier, and that is put in every 100 kilometers. Right? Now the problem is that these optical amplifiers or EDFAs will also destroy quantum communication, because it will amplify the photon. It will make one photon into 1,000 photons, and suddenly an eavesdropper can steal the information. So to make it work, we actually need to bypass these EDFAs, and we need to isolate all the classical channel that is running by about 80 decibels. Again, 80 decibels means 1 into 10 to the power minus 8, right? So you're going to ensure that not even one classical photon is going to come into the quantum channel with that probability, right? 1e minus 8. Okay, so that's 10 in 1 billion. That's the sort of number. So there are other protocols that try to circumvent this problem, and this one is one called measurement device independent, where you can see that the detector is at the center at a place called Charles, and then you have two such setups coming from Bob and Alice, and because each side can be 100 kilometers, you will get 200 kilometers, right? So people continue to work to expand these distances.
5 minutes.
Okay. So
thank you.
What are we trying to do out here is work with metro areas, right? Metro areas are also very challenging, and we want to be able to set up these networks. And just like Cambridge did it, we are now setting it up between IIT Madras Research Park, Society for Electronic Transaction Security, and the National Informatics Center, right? So these sort of networks will be short haul, and they will allow us to build quantum key distribution networks by using a combination of secure nodes, user networks, cryptographic applications. Another way to do it is to actually use free space, and we can also run it as line of sight, but you cannot go very far. You can do a few kilometers, maybe you can even do 20 kilometers, but the efficiency keeps dropping down. But all of these things are possible, and that's what we attempt to do. So where are we headed with this? Why is it important for all of you to listen to this? So our current plan is to aim to go from Chennai to Delhi. Right? Just the way China was able to do it from Shanghai to Beijing, we said, okay, let's do Chennai, Delhi. But We first do Chennai, then we do Chennai, Bangalore, and then from Bangalore we go to Delhi, right? And we need what are called secure nodes every 100 kilometers. So you need about 25 nodes, and then you go from, Bangalore to Hyderabad to Bhopal to Delhi. Right? So this is a very ambitious plan, and we hope that we will be able to do this over the next few years. From everybody we have talked to, I think it's they're all excited about it. So I'm hoping that this thing will actually indeed kick off. Right? So it's a complicated endeavor that we have tried. And it's not something that an academic, a professor at IIT Madras can do by themselves. And so we always look for partnerships. We reach out to other organizations. We reach out to other universities and say, okay, this is the plan. This is where we want to go. Are you willing to join us to build the quantum internet, right? So the quantum internet is something that is going to become a reality for two reasons. One is to secure our public key infrastructure against quantum computers. And the second reason is to connect two quantum computers together so that you can do parallel computing, parallel quantum computing, right? So these are sort of the ideas that affect what the future will hold for you. Let me stop here with acknowledgement slide. This is what I call the Q team. We have a large number of faculty now involved in these efforts. A couple of students at the bottom who have been instrumental in driving a lot of this work. And it's very interdisciplinary. There's computer science, there's electrical engineering, there's even mechanical engineering, there's physics. We are very welcoming of everybody who wants to work in this playground. So if you are interested in what you have heard today, please do reach out to me and we'd be happy to see how we can find collaborations. Thank you very much. So I can take questions now if there are some.
Yeah, maybe, I think if you can highlight what would be its immediate impact on the PKI, particularly if you look at the hash or the RSA or whatever that algorithm is, knowing that quantum computing is a long way to go, whereas quantum communication and quantum information processing is a different aspect or the other. And if we double the bits, will the cryptocurrency be saved? And what is your view? And what is you would suggest for the government of India?
See, I will say this, what I started with my motivation. It's a question. When will we know that our public key infrastructure is insecure? And the answer is we will not know it until we have lost a lot of our information. So if there are state or non-state actors who are going to compromise our infrastructure by tapping into our fiber optic network, they will start doing it today, or they may have already started doing it, simply because they can store this data. And then when the quantum computer becomes available, they will decrypt it. So that is one very real problem. And so the recommendation right now is to secure whatever critical infrastructure we have as quickly as we can. Right? And you don't want a situation of, for example, WikiLeaks happening, where someone just got lots of data and then just puts it out on the internet for everyone to see. So that's a very real problem, and we will not know. I believe there's a case where the US knew that the AES was insecure, but they left this trapdoor open so that they could use it, right? So people are constantly out there trying to get our data, and what quantum communications does is it says that it will provide you with unconditional security. Of course, that comes with a caveat that you have to implement it correctly. Otherwise, it is as insecure as anything else, right? So the implementations are also important, but there are some proofs that say that you can get unconditionally secure. So my recommendation to the government is to identify critical infrastructure and start securing it, right? So I even say that maybe we should plan for the Central Vista that is coming up. Why not make the Central Vista quantum secure today? Plan for it today so that when there is a quantum computer in 5 years, that will make it insecure. You are already secured. So that sort of forward thinking is definitely required.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Thank you
joining
very
us.
much. Thank you very much.
So before we start with our next speaker, I will request you all to join here for a group photo.
Yogesandran is a professor from Lomong University, UK. Professor Yogesandran received his PhD degree in Signal and Information Processing in Lomong University in 2020 and worked as a postdoctoral fellow for 6 months on encrypted signal processing techniques for privacy and preserving multimedia big data processing. Subsequently, he joined City University London. So over to Professor. Like,
Hiya, thank you. Thank you for the introduction and thank you so much for inviting me to this talk. Thanks to Balaji. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see my slides. Like Dr. Prabhakar, I like to keep my slide not in a presentation mode so that I can see what's happening as well. Right. Okay. I got 20-25 minutes. Let me crack on with the presentation. I had a question for the previous talker regarding the RSA and qubits because the talk I'm going to deliver is pretty much, kind of complement what Professor Prabhakar presented. Right. So this talk is about machine learning in encrypted domain. I'm a senior lecturer at Loughborough University, London. So the outline of this talk will be motivation, some examples, why machine learning, what are the problems exist, what type of encryption techniques we can use, and some state-of-the-art works and conclusions. So before I dive into the talk, I like to present the current view. Currently, what happens when it comes to data is that we all connected with so many cloud service providers. Our data is kind of, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Request you to put it in slide show mode.
Okay. It's better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So if you step back, this is what happening because we are connected with so many cloud providers, websites. Our data actually encrypted in only in 2 times actually. So the encrypted when it is stored on your device or on your the cloud provider, and it is encrypted during the transmission. But the problem is data is not encrypted when data is processed. So the cloud provider knows your data. So if the cloud provider or a server being hacked, then the hackers will know the data, right? So that's why we have so many data breaches happening. Just last year we had 20 billion data records, which means on average, every person on the planet lost 3 of their data to the hackers, and this is increasing. The reason for hacking is the data is in the client domain. Wherever it is stored, right? Because so how if you want to avoid this data breaches, we need to come up with a completely different approach. A few years back, if you took any web servers, websites, or any internet communication, they are not protected. They were using HTTP. Currently, more than 99% of communications are protected during the transmission. So we have HTTPS, but as I said before, the data is not encrypted when your data is processed, right? So the way forward is there are a lot of visionaries thinking about is to go for HTTP-Z protocol, where data will always encrypted in the storage, in the transmission, and during the processing. And there are, if you know the popular social media platform, they are now thinking about how they can able to deliver advertisement if the data is encrypted all the time. Currently, they are able to deliver advertisement to you because they can see the data, so they know about you, so they can able to send a relevant advertisement. But if we go towards this fully encrypted, end-to-end encrypted system, then the problem is, how they can able to find your attributes so that they can. So there are a lot of things are happening in this domain, right? So the ideal solution, as I said, it will always be encrypted, right? Transmission, processing, as well as in storage. If you have that situation, then data privacy, you don't need to worry about privacy because the data is always belongs to you. Data sovereignty, you own the data, so of course there won't be any data breaches. And if we have a situation like this, then a lot of people are willing to share the data. I don't know how many of you still using Facebook. So many people are hesitant to put our data online because of the privacy issue. But if we can able to solve this data breaches privacy problem, then people will be happy to share the data for common cause. So medical data, healthcare data, personal data, financial data. So they can able to put these personal data together to solve some of the issues related to health, if it's a health or environment or whatever it is, right? And another advantage is that if the data is encrypted all the time, then you are not bounded by your jurisdiction. For example, in the UK, the GDPR says is that some of the sensitive data should be stayed within the Europe. Even whether you can use a cloud service provider, they have to host their servers within the physical boundary of European Union so that the data can be stored. So, but if it is encrypted, then you can able to send the data anywhere to do some computation. So you will be able to save some money by finding a cheaper computational power, right? And this is not a philosophy. There are a lot of real applications started to come up. For example, in South Korea, they are actually combining two databases from pensions and from the credit bureau system so that they can able to combine this data. They can able to process these two data sets in encrypted domain to find the credit ratings for their citizens. So they could able to provide a better financial services to the individuals. The beauty of this one is the people or the companies who are doing this merging between two data sets, they don't know what is actually inside because it is always an encrypted domain. And Microsoft recently come up with something called password monitor because so I would suggest you to have a look at this one, right? Right. So one of the another beauty of having this encrypted domain into an encrypted domain approach is that a lot of the when it comes to healthcare, the specialist, the surgeon, they spend a lot of time on going through these X-rays and scan report to find malicious tissues on brain or whatever organ they are scanning. And this process is a tedious process. They spend a lot of time. It's boring, prone to error, and it causes a lot of problems. But the machine learning techniques nowadays is capable of if you send a brain scan, the machine learning approach can able to identify the red spots where the surgeon need to focus on. So it will actually significantly decrease the time. But the problem is these specialized machine learning algorithms are available in a very particular providers, maybe in a different country or in a third party. So the question now is, how you can actually send your patient's healthcare information to a third party without breaching the privacy. If you send it as it is without encryption, their machine learning algorithm is perfect. They can able to actually find the red spots and send it to you. But the question is, how do you do this same thing without breaching privacy? The one way is to encrypt the image and send it to them. And they need to find these red spots within the encrypted domain. So this is one of the application. This is a simple example, but it has a huge potential. So that's what this talk is about. How can we actually harness the power of machine learning without breaching the privacy? When it comes to machine learning, there are two things happen. One is the training process. The training involves quite a lot of data from the application specific data. Then you use the data to train a machine learning model. Once the machine learning model is available, then you can able to infer the new sample using this machine learning model, right? So you will have an output. So this machine learning model will tell whether this particular new data has a malicious or not, malignant or benign. You can able to find out. So now what we need to do is like, for example, let's say if you want to build a simple example to motivate, if you want to build a facial expression recognition model, you can able to find a data set, something like this, and you can able to train it, right? But now what we want to do is actually, we don't want to give away our data to the people. But if we give only the encrypted data, can somebody able to train a machine learning model and provide a service? So that's the question. And the answer is yes, right? And there are two approaches. One is actually, training the machine learning model as well as performing the inference, everything in encrypted domain, right? Or what you can do is a company will train a model and get a model, but they will provide service in encrypted domain, right? And so we will be focusing on the first one, where the model is trained in a plain domain, but it will be inferred in encrypted domain. So what is going to happen is the training will be, it's the same as like before. We will do the training as it is, but once we get the model, the customers or the client will be sending only the encrypted data, right? So if they send the encrypted data, can you able to tell whether that encrypted data, the subject in the encrypted data is happy, angry, sad, or whatever the emotion. This is just an example. You can imagine any machine learning problem within this context. Okay. So let me skip this one. So we are talking about images, right? But image is an example. You can imagine any data. End of the day, all the data is made of binaries. So we are talking about encrypting it. So can we able to encrypt the data using any encryption techniques? For example, AES, RSA. Can we use any encryption that we know to actually exploit this encrypted domain classification, right? If you want to encrypt, encryption is easy. Basically, the images are based on pixels. You just encrypt pixel by pixel so that you will get an image like this, right? Now the question is, can you use any cryptographic scheme? The answer is no, right? For example, AES, right? You can use AES for encryption, but AES, if the image is encrypted in AES, you can't actually perform any classification, any inferencing, processing on data, because AES, as you know, is it will actually scramble everything, right? There is no mathematical relationship. It's just a shuffling. But you can use some schemes like RSA, for example, because RSA has the public key infrastructure is made of mathematical. There's a relationship, so it preserves some homomorphic properties, right? So if you want to use these techniques, if you want to really go for this fully end-to-end encrypted scenario, we have to use homomorphic encryption, right? Homomorphic encryption is something like this. This encryption enables somebody to process the data in encrypted domain, right? So they don't need to see. For example, let's say in this second the image on the right side, there are two numbers, 3 and 4. You use the homomorphic encryption so that you will get some ciphertext, right? So this person in the middle, he can able to compute on encrypted domain so that the numbers on the plain domain will be added, right? So the person who is doing the addition in the middle, he doesn't know what numbers he is adding it, but he is actually adding it correctly. So when you decrypt the output, it will always be simple. So one of the example, let me motivate. RSA has a homomorphic property. This is a very secondary school equation, but there are a lot of things goes underneath. But if you take RSA, just the your message and you raise it by your public key, right? So the message M1 is encrypted like this. If you have another message, this is N2 will be encrypted N2 to the PE. If you want to, the question is, can you able to compute multiplication of these two messages? If you know the logarithm and power from higher secondary school, we can do this easily in encrypted domain. All we need to do is we need to multiply these two encrypted numbers. If you multiply these encrypted numbers, essentially what we get is encryption of M1 and M2, correct? So we can able to decrypt this one, right? If we decrypt this one, this will be encryption. M1 and M2. So whoever going to do this multiplication, they don't need to know what is M1 and M2, right? As long as they multiply the ciphertext, you will get it. So the problem with RSA is that you can do only multiplication in encrypted domain. So you can do addition, right? But if you want to do any mathematical operation, if you want to go for machine learning, for example, you should be able to perform multiplication addition both at the same time. So RSA it doesn't. So that's why we call it a partial homomorphic or additive homomorphic encryption. So so that's why. And another problem with RSA, as the previous presenter Dr. Prabhakar was telling, RSA can be or will be broken pretty soon, right? So we need to go away from our classical public key encryption techniques. That's why we have a new encryption technique called fully homomorphic encryption. Fully homomorphic encryption, it supports both addition and multiplication, so that you can able to perform any computation on encrypted domain. And this fully homomorphic encryption is based on new cryptographic paradigm called lattice-based cryptography. And there are a lot of people in Stanford, MIT, IBM are researching on this, and they are saying that this lattice-based cryptography is secure against quantum computers. So that's the kind of the state of the art right now. And if you look at the fully homomorphic encryption, the encryption is very simple. Actually, it's not raising a power or not. You just you get some public keys. The secret key is S, public key is A1, and you just do this linear multiplication, and you just add a little bit of noise to it, right? Then you add a message. So this is your encryption and M1. And if you want to encrypt, if you want to decrypt it, all you need to do is you subtract this A1S, so you will get some message plus a little bit of noise, and you can able to remove the noise by rounding it, right? And you will do the same thing, right? And this simple equation, what it allow to you is you could able to do both addition and multiplication in encrypted domain without decrypting it. So once you have the encryption and once you have the encryption techniques provide multiplication and addition, you should be able to use this technique to perform any operation on encrypted domain. So if you look at the timeline of this homomorphic encryption developments, it's going back to all the way to 1978. I think that's the time where the RSA was invented, but RSA is like a additive homomorphic. You can provide only one type of operation. But there are active researches going on this. But the fully homomorphic encryption breakthrough happened in 2009, roughly just 15 years ago, by Greg Gentry when he was doing his PhD at Stanford University and working along with IBM. So 2009, they invented the fully homomorphic encryption. Then a lot of research is happening along the line. Currently, there are multiple branches to this fully homomorphic encryption. For example, if you want to do, if you know the RSA and things like that, you need an integer, right? Only you can encrypt the integer. If you want to encrypt a double or floating points, then you need to do scaling. But there are some techniques in fully CKKs. Is actually driven by Microsoft. At least currently is being actually the people who invented the CKKs working for Microsoft. CKKs where you can able to encrypt, decimal, floating point, double, any kind of. And there are other. That's one of the stream. Then there are other streams where you will be using integers for encryption, or kind of any kind of you can able to move around between different type of numbers, and it's in a very active research area. So why there are a lot of research is happening is that because of the noise we adding to the encryption, you can't able to perform quite a lot of multiplication. So you are limited to perform like 2 or 3 multiplication continuously. But for example, if you want to build a deep neural network where you are going to have like 100 layers, so you need to perform 100 multiplication continuously, and you have some functions like real use sigmoid where you can't able to. These are not a real, continuous function. So you cannot be able to encrypt or perform multiplication continuously. So what is happening in this fully homomorphic encryption area is like, so when you do a lot of computation continuously, the noise will start to grow. When the noise start to grow, you need to actually refresh that ciphertext, right? So in 2009, when they invented this fully homomorphic encryption, if you want to actually do that refreshing, they are calling it a bootstrapping. It will take 30 minutes, right? So 30 minutes, that was the case in 2009. But now currently we have a lot of advancement in this area. The current is the state-of-the-art technique called Torus fully homomorphic encryption, which can actually perform this bootstrapping or refreshing the ciphertext within 0.10 millisecond roughly, right? So let me put this in a context, right? Because of this, we are thinking about going from doing everything on encrypted domain. There's the cost. The cost that you will pay is like, for example, if you keep the data in plain text, the integer will take only 4 bytes. But if you convert this into encrypted domain, every number will be converted into 1.7 megabytes. So there are almost 400 times expansion. Now, if you want to multiply 2 ciphertext, if you want to multiply 2 plain text in plain domain, you need only 1 CPU operation. But if you do the same thing on the encrypted domain, it will take 12 million CPU operation. So that will increase the time, right? So in order to reduce this, in order to improve the efficiency, this is very, very hot research topic at the moment. If you are thinking about machine learning, have a look at this fully homomorphic encryption, machine learning in encryption. There are a lot of libraries actually. You can imagine IBM, Microsoft, and quite a lot of other startup companies are coming up with releasing new libraries. These are open source platforms, right? Like TensorFlow, Keras in machine learning. There are libraries that is available and could be easily accessible by anyone. So let me put everything in a context, right? So we are talking about machine learning, right? So there's a work done in 2016 by the collaboration between Princeton University and Microsoft. So what they did is they transformed the 5 layers of convolutional neural network to process everything on encrypted domain, and they are using the MNIST dataset. If you know this MNIST CNN classification, if everything in plain domain, doing an inferencing of one image will take a fraction of a second, right? If you send an image, it will tell you whether it's a number 0, number 1, or number 2. But if you want to do it in an encrypted domain, right, it will consume 400 megabytes of bandwidth, and then inferencing will take 5 minutes of your time, right? But there are, so it's a lot. So imagine fraction of a second and 5 minutes. However, we come a long way. Currently, IBM has developed a machine learning model with, they actually trained 330,000 logistic regression neural networks, and it took only 20 minutes for them to train, and inferencing took 5 seconds.
Sir, request you to conclude.
Okay, thanks a lot. And the current state of the art in this area is like 1.7 seconds we can able to perform inferencing using a very a neural network, right? And I think I am on time. So the conclusion is the fully homomorphic encryption has reached an inflection point where real applications are possible now. And there are a number of libraries and resources are increasing recently. And the bonus is that the fully homomorphic encryption is based on lattice-based cryptography which is secure against attack coming from quantum computers. And there are a lot of innovation and novel application are yet to come in this domain. So watch this space. Thank you so much. Sorry, I think I took more than 25 minutes. Sorry about that. I was rushing, but still I couldn't be able to finish it. So this is my contact details. So if you have any questions, if you get any questions later, feel free to email to me. I'll be happy to provide any answer.
I want to, from clarification, when you are encrypted the data, it becomes completely randomized. That's what my impression is. So training in an encrypted data must take a lot more samples for training. Is that correct?
I think your intuition is really correct, Professor Shamshankar. And that is we won't be. The machine learning paradigm will completely change to support this encrypted approach. So we don't use the same algorithms for training it. So because we are mathematically, I wouldn't say it's randomizing the data. We are kind of mathematically transforming the images during the public key encryption. So there's a mathematical relationship, isn't it? So that we need to transform the machine learning algorithm to support that. You can think about like doing everything in a different dimension, a different domain, for example.
Yeah, that's how I think even the deep learning abstraction may become difficult because of the randomized data, their data.
Yes. So we will completely transform the deep neural network as well. For example, it's just a weighted multiplication, vector matrix multiplication when it comes to deep neural network. So we will change that operations as well to support this encrypted domain classification.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So our next speaker is Dr. Srija, Assistant Professor Christ. Over to Dr. Srija. Srija?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope my screen is visible.
It's visible.
Thank you, sir. So very good afternoon to one and all present here. Thank you for the opportunity given for presenting in this conference, and my apologies for not being there. So what I'm going to talk today is, the title is Anti-Counterfeiting Method for Drugs Using Synthetic DNA Cryptography. As you can see, there are many keywords like anti-counterfeiting, synthetic DNA, and then DNA cryptography also plays a role, which I'll be discussing on the go. So what I'm going to discuss, just an outline. So a introduction about how this topic has been framed, a little bit background about all the keywords which I had specified, the related work, little bit analysis part, why we are going for this particular research, POC followed by analysis, conclusion. So as I had specified earlier, counterfeiting is one of the keyword which actually made this research most prominent because of the serious issues which are happening right now. Counterfeiting is something which was existing, still is, and actually it has a huge impact right now because of COVID-19. The COVID-19 connect is that, as you all know, the medical equipments and other drugs all are actually right now being sold online and offline. Right now it has increased. So the data says the COVID-19 pandemic, even the sanitizers what we use, like the face mask, all those things are counterfeited. So when I say counterfeited products, what are these type of products indicates what? The products which are not genuine, or the products which, the authenticity we are not able to claim, because we do not know the source of the products. That's what we call as counterfeit products, though there are many definitions, including the definitions given by World Health Organization. So why we are talking about this topic and why it has relevance? Because counterfeit products are a persistent and direct threat, definitely to economy, business, sometimes including the national security when we look at war weapons and so on. It is affecting all of us. But why this is more relevant when it comes to health? Because it is directly affecting life. There are many cases which has been reported. The counterfeit products, that is especially drugs, are leading to mortality. The data had not included much here, but yeah, there are references given. Now, what are commonly counterfeited products? So these are few of the products which you can see straight from water filters to so on, electronics. But what we are focusing is mainly drugs. Considering the fact India is actually, if you look at the third position, it is maintaining the entire supply chain with respect to drugs also. These are the incidence regions of the world, which shows how important this topic has to be addressed, especially the research community has to look into this particular topic. This has been provided by Pharmaceutical Security Institute, which is a non-profit organization. The sources given here, it's just the data to show how it is prominent, even after we are having many techniques to avoid this. So as this is one of the definition, just to indicate, it is a medicine, either the ingredient is not proper or it could be the mislabeled one. Or maybe the ratio in the active ingredients might be an issue, or maybe the packaging, whatever it is, the fake packaging is also something which we will consider. So it all talks about the product which is not genuine. It can be the packaging we are looking at, or even the drug ingredients, that is the active ingredients what we are looking at, or maybe the essay of the product when it comes to drugs. Now, what is anti-counterfeiting? Any technique which we are going to use prevent counterfeiting is known as anti-counterfeiting technique. Now, how many techniques we do have? The research says we do have 3 different types. These are the categories which I had consolidated, including overt, covert, and then forensic features. When I say overt features, something which we had been used, like holograms is one of the example. And when we come to covert features, it can be even the invisible ink or maybe the watermarks what we use. There are many different categories what we use. Then let us go for forensic feature, which indicate a few of them, like chemical reagents what we use, and then comes another category of DNA taggings. So though we say forensic feature, the literature says the forensic features is most prominent in terms of security, but least in terms of usability. So that's where the need for this particular topic comes into picture. So though we have the forensic features, as I mentioned, it's all in vitro. Like we have to use the reagent, maybe the dedicated devices we need. So how do we ensure, as a user, if I want to ensure the product, whatever I had received, right, is authentic or not? That is authenticity. How do I claim it is genuine or not? Something of high relevance right now. So there comes the importance of the draft which has been released by WHO. So what do they say about anti-counterfeit technology? They list many techniques which we can use, including the forensic markers, chemical taggings, whatever we want to use, biological taggings, and especially comes DNA tags. So as you can see, DNA taggings here, they say it is secure. So there are various factors which we have to consider. As we all say security, definitely security comes. If you look at high-end security, maybe usability is something we can think of, but then sometimes what happens, if it is a product which I'm considering is genuine, but if it takes longer time to ensure the authenticity of the product, how do I ensure usability? This is where, as research community, we can contribute with our information security techniques for the products which we are using, especially in case of drugs. So how do we ensure this anti-counterfeiting is achieved, or maybe counterfeiting is prevented? That's where all our encryption techniques, including PKI, is also used when we come for anti-counterfeiting, especially with respect to RFID is what so far it has been used, especially in supply chain and all. So here comes a new technique. When I say new technique, what is new here? I'll explain on the go. Now comes the DNA, that is the DNA keyword which I had specified. We all know DNA, right? When it was discovered, the structure, the helical structure, double helix structure, it was discovered in 1953. We all fascinated, and that also laid the foundation for modern molecular biology. But what has fascinated as people working in information security more is the usage of DNA computation and the related principle in terms of security, especially when 1994, Dr. Adelman proposed how DNA can be used, DNA computation can be used for security. We solved the problem by finding the shortest path, that is in vitro. Later on, it was developed and modified to various levels. So DNA cryptography is something which has been used right now for achieving confidentiality, authentication, signature, including e-signatures, is something which we can see where it is widely used. So previous talks was actually relating to homomorphic encryption and how when quantum computers comes into picture, what are the vulnerabilities of the existing protocols and so on. Right? This is where actually importance of DNA computing also we can think of, because it is not the conventional way of computation, but we are relying on the principles of DNA. That is, say there are various principles which we can look at. One of the example could be central dogma of molecular biology. We call it as CDMB, where the transcription and translation process can be considered for encryption. So this is where the relevance of using DNA computing for information security comes into picture. This shows the basic structure which has been adopted from nature. The source is nature. As you can see, GCAT. So this is nothing but a polymer, and we can consist, like each is monomer. It is made of monomer units, where we have a little bit of biology, where the bases, nitrogenous base we have. So we will be looking more at AGCT and how this works with respect to encryption, how we are using this basis, and definitely the database which has been created by NCBI and EMBL helps us to collect the data which we can use for encryption. But going further, we can also see, instead of taking existing data related, that is the database is what we have as a part of Human Genome Project, is one source. Secondly, we can also see there are various tools which is helping us to create DNA sequences. One of the tool is Gene Designer, which I had used for this particular research, where I can create my own random DNA sequences. So the ethical, whatever the concepts which we connect with respect to ethical and other issues can be considered. Now, what is synthetic DNA? I did mention about DNA. I did mention about what is DNA. Cryptography is about using the DNA principles. Let us talk about what is synthetic DNA. There are various perspectives when we say synthetic biology, or maybe synthetic engineering is a concept we can consider here. It has different perspective. When we look at a point of biologist, it is different. When we look at a point from chemist, it has different definition. So we are considering here with respect to in terms of biology. So synthetic biology, as you can see, something which does not exist in nature. Right? It can be maybe biological parts, or maybe any devices or systems which we are considering, which do not exist in nature, and then I redesign. Right? So this is where actually synthetic concept comes into picture. Synthetic biology comes into picture. As you can see here, ATGC, the basis which I had specified before, the image has been adapted from Synthrax. As you can see, ATGC is given here. Now, what comes next in this particular picture is, you can see XY, which are the two bases which has been added. Similarly, there is a combination here, YX. So it gives 3 base pairs. What we can see here, AT, like basically these two are always connected, AT and then CNG. But here what you can see, apart from ANT and CNG, there is also X and Y. So that's where the 3 base pairs comes in. So basically, we are creating synthetic DNA, which does not exist in nature. So there comes the importance of randomness. We always talk about randomness, whether we are developing a unique code, or maybe when we encode something, how random is the code which you are generating in terms of security, right? This is where the importance of using synthetic DNA comes into picture. So that's about synthetic DNA. There are various works which are connected to synthetic DNA, and research is still ongoing. So you can see DNA-based authentication, when we talk about, it's an area which need definitely more exploration, but it's an emerging paradigm as it uses biocomputing plus the conventional cryptographic techniques. Now you can see, as I mentioned, DNA tagging, it ensures authentication, but there are certain criteria which we have to look into. Sometimes it can be drawbacks as well, as we have to rely on reagents, and then know how to use a dedicated device when I have to check whether the tag in connected is secure or not. But as you can see here, there is a technique which has been proposed, which is a patented technique, DNA lock, which uses PCR. PCR is a polymerase chain reaction. PCR amplification is used here, and by Carter Bancroft. So this is one of the technique which has been already used. Apart from this, there are various DNA-based user authentication protocols which has been already implemented and used. And then, as I mentioned, one for user authentication. So here basically we are talking with respect to product authentication. As I mentioned, the drugs, right? Drugs is what I had considered. It can be used for any product, but drugs is considered because of the relevance it has. Now, as you can see, though we have many techniques, now you might be thinking we do already we have RFIDs, we can connect RFID with PKI and so on, right? This is another paper which shows though we have anti-counterfeiting techniques, right? These are duplicated, including RFID, whereas DNA preempts counterfeiting. This is what actually motivated me to think about how we can use DNA and how it can be applied to resist counterfeiting. So the unique and uncopyable nature, when I say uncopyable, we always talk with respect to reverse engineering, right? We always say we are good at reverse engineering. If I have a code, right, how I'm going to regenerate the code? Is it possible, or maybe I have to decode it to get the original code? So this is where the importance of DNA comes into picture. I cannot copy it. Even if I copy it, how I'm going to retrieve the original data? That's the challenge. Now, this is the analysis part which I have done to continue with the research. So the increase in fake products, because right now we all know health is wealth. And then the usability, the most important is with respect to brand integrity. Once I took a medicine which I found out it's a fake product, then it's affecting brand integrity as well, right? And also, though we have many devices available, maybe some labels, as I mentioned, all the overt, and then forensic markers, even if we consider usability is an issue, plus the additional cost we have to look for. Even for 10 rupees medicine, I cannot go for, right, using DNA taggings, which need so much of cost. So whatever we are receiving right now, whether it is the drugs or maybe the products or all the security seals, whatever we are receiving, are they intact? Is something we are always looking for, right? Whether I can verify the drug, whatever I had received, is proper or not. If yes, as a layman, how do I ensure the usability to check that? That's where a scheme, a proposed system is what I'm showing right now. This is actually used synthetic DNA to come up with a scheme which can be used without knowing, right, okay, what that code indicates, but definitely it does shows it's the product is genuine. Should say this is secure, right? I should say this is secure plus usable. That's where the proposed system has come into picture here. So I had generated random DNA using gene designer tool. They always connect together by hydrogen bonds. It's known as Watson-Crick complementary rule. That's the phase 2. This entire system has 5 phases. Phase 1 is generating the random sequences, and phase 2, applying the complementary rules A and T and G and C. Then I will be generating a complementary DNA, which is not existing in nature, right? Because it's random. Now, how do you ensure it does not exist in nature? That's where I'm applying synthetic engineering, and I'm including a new base. I named it as N in this particular system. So instead of AGCT, any one of the base can be replaced with N. So that's the phase 3 part. And then I'm going with phase 4. As you can see, synthetic DNA, there are 2 different types of mapping I had used. That is the mathematical, that is using gray coding to map DNA with respect to the 0, 0, 0, 1, and then 1, 0, and 1, 1. These are the 4 possible values one of the base can have. I'll show the table later. Say A. If A has 0, 0, all the possible other values also A can have. And then depending on how I am mapping, that is the first stage. And second mapping includes mapping that integer values. I had randomly taken some 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 values. Depending on your requirement, you can have a database accordingly. Then after mapping, what I am generating is a unique code. So here, till here, the encryption, the process encoding is completely done because there is no key involved here. So whatever I am generating, that's the major part I have to look into for security. That is the synthetic engineering part. Plus now I have a unique code. Now how it can be used? I'm going to use a QR code generation because MHOFW says using QR code generation is advisable. So that's how the usage of QR code comes into picture. If anybody of you have a QR code scanner, you can scan and see all the values has been embedded. Like the proposed system, I had done a proof of concept. So whatever I have done, I had actually embedded that values in this particular system, which has not connected with a hyperlink, but you can see the values right now. So as a user, what I'll do when the product I receive, I will be having a scanner like this QR code in this one. So I use a scanner, which will give me the code. So when we are going live with the products, once it is implemented in real time with the products, what we are planning is there will be a link where user can enter the code and then check whether the product is genuine or not with respect to authentication server. As a user, what I want to know is whether the product is genuine or not, which I'll be getting a message from the authentication server, which the system is connected to. Because there will be a connection, whatever the pharma companies they are providing, there will be having a database connectivity. So where they will be showing the product is genuine or not. This unique code will be with them. So as a user, I got the product genuine or not. So as a user, it ensures usability to me. Plus, it is also telling the product is ensuring authenticity. The product is genuine because it has been checked from the database and the server has verified this data is already present there and the product is genuine. So this is the proposed system for drugs or maybe any product we can consider. Now this is a small POC, but I had included two to three screenshots. This has been implemented using Gene Designer and MATLAB. MATLAB does supports bioinformatics tools where we have a sequence tool. That is what I had used to implement this. As you can see, this is the sequence which I was referring to. So all the bases, as you can see, the first stage of importing the gene sequence is what I had generated using Gene Designer. You can see the percentage, the base count here, what I have used for this, and the percentage used as a base count here. That's the first part. Then, as you can see, there are features available like reverse complement sequence. What I have done is generating a complement sequence. If you look at the image, you can see here CGT are the only three bases. It is listing here. In the previous one, it's all TTCC, GT, GAGA. If you come here, you can see instead of T, there is A, and instead of C, what comes next is G. So basically A to T and then C to G. That's what the complementary rules which I was referring to. You can also design your rules since we are going with the synthetic DNA part. Depending on the synthetic engineering technique, what you are implementing, you can go with the rules accordingly. You can define your own complementary rule, though the base rule, what we follow is what's the complementary rule. So once this is done, next part is the mapping, which I had informed. There is a proposed system will be having a mapping. That's what I mentioned, right? So what I had taken here is N as the base. That is the synthetic engineering part. This is the base which I had included. Only one base is what I included. As you can see, N, A, and GC. So one base has been replaced with a new base. That's the reason this is known as synthetic DNA. And then comes the gray coding part. This is what I was referring to. This is the default gray code which normally we follow when we go for DNA cryptography technique. If we have to follow a gray coding part. This is the first part. And then mapping, as you can see, this is randomly taken for integer 1, 2, 3, 4. If any kind of mapping can be done for randomness, maybe you can also generate random numbers in this case. Depending on the high-end security, what you required for the product, then you can map with this. So once this is mapping is done, what you generate is the unique code, which, as I mentioned, is embedded in the QR code. You can see in the previous QR code, I had not implemented this. Kept it again because the same code is what I had kept in the proposed system. So once this is done, the unique code will go as the labeling part you can use. So this is actually a kind of labeling technique which has been proposed using synthetic DNA. So I hope the synthetic DNA part is clear. Now DNA cryptography is also something which I had discussed, and so I said this is, yes sir.
I request you to conclude in another 2-3 minutes.
Yes sir, yes sir. Okay, now this is the analysis part which I am showing the complexity. As I mentioned, reverse engineering is very difficult. This equation shows that. How do I claim what I had proposed is a proper one? So that's where the formal analysis of the protocol has been done using the tool either, and you can see all the parameters, whatever I had proposed has been verified, and okay, all the orders and the parameter exchange has been verified. So that's where NIAGREE and NISync comes into picture. Now, what is the PKI connect here? So you might be thinking, I had proposed the system, right? So RFID and PKI is something already existing. Now the plan is to come up with what I had proposed is with connecting with PKI so that I can also include right now only product to user. This is what's happening. But the PKI connects right now, it's working on the supply chain as well. So where we can implement using PKI. Now, that's the conclusion of whatever I had discussed so far. So proposed anti-counterfeiting method, the method what I had proposed is novel in terms of the synthetic DNA keyword, and the POC and analysis part is done for the protocol. And these are few of the references. There are many, I included only 2, and yeah, it's open for Q&A now. So, yeah.
Any questions? I suppose no questions.
No questions. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am Srija. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next speaker is Bhavin Krishnan, software engineer, IBM. Bhavin Krishnan received his MTech degree in software engineering from Kochi. He has been working with IBM Software Labs, Mangalore, since 2007. Presently leads mobile-first platform product development in ISL. So over to you, Krishnan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I hope the screen is visible. So, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. So, what I'm presenting here today is a signature-based authentication modality that will be used for adaptive authentication in healthcare applications. And over the next few minutes, we'll go through an introduction of the topic, the background on the keywords, the methodology proposed, analysis done, a formal analysis, conclude, and then we'll open up for QA. So currently, we know that with increasing penetration of internet, our health sector has undergone quite a digital revolution. There are many body-worn sensors that are used to monitor different biometric signals and generally communicate with the healthcare service, mostly interface through a mobile device. Now, as it is healthcare data of an individual, this becomes very private and is quite confidential as well. So any unauthorized exposure of this data is pretty bad in terms of the user's individual's privacy, as well as it can be used by malicious agents to possibly even create a biometric signature of that individual and use it to access resources that or even tamper with their healthcare data. Now, traditionally, we have always depended on single factor authentication. So we generally depend on one mode of authentication. Most the common ones are username, password combinations, or PIN, identification numbers, etc. And as time went ahead, it has also evolved into the usage of biometric modes like fingerprint, etc. But these alone are not sufficient because an attacker, let's say on a compromised network, an attacker may be able to sniff out and find out that single factor, the single authentication modality, may be able to break it. So this prompted the need for multiple authentication modalities, which it's not the exact same modality or the same category of modality, not always a password or not always, it's a combination of such schemes provide for better coverage, because it becomes difficult for an attacker to find and crack all the involved modalities. However, this again, while it provides coverage, it also is not sufficient. Over time, it has not proven sufficient. So this is wherein it brought about the need for something called an adaptive authentication. So what are these keywords that we've just discussed? So traditionally, we consider 3 types of authentication. It's knowledge factor, something you know, inherence factor, something you are, and possession factor, something that you have. So knowledge factor is something you know. It could be a password, username password combination, or a PIN. While something you are, that is maps to your biological signatures, let's say biometrics, fingerprints, iris, retina scan, etc., or the use of something you have, something like smart cards, etc. However, even with these multiple modes, so a multi-factor authentication takes modalities from either of these different types and applies it. But generally, we have seen it's all a static application. That is, first the user is prompted for a username password. Thereafter, the user is asked to enter, let's say, an OTP or place a fingerprint and authenticate the fingerprint. So individually, these are available, but these are still individually susceptible to be broken. So a fingerprint, let's say, can be lifted off a surface. While it's a rare scenario, it is not uncommon either. It can be done. Similarly, the username may be cracked through eavesdropping, like we mentioned earlier. So combined in a static application of MFA, this system can again be broken. Plus, there is also the aspect of usability, where if a user is prompted with multiple challenges, authentication challenges in a sequence, this definitely affects usability and has been a detriment to a wide adoption of strong security rules. People say, okay, if there are multiple authentication attempts, they as well choose not to go with it. So that is also a detriment. This is where the concept and the idea of adaptive authentication comes in. What is it? So adaptive authentication factors in attributes other than just the credentials to decide if this user should be challenged again. So this is done by collecting and creating a behavioral context of the user or the user's behavior. So normally, if the user has a habit of logging in between 9 to 10 every day, and one day the user chooses to log in at midnight, it does not indicate this is not the actual legitimate user or an attacker, but it still represents and has a level of there is a variance in behavior. As such, there can also be a risk associated. So adaptive authentication is the idea of collecting multiple attributes, contextual attributes, create a profile of the user, and then check variance of attributes against an established baseline profile, and then arriving at a risk score. So based on the risk score, the user can be challenged with a different authentication modality. So depending if the risk is high, a much stronger authentication challenge can be thrown at the user. If not, the user can be allowed in. So this also brings in a lot of covers the aspect of usability, because the user is challenged if required, if the system deems and finds a risk, not always. So some of other keywords that we'll be using through this proposal is one, JWT, or a JSON Web Token. So this is a standard. It's a standard defined under RFC 7519 of the IETF. So it's a data structure where you represent, so it's a data structure to hold data. Think of it as a container for data. So it's a JSON representation, not essentially always. You can also have it XML representation, but it is a data structure. And something called a JWS, or a JSON Web Signature, defined under RFC 7515. Think of it as a signed JWT in the simplest of terms. So this is the attribute set that we are proposing, and to capture and create a behavioral profile of the user. Quickly go through these. So let's say a location of the user. If the user is normally, the baseline profile says that user normally logs in from Bangalore, but so a variance from between in 1 hour, if it shows that from Bangalore it has shifted, let's say, to New Delhi. So that definitely is not a normal thing. So it indicates a high level of risk. Or the variance in time, like we mentioned, or if the user, unlike the usual behavior, tries to access resources that they have never, or tries to override their regular roles. So these are all some of the aspects that can be considered to building a context for the user. Similarly, it is also extended towards to the application, the dedicated application user is using. Do not just limit it with the user itself. you may consider the application and the device on which the application runs also as part of the context. So this is a typical representation of the JWT. So there is a JOC header. Here you can indicate it's the JSON object signing and encryption header. So you can indicate the algorithm that was used to sign it. So the RFC says typically it is H256 or RS256 or 384 ECC, EC256, 384, etc. And you can define the type of it. And the payload of this JWT is a set of claims. So there are some keywords, but you're also free to add custom keywords. So some of it can be who this is issued to, the audience, or an expiry time can be specified as a claim. Finally, there's a signature block wherein you calculate a base 64 of both header and payload, and then you sign it. So you use a specific algorithm, RS250, let's assume, to sign it. And this now becomes a signed payload. So this is signed with the private key so that whenever the public key available, a server can verify if it is indeed coming from the client, originally intended client. So what is the objective here? So this is to come up with an authentication algorithm that can integrate with an adaptive authentication system, and that it be lightweight, so that it can run on a multitude of devices, but still use a open and standard data structure and not be bound by some custom or proprietary data structure for transport. So for this, we have adopted and extended an existing authentication algorithm by Sumitra Binu. And we have also incorporated the use of a signed JWT, which enables the purpose of data integrity and authenticity. So the modifications that were made to the base algorithm: one, we reduce the number of computational cycles or the operational cycles required, and the information that is stored on a mobile device is actually physically stored is minimized. It's mostly restricted to in-memory or minimally computed at runtime on the fly. And the behavioral context is also captured in every request. And finally, a signed JWT will be used for transfer. So these are some of the notations that we are using. So we'll directly jump into the algorithm. So here, the mobile device, there's a registration phase where the user provides their username and password. It can also be combined with biometric option as well. Now, once the username and password is captured, none of this data is ever transmitted to the server or even maintained on the device in plain text. It's always hashed or XORed and hashed. And then you create a key pair, an RSA key pair, a 2048-bit key pair, and you embed this data into the JWT and sign it. So one, you sign it, assign the JWT with RS256 or HS256 with a loaded and the key there would be the private key generated from the key pair. This key pair is stored securely in the mobile device. And this is transmitted, the hash of the identifier and a combination of the password and identifier is again hashed up is transmitted. So the server holds these values. So now coming to the use of JWT, first thing is, like I was mentioning, we can add a claim that says the expiry time is so and so, and it is not valid after X amount of time. So immediately it can be rejected if that claim is not met. Secondly, once if it is indeed valid, the server does its computations. A 256-bit salt is used. We have some XORs. We generate a symmetric key here. To send back the data. So this is again not sent as it is. It is computed. A unique identifier and a secret key for this device alone is computed. So it is not a secret key common to all clients. This is specific to this user, this mobile device, and this application combination. So you encrypt this message with the key calculated here. So you persist in the server only few of this data. One is the secret key calculated, the identifier, the combination of username password, and the public key that can be derived from the JWT, the signed JWS that was received. So this encrypted message and a combination of the XOR value of the identifier and salt to send back. So this is extracted, XOR back to calculate it, and based on this value now, the key is the symmetric key is computed at the client. It decrypts a message and then stores only the identifier securely in the client device itself. So moving on to login, here is where the attribute from now on the attributes come into play. So again, computation is on the username because this is a login phase. So you compute the and ask the user for the username, password, credentials, even biosignature. Here again, you compute the key. You do not store it or there's no handshake. It's computed, embedded into the JWS, and also a timestamp is involved and a nonce. This is to ensure replay attacks are not done, and also the liveliness of the actual payload. Signed with the same private key as earlier. At this point, there will be multiple levels of check. One, a server can check if the expiry claim is met. Server can check if the timestamp does not pass on, it does not exceed a delta. If not, this can be rejected. And finally, the public key match. If not, reject. If all these conditions are met, only then you look up the identifier from earlier. It is not transmitted otherwise. Decrypt. Now the attributes are passed in the encrypted payload. So now you decrypt, validate the variance through a specific module that checks for the variance. If there is a variance, you throw in another, you ask that user that, okay, one, either reject depending on the level of variance and risk. If not, throw another challenge here. Otherwise, you compute these values, create a session key, computed but not sent directly. It is computed and an encrypted pass is created. Here, a second nonce is involved, XOR with the first one. So again, the timeliness and liveliness is met. Server keeps it. Here, it computes a session key and only holds it in memory. It does not store it, or it does not. It was not transmitted as well. But when it comes to resource phase, two things are important. One, for the server to verify that the authentication context is met. Secondly, the variance of attributes. So here again, here the key now would be computed, the symmetric key would be computed, the key is computed on including the session key as well. And a message payload, which includes the attributes, a timestamp, and a session key is encrypted. Embedded into the JWS with all the standard claims, send it to the server. Here the server, like as we said earlier, one, the claims from the JWT can be compared to quickly reject or accept. The public key can be verified to reject or accept. If and subsequently the session key, if the authentication context is met and not valid or rejected, if not reject. Now continue to decrypt and look for the variance first. If variance is again beyond a scale or beyond the threshold, challenge the user or reject the request. If not, only if not and within acceptable variance, does the server allow for access to the resource. So traditional systems, what they do is if the authentication context is valid, it would allow entry. Not so here. So the with the introduction of the nonce, the JWT and the signers, so what we have seen that there's the impersonation attacks, replay, modification, non-repudiation because it is signed by the client with its own private key. The password is not getting or credentials are not being sent as is. And data integrity as well, because if an attacker were to even capture the JWT, to modify it, they will have to re-sign it, which would vary its signature, the signer, and this can be detected at the
Sir,
same.
may I interrupt you?
Yes, yes.
Could you please conclude in 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a formal analysis has been done using Skyther, and it passes the claims, aliveness, where we could agree, NISync, everything, etc. So to conclude, yes, we have a lightweight algorithm authentication modality that can integrate into an adaptive authentication system. It utilizes assigned JWT for data transport to ensure the authenticity and integrity of the data. And at each request, multiple checks is now possible to detect attackers and reject at any point at any of these various phases. So even if one level has been compromised, there it is possible to verify at multiple levels now with multiple checks, and it can the system can reject the request either for login or for access. So these are some of the references we described and used. Yeah. So thank you. Is there any questions?
Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivin. May I now request Shri B.S. Bindu Madhava sir, Senior Director, CDAC Bangalore, to kindly felicitate Shri Dilip Kumar Burman sir, who was a session moderator. Sir is ACT in Office of CCA. Thank you very much, sir. I now request Dr. Balaji Rajendran, Associate Director, CDAC Bangalore, to deliver a brief presentation on next generation PKI pointers and the applications or softwares that CDAC has developed related to PKI. Then we will have the panel discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Misbauddin. Definitely, I'm sure I'm going to keep it very, very brief and very quick. So basically, we have
Can I speak without? Expire. Here, I think it won't allow me. It is not allowing me. It is saying screen time password. Some web extension. I will save presentation from there. Is it fine? Fine. This person, Jay. Vijay, who Vijay? CCA, sorry, Yamudra. Jay is not going. No, you tell, he will speak with him. Send him.
Just give us a couple of minutes. Yeah. So yeah. So
You will switch on, right? No, you forget.
So thank you. We'd just like to highlight a couple of yeah. I hope I'm audible. Okay. Yeah. Can you share the screen? Yeah. Next slide, please. So we have been looking at PKI as not as a technology, but as a complete ecosystem. So we always been looking at 4 components of PKI. One is basically the technology component. Another one is basically the policy component. Another one is the standards. And The last one is about applications. See, when we look at technology, the major stakeholders in this one are the cryptographers and researchers. And when we talk about standards, we have been looking at the standard development organizations and the application developers who have been contributing to that. And when we look at policy and laws, governments, certifying authorities policies. So these are the major stakeholders in this particular area. When we talk about implementation and applications, we have been mainly looking at end users and systems, and of course, the applications also. So we have been looking this as a complete ecosystem rather than as a technology alone. And this is what differentiates, especially the policy and laws, as well as the implementations, which is complying to the policy and laws, is what differentiates the public key infrastructure against a public key cryptography system. Public key cryptography is only about the raw implementation of the algorithms and programs. But if that does not have the legal backing, then it is actually a public key cryptography and not a public key infrastructure. Okay. So next slide. So this is some of the solutions that we have developed. We have a PKI-based secure storage and access manager with us, which will help the users to confidentially store documents and allow users to retrieve them. So it also helps the administrator to find who uploaded a document, what is all about, and who is having permission, when the document was last accessed, and things like that. So this is based on PKI technology. The solution is there. Next slide, please. We also have a MC system, which is basically a complete digital workflow where a user can digitally sign and upload a document, and he can request. When I say digitally sign, I'm not only meaning e-sign or just a scan signature, but I'm also talking about digital signature, which is performed using the cryptographic token. So they can upload the document to a cloud storage, and they can ask for other users. For example, in office workflow. So when indent is raised by one of the officers, it goes to the next reporting officer who might digitally sign it, and further it can go up in the hierarchy. So this kind of structure is basically created, and this supports e-sign based integration also. The next one. Next slide. So we also have a PKI based RA solution. Of course, registration authorities depend on the manual mechanisms for verifying the credentials of the user. So this was one pain point in otherwise a complete digitally automated workflow. So this also been, we have a solution for that, where you can verify the credentials of user by using their Aadhaar card, PAN card, and automatic extraction of facial features as well as the other things. So this allows us to do it. And I would like to conclude just giving certain pointers where the system is progressing. Of course, blockchain has really been the talk of the town, and basically blockchain can assure you integrity, but it cannot assure you the other components of it. When we look at authenticity or non-repudiation, then blockchain actually will not be able to do it. But blockchain can be used to strengthen the PK ecosystem. Say, for example, issuance of the digital certificates can be stored on a blockchain, or similarly, the revocation of certificates for any reason, it may be, that also can be put up on a chain. So that can allow basically the entire current OCSP system of verifying the certificates can be put up on the blockchain network, and the certificates can be accessed. And moreover, this can enable a longer duration for a certificates. Meaning longer duration in the sense you can verify whether the certificate was issued or not, even 10 or 20 years later within the blockchain framework. And of course, these smart contracts are nothing but a contract written in a programming language, and which means it gets automatically executed when certain conditions are met. But if you want a legal backing of the smart contract, then PKI is one of the solutions which can be considered. A digitally signed contract by the use of the PKI technology, by the use of the PKI ecosystem, can guarantee you legal validity for the smart contracts. And of course, NFTs are the new rage now, non-fungible assets, which are being created and circulated. But currently, they do not have the legal authentication of the creator or the signer. So the signature which is being done in NFT is not as per the legal requirements of the digital for the Indian IT Act.
So if somebody wants to, any NFT creator, if they want to have a more stronger legal backing, they should probably adopt a digitally signed NFT, which is as per the law of the land. So that can provide more strength to NFTs. And of course, IoT, already other speakers have spoken, so I will not discuss more about it. So these are certain trends which are going on. And quantum breakthroughs also has been discussed today. So with this background setup, I would request we will move on to the panel discussion. Now I request the slide changed for panel discussion. I request Professor Shyam Sundar sir to come and head the panel. Yes, sir. I request Sri B.S. Bindumadava sir to join the panel. Sri B.S. Bindumadava sir is working as a senior director at CDAC Bangalore. He is working with the real-time systems and smart grid, and he has executed a number of projects. Prior to joining CDAC, he has earlier served as assistant manager, system engineering, Tata Company, industrial automation, Bangalore. He has 27 years of experience. He is the chair of IEEE Bangalore chapter. Earlier, he had served as a chairman of the Computer Society of India and Bangalore chapter. And he is also having 30 plus publications in international and national conferences. He is also a board member of NIXI, National Internet Exchange of India. Now I welcome Sri Ram Prakash Pandey, Scientist E, Office of the Controller of Certifying Authorities, to the dais. He is having 18 plus years of experience in the field of licensing audit and regulation of digital signature licensing authority. He has a vast experience in the in the deployment of innovative technology for the realization of e-governance. Welcome to you, sir. And apart from them, we also have two speakers who are joining us remotely. One is Ms. Carrie Peter, impression signatures from South Africa. She has, from a technology-based startup background, with experience in data privacy, data security, and customer experience management. Carrie is a passionate advocate for trust and integrity in end-to-end digital operation management. She'll be up in a moment here. We have with us Sri Srinivasan, who is the founder and chairman of eMudra Limited, and he is also heads the Asia PKI Forum. He combines a comprehensive mix of academic qualification and professional experience. He is a graduate in mathematics from Madras University and has secured the first rank in university. Mr. Srinivasan also authored a book titled New Age Management Philosophy from Ancient Indian Wisdom, based on his learning from Tirukkural, a 2000-year-old Indian text. Mr. Srinivasan also has talked about as a number of hats to him. He's also earlier led the India PKI Forum, and he's also leading eMudra, the organization which issues digital certificates in India. So I hope the other two are also there. Okay, I leave the chair session to this chair, and while we connect the other two members on the line, sir.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, Carrie, we are able to hear you, but we are not able to see you.
Let me put on my video and see if I've got enough bandwidth.
You can turn your video on, Carrie. Sir, we will start the session and then I think there is some joining is coming. I will try to.
Hello. Hello, I am Srinivasan. You are able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Request you to switch on your video.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is it coming?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Carrie Peter, request you to switch on your video.
It's okay. We will start. Sir, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, welcome to this panel. I would imagine people can give are looking forward to say what would be the future and what would be the way forward. For that purpose, I think without going further so that we can have more interactions, maybe it is good each of the members who are experienced in PKI could give a very maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes overview of where they have found it useful and then implemented and reached their notion of a trust. Because trust is something, it gives a cozy feeling, but at the same time, it may be the things where it may be breaking the whole system or the other. So in that context, perhaps each of the members could highlight their experience in their developing the PKI infrastructure and how they have done and what they are looking for. And then I think we can take questions from the audience so that it will become much more interactive. Is that fine with all the people? Is it working or working? It's on? Yes. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can go ahead first, Mr. Srinivasan.
Yeah. So coming to PKI, now PKI has almost become the backbone of the cyber security and the digital transformation. Initially, and also it is backed by the Information Technology Act in India, and also in many countries around the world, it is backed by the UN model law and also backed by the either Information Technology Act or Electronic Transaction Act of many countries. So that way the PKI has been given a full legal recognition for non-repudiation. That is number one. Though PKI initially started for securing the individuals and individuals signing documents, individuals encrypting documents, gradually PKI becoming all pervasive. So even now, if you see the digital trust certificate, it can be issued for the individuals as well as organizations or organization individuals. Then the second thing is to secure the website, SSL, TLS certificates can be issued. And again, of late, it has becoming very important in the IoT devices, connected devices, smart city implementation, electric vehicles, and many aspects. It is becoming important because at least even individuals earlier, it evolved with a login password, then it evolved into OTP. So then after OTP, some 2-factor, 3-factor authentications came. By far, all those authentications, somebody can intervene, but a PKI-based encrypted technology with a private key and a public key pair, nobody can intervene. So that way it became the by far superior technology. But when we go to the electric vehicles and other IoT devices and smart city devices, they cannot enter login, they cannot enter any OTP, enter password. So for those kind of connected devices, for a non-intrusion purposes, the PKI becomes the only de facto technology. So that way PKI has become a very backbone of the entire digital transformation and cyber security also. And around PKI, many solutions are coming, including the workflow and digital transformation solutions, authentication solutions, then how to put the certificates into the hands of the individuals and devices. And again, many countries are also implementing. Earlier, if you see last 10 years, the ease of use was a problem. but gradually on a cloud-based e-signing also has started in India in 2015. Now it has perfected more and more. In other countries, it is in various phases, and now almost 15-20 countries are looking at starting the e-sign methodology like what India has done. And actually, if you see globally, as of now, India is really a forerunner in this PKI technology and the e-signature technology. So they are being adopted in many countries. So that way, the future of PKI is very good, and the PKI becomes a de facto backbone for the cyber security and digital transformation.
Thank you, Srinivasan. May I request Miss Carrie Peter? Are you there? Yeah, please highlight your view in the first 2-3 minutes, and then we will go around and then come back for an interaction with the audience.
I'm sorry, I can't hear what you got. I've got a terrible connection, I have to confess. Away. Do you mind repeating the question, please?
Low bandwidth.
Huh? Oh, low bandwidth. Okay. Okay, so would you like to say something for 1 to 2 minutes? Or you can introduce yourself first.
Thank you. Yes. Hi, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I hope you can. My name is Carrie Peter. I'm the solution owner at Impression Signatures. We're a South African startup based in South Africa and working predominantly in Africa. We do e-signing, e-scripting, and some MPKI, well, a large amount of MPKI management stuff, but most of our technology is toward e-signing as well as
Okay, do you want to say anything about your PKI infrastructure in South Africa?
Yes. We have really unique set of challenges. We have a high population who aren't necessarily very digitally, they're not very digitally. We have wide
They have
is opportunity to
Carrie, can switch off your video and speak because I looks like it's a bandwidth problem. Can you switch off your video, Carrie?
You can send out a message perhaps. Maybe you should start. Yeah, why don't you start? Introduce yourself first. Yeah.
I believe Balaji has already given the introduction. I am RP Pandey, scientist in Office of CCA. We are, as all are aware, a licensing and a regulatory body who takes care of the licensing framework and the regulation for the certifying authorities in the country. So what Professor Sir said and as rightly said by Srinivasan Sir, that PKI is a great future. The future is with PKI. So I'll first of all add that I believe PKI is one of the oldest technology in the field of identity authentication and is still a very relevant technology as far as the identity authentication is concerned. And still we can rely on the technology and we can ride on this technology and achieve the device level verification, the IoT ecosystem. We can strengthen our IoT ecosystem with this technology.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bindu Madhavan.
Hello. Thank you. So I would like to give a different dimension to this, adding Professor and Srinivasan's thing. The cybersecurity space, we normally have three verticals. One is the infrastructure security, information security, and the application security. So all these three forms the basic component of the security, where the information security has got the authentication mechanism, which is there. And PKI happens to be the basic backbone for this authentication mechanism, which is being used. Basically, from the cybersecurity is another three vertical component, which is the people, process, and technology. So if the process is supported with legally, like a framework or a IT Act, which PKI is having its support, technology, of course, can be used and we can develop whatever the things required. And there are current technologies which are hardened enough to sort of make sure that it cannot be broken. But futuristic, like you would have seen in this particular conference also, people talking about quantum space. So that's how the computing paradigm also shifts to the quantum space, where we can break the today's hardened problem and it can be solved. And the people space, that's what Srinivasan also was mentioning, where there is a lot of authentication devices which are used. So I think with all these three things, the PKI has got the usage. And of course, the application goes without saying. Today, whatever the workflow and digitalization which we are talking, every space of authentication PKI is being used. And subsequently, where the device authentication, which will come over a period of time, where the resource constraint devices which has to use such a heavy PKI. That's why people are talking about lightweight PKIs also, which is coming into the resource constrained devices for the identity. So that's how the things are happening. My point of.
Thank you. Carrie, do you want to say anything at this point? Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think that you guys also seem to have the advantages that we have from a device reach standpoint, and I think that with most of our services moving onto these devices, and I mean, even in South Africa, some of the, or at least for impression signatures, some of our signature capabilities, our digital signature capabilities, we've actually managed to extend out to web-enabled phones, not basic phones, but web-enabled phones, and well, even basic phones, and that really helps us in terms of getting that full coverage and getting access to services for everybody in society.
That's it. Thank you. Yeah, now I think let me just pose some questions what persons who can sit outside the PKI and ask questions, and then we'll go with the audience. See, one of the things is people use optimization, tokenization. Tokenization is one of the problems where you can break something, because that's where the integrity is going to fail. And so if people have to be convinced, would you be able to tell how you are going to handle that? Okay. In fact, I think if you go back in the original days, when the PKI was being promoted, Ron Rivest and also his colleague, another Turing Award winner, they proposed what is called a CERT-C or a SPKI. That is a distributed PKI kind of a thing, because that is where the certificate discovery and all that thing come into the picture. Decentralization, everyone can give one's own keys kind of a thing or the other. And there was also a notion of delegation and all that. Delegation, as you know, it is very difficult to prevent the depth of delegation. Even though, for example, if you see WhatsApp had said, okay, we will limit it to 5, but it's very difficult to put that limitation kind of a thing or the other. And then, of course, the problem is revocation. Whenever you are going to do a distributed system, revocation is a problem. X.509 adopted many of the features proposed by SUDSI or the SDSI/SPKI, but still X.509 a very complex animal that has to be handled we don't have any option, because it's something which has come earlier and we have to go along with that kind of a thing. So with all that, one of the perceptions in my impression that has to become clear is PKI is no doubt one of the security tools one has got to use. But are people and organization, can they be made aware this is what it would do and this is what it will not do? This is something it has to be made very clear if it has to get a wider acceptance in the society. This is one of the major things, in my opinion. Perhaps with all the persons, as I see, India is one of the leads in establishing the PKI infrastructure. It should come up with that, because we are also digitizing, and the amount of digitization we have to do is enormously large. And that's how we can reduce many of our efforts, kind of a thing. So, and then once you have, how do you discover the certificates? Because the organizations may not know how many certificates each one has gotten it, kind of a thing or the other. Is there a way to detect it? And how do you scale it up? That's another real challenge, kind of a thing or the other. And how, if I bring a new application, would it give me a problem? Because the one what I do, it becomes a legacy for tomorrow, and what do I do it, kind of a thing or the other. So some of these things, some of you can take it up and address the audience, and then we can start taking the questions. I have become a little devil so that you can answer whatever way you can do. And finally, you can also say, how far are we if we do PKI as a service? Is it possible it will overcome many of the problems, or whatever that one is, kind of a thing? Any one of you, maybe Bindu Madhavan? Yeah, please, Pandey. Yeah.
What you said, that definition of PKI can only be achieved, as you said, rightly said, by two things. One is the awareness, and second is the availability of the applications which can use the PKI for giving services. So as far as the awareness is concerned, we are sitting on a platform which is typically under an awareness program. So Office of CCA under MIT is having a mandate to educate and aware on the PKI technology, the whole community, whole digital community. And CDEC under our aegis, under the aegis of ministry, is doing the right thing for awareness, running the awareness programs. And it is being run from last so many years. So this is one thing. Second thing, the availability of the applications, which is where the industry role comes in. We are here to make the frameworks and to promote the licensing and the regulation. But yes, industry has its own pace, and industry, I believe, moving forward to launch more and more applications, particularly the citizen-centric applications, wherein the PKI can be used. So this is, thank you.
Mr. Srinivasan, you want to?
See, the PK has transformed in a big way in the last 5-6 years. Earlier, what was happening, we have to sign on a token-based signature or a smart card-based signature. And all the application processing also was manual. So to get a PK digital certificate issued in one's name, it used to take 3-4 days. After that, it is in a crypto token. And using a crypto token in a computer or a laptop also, it needs some knowledge and lot of setup changes into the computer or laptop. So that way, the usage was predominantly very limited, and only people were using it for compulsory usage, such as the MCA portal or income tax portal, later on GST portal or tender portal and those things. But today, the landscape after introduction of the e-sign, where on mobile also can somebody sign, and also after CCA 2 years back introduced complete digital onboarding with a video verification. So today onboarding itself is possible within 15-20 minutes. And once you onboard for e-KYC data is with the certifying authority, and any e-signature on a PDF file or anything can be done using just a mobile phone or anything. So the usage has become very convenient. Onboarding has become extremely convenient, and all the allied thing became convenient. Gradually, so many applications in the banking sector, mutual fund sector, brokerage sector, many sectors have evolved. And currently, if you see, almost in a year, 8 crore e-signatures based on PK technology are signed in the country. Maybe 8 crore, maybe only in the first 7-8 months, maybe it may be 10-12 crore in a year. If you see comparatively 5 years back, there were no e-signature. And also conventional token-based digital signature itself, almost 50 lakh digital signatures are issued. And I think almost 700, 800 applications of mutual funds, capital market entity, and various other applications on online banking, HR applications, CRMS applications. So many things are linked, and everything, they have all become ASP of one of the certifying authorities to provide the e-sign. So that way, enormous development has taken place compared to 5-6 years back, and the ease of use is very high. And because of using the PKI, organizations are saving a lot of money, and they are able to use online, real time, anytime, anywhere kind of a transaction. What Government of India and Digital India Vision envisage, that is the presenceless, paperless transaction, and also cashless transaction. Cashless is not by the PKI, cashless is more by the UPI system. But the other two elements of presenceless and paperless mechanism has been enabled by the CCA office, and it is going in a big way. And in the government, almost all sectors are, I think, would say 80%, 100% transformed, but in the private sector is catching up only because of the awareness problem. Our Indian government is way ahead. The banking, mutual fund, and all those are catching up. Maybe in another 3-4 years, they will also be 60-70% fully digitized in terms, and there will be no paper movement at all. So that way, PK has really transformed the society, and I feel it is going to much more transform everything. And when this, with the smart cities and India becoming gradually manufacturing hub, even in India, this IoT device related PK also started to implement already. There were 2-3 companies who have implemented this, and other companies also. There are a lot of inquiries on this IoT devices implementation of PKI. So that way it is going very far. That it is very difficult to use that concept 5 years back. Has considerably changed. So this is what I would like to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bindu Madhavan.
Yeah, I think 2 points I agree with Professor. One is the application enablement. So what are the applications which has been enabled is more of workflow and other things. Suppose we see from vehicle to vehicle communication sort of things which are happening. So in that space, and the IoT, of course, wherever the IoT goes in any form. So it's a resource constrained environment. How do we sort of operate at that particular level? The other thing is the SSL space itself, the TLS 1.2 and the current 1.3 transition. So how does that shape up? Also, we have to have a look at that particular. When we go to machine communication or device to device communication, that is.
Thank you. So maybe before I open it up for questions, people can also comment about, we are worried, are we taking too much worry on the post-quantum kind of a thing? One of the reasons is that I'm not sure whether we have I don't think we will have a completely universal quantum computer. Certainly, there are many algorithms which can be broken by quantum systems. So the question is that, of course, we are still in some number of bits. You can't imagine where we are kind of a thing or the other. So now in that context, keeping that in mind, are we enhancing the hash length as well as the secret key or the RSA public key length kind of a thing are we taking so that we should go in line with the way the quantum is progressing? Though I think Professor Anil Prabhakar said we don't know when it comes because somebody will be catching it up kind of a thing. So in that context, I would also say that all the public key certificates also need to be put on a blockchain so that we know what is the thing that should be done, a post quantum kind of a thing or the other. Perhaps you can make some comment to say how one could do that. Mr. Pan.
Sir, I believe it is, yes, we need to have some system. And if we have a problem, we have a solution in line. So we are talking about increasing the length and the size of the signature and all. So if we are thinking that 2048 can be broken, we are increasing. CCA is already in process of adopting and implementing 4096. So as far as this quantum computing is concerned, I believe when the problem comes, we have the answer in place and we will implement. As if I can give the example, we were, I believe, listening from last 20 years the shortage of IPv4 series of. So we have answer in place. But yes, we were listening from last 20 years, but still we are using IPv4. But IPv6 is in place. The moment we will face some real challenge, we will shift the paradigm to IPv6. So this is the challenge point of view. This, as far as to have validity or the time stamping service we can put in place in real senses. Though our CAs are providing the time stamping, we can add one portion of putting a registry kind of thing in place, where all the validations and the signatures, whoever wish to have some kind of authentication and time stamping with the transaction, that can be recorded. They can avail the service and that can be recorded in a single registry kind of thing. That service is rightly not available. But yes, we can amend the IT Act and we can introduce such a service, wherein that can be kept for longer period of time and the transaction is well recorded. So there is no challenge in terms of security.
I think that's a good thing. So, but of course, whenever you keep such things, you have to keep in mind the privacy issues. Whenever you make any central system, you always have a problem, whether it is encrypted, not encrypted, because at some point when people are checking, people can see what is the thing, what is the link. And that is where, similar to the statistical databases where anonymization didn't work, that's how the Netflix a problem came, and then that's how they abandoned the second prize competition and all that kind of a thing. And all these, I think one has to keep it in mind. So we are making progress on many of those things like privacy kind of a thing. So that is good. Mr. Srinivasan, you want to say anything?
Yeah. On this quantum computing, if you see, initially only RSA algorithm was there, and about 4 or 5 years back, even CCA office introduced this elliptical algorithm also, by which with the 266 bit or something, we could issue equivalent to the 2048 bit. So that like that, various newer algorithms also could evolve with the quantum computing. And the Google also, they are publishing and list some quantum computing related mechanism in the next year. By that, some more research we have to do, and then we have to see what kind of algorithm we have to take to also take care of this quantum computing. I think with more and more research, it should be possible to do it. So this is one side. Then the other thing about the blockchain, what you had indicated. So blockchain and PKI also a lot of discussions are going on, and particularly in Europe, in some of the applications, the blockchain applications, the PKI gets embedded so that the instead of anonymous blockchain, the blockchain become the to identify who is using the blockchain. Only the distributed database is that concept is there, but who are all using and who are party to it gets identified. In that also, that Hedera Foundation in US is trying to do a lot of work on the blockchain and the PKI cryptography and all that, and we are also part of that. So that way, all those things are moving, and the things will evolve over the next few years.
Thank you. Yeah.
Carrie,
you want to
Ade?
anything you want to say?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting standards that are coming out at the moment. I think Venkatraman and myself are on one of those, or at least helping guide one of those standards that comes out through the CSC, which is the Cloud Signature Consortium, which also dictates the interoperability standards in between between certificates and the transportability of these solutions. But there's other solutions that are also coming out that are going to provide some really interesting signing capabilities. And I don't obviously just mean e-signing, I do mean digital signing capabilities. So I'm thinking of the GADES standards that are coming out that are actually being tested right now. I'm thinking also about the fact that the World Health Organization standard for internet or for the vaccine certificates have adopted PKI. I'm thinking that I'm actually going back and addressing your original question about education, and then we'll come to the quantum computing and the challenges around that just now. But yeah, so I think that from an education standpoint, at least we're getting it right from standards. As I've mentioned before, in Africa and in South Africa especially, it's driven by the public sector. I think that one of the major drivers for PKI or PKI in South Africa is actually identity fraud. We had a 337% increase in identity fraud in 2020, and it's services like in PKI, it's services like the facial biometrics, it's services like e-signing and digital document signing that's actually allowing us to mitigate those problems. In your statement earlier, you said there are a number of problems that you guys are trying to address through PKI, and be very interested to hear what those are. Or maybe those who want to ask questions about how we have solved for those sorts of problems in South Africa with such huge issues with identity theft. It's very interesting. And then, yeah, in terms of our hashing, the length increasing, I think that there's some incredible people working on these solutions globally. And I think that I'd like to reiterate the sentiment that when the time comes, that we will be prepared.
Thank you. Thank you. So now I open up for questions. So,
sir, in continuation with the Professor Prabhakar discussion, he said right now IBM has come out with 100 qubits. In 2022, the IBM is going to give up to 420 qubits. 23, it's going to cross 1000 qubits. So at what point of time PKI is going to have a transition? Right now, all the PKI, what are the public key asymmetric concepts, all broken as per his slide. So when we have to get alert, when the PKI forum should be totally moving towards a quantum resistance structure. So how do we handle this situation, and what factor we have to stand? Okay, whether we suppose, for example, he says Salah 50, that a seam cipher, it's totally broken up to 12. From 24, it has broken up to 12 because security level is only 12. So whether we have to move towards a block cipher, stream cipher, still we have to go for a change in the asymmetric cipher. In what way we can stand for the quantum? So is that this PKI forum is going to think of in terms of quantum computing, because in 23, 1000 cubic is going to come as per IBM statement. If it's going to increase much more, it's not going to stop. In that sense, what is the transition? You keep on increasing the cubics from 2048 to 4093, it's not going to solve the problem because it's going to give the more complexity. It could reduce the harder throughputs. So in this angle, how far you can able to address or how far you're going to increase the size of the key. Keep increasing the size of key is not the solution. Rather, we have to stand in one stage where we have to address this public infrastructure in terms of the quantum computing. How do we handle this situation, sir?
Yeah, answers. Srinivasan, did you hear the question? He is saying, I think he is saying that the quantum computing, as per the
I heard his question.
Okay.
So the thing is one is the going on increasing the key, which I agree with him, it's not going to work. But the other is like what was introduced, that elliptical algorithm, where the key length for the same level of protection, the key length was reduced from almost 2048 bit to 266 or 270 bit. Such kind of newer algorithms also will emerge. So once what is the up to what quantum they are going, accordingly these newer algorithms will emerge. I think that is what will more solve the problem rather than just increasing the key length.
So on what stage we have to start moving, sir? At what stage now it is? Do we think that now in 2024 we are going to have 2000 cubics? We'll start move towards ECC of 512 so that the security level will be 256.
No, what stage it will all, as and when that evolves, then to protect it we have to evolve. Because thinking about 2021 now itself, we suggested those kind of things to everybody. Then in the
That's why the forum. That's what this forum is going to help us. Help us to identify.
Balance between the technology and doing business. No,
No, I think Dr. Ravindran, that in my view, one has to constantly update what is the state of the art and how is handling has to be produced clearly by the CCA and put, and this is the way that is happening. That also gives a confidence to the society rather than only few people knowing. If you make that as a state of the art assessment, what has been done by CCE, that goes well, taking into account what is the capability of the quantum, because whatever they say, it may not happen completely, but you should take a good assessment to say what would be the best risk and all these things. I think it would be good if you people produce a report of that nature every year to say what is the thing that is happening or there. That becomes a important aspect are there.
Yeah.
I think CDAC should think of in this one theme, quantum-based PKI. So that will help us to identify the real-time scenario in this current situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's my input, sir.
No, I think he is some
I have
question.
I am Misbah. My question is to Srinivasan sir. We are one of the first few countries who had entered into digital signature, and then in a big way, I mean, we have introduced e-sign as well, and we have seen the progress as well as the implementations and the adaptability also. It's a great sign. But you being Asia PKI Forum chairman, so you must be interacting with other, obviously, the member countries as well. So where do we stand, and how far, I mean, what are the efforts that are required to be number one in Asia PKI, in Asia, basically, from the PKI point of view and e-sign kind of technology point of view?
already I think we may be the number one because in the Asia, that's only because so my individual e-signing perspective, I think we are already number one, not only in Asia, we may be number one in the Europe also. So even I am a board member of the European Cloud Signature Consortium. In that, still the discussion is going on how to standardize the ID itself and how a common ID can be issued between many European countries, and how the certifying authorities should be enrolled with the ID provider, who should be the ID provider. So this kind of discussions are still going on. And then we are still giving some recommendation to the EIDAS central board as to what they should consider, how they should make the ID, how they should provide the ID to the trust service provider to issue the signatures and these kind of things. But in our country, this discussion went on in 2015, early 2015 and late 2015. There was a clarity, then Aadhaar-based identity was issued. Then based on that identity, we could issue the e-signatures. And then even if Aadhaar, there were some issues, so CCA office introduced the PAN-based identity. So that way we are far ahead. I believe we are number one in the Asia, except about China. I don't know much in detail. Because Chinese digital signature, they are not coming in that Asia PKI consortium meeting, but otherwise even Hong Kong, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, many countries I interact, but I feel out of all those we are number one, and maybe number one in Europe also. But in USA, it is going in a different direction, except some defense and pharmaceutical industry. Other industry, they just say, for example, you take any signature. Anybody just sign a scanned signature or put a scanned signature, it is taken as valid. And anybody sending a document on email, I just write, if it goes to my son, he can write VC invasion. That is also considered as a signature. So they are in a different direction and their legal validity systems are different. But all other countries, including Europe, South America, Africa, Asia, everywhere, I think we are much more ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Maybe about
Yeah, I
three
can definitely
questions.
reiterate that. I can definitely reiterate that on Venkatraman's behalf. You guys are leading, especially Imuja. You guys are really leading in terms of your digitization, your customer experience, and your sheer volumes.
Thank you, Kerry.
Yeah, let us have three more questions and then.
Sir, one last question, sir.
Yeah.
Regarding the cross-border certificate verification, if some clarity could come, because generally when we conduct the awareness programs, leading in e-sign, like thanks to Srinivasan sir for elaborating it on that. And the second most commonly asked question that we get in our awareness programs is cross-border certificate verification and validation. So can we get some clarity on that?
Srinivasan?
On that, legally, there is no clarity, but practically what is happening is, if the person sitting in a particular country, he signs with a certificate issued by a certifying authority in that country, people consider it valid. So even if you take the US companies or European company, for their Indian office, so they are now exchanging a document between Europe and India. The Indian side is signed by a Indian certifying authority issued certificate. It is considered legally valid. This is what practically happening. But from whether the court will object or not object, I don't think many case law would have come. But otherwise, the cross-border recognition, there is a lot of discussion, but up to now, no concrete action has taken. But from a practical recognition perspective, this is what is happening.
Yeah, please, sir, I will add to it. What we understand as CCA. What we understand as CCA, different countries have their own law of the land. So that is the main area, because India has their own IT Act and their own policies and regulations. Any ex-country has their own electronic laws, transaction laws, and they follow, as you rightly said, US is following their different set of laws, and even they are accepting the email as a signed document or not. So, and here is the role of, if we talk about cross-border, then is a role of MEA also. So it's a country to country. So as of now, I can say there is no progress, and it is a issue where countries need to sit at some forum level, and they have to recognize each other. And it is only and only that one certifying authority get a recognition in other countries. If it is a licensed certifying authority of one country, it gets a recognition as it is. Means the other countries can accept them as it is, which is not happening right now. And it has to be decided between the countries, you can say the administrators or the lawmakers. Fine. Yeah. It is not a technological problem. Yes.
Actually, also in the IT Act, there is a provision of foreign certifying authority, recognition of foreign certifying authority, as per the Act, I think clause 21.
Yes.
So in that case, if any certifying authority, either Indian or foreign certifying, they set up in foreign soil, CS, which CCA will recognize it, give license, then its certificate is valid across the globe.
Any other pressing questions? If not, oh, you have,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, please.
So basically, now non-fungible tokens, there is NFTs are being created and being traded also, but they do not have the legal backing. So, but if an NFT is being created in some US artist or a personality and somebody in India wants to buy it, or the other way around also is possible. They would like to have a legal protection. So even if they apply a digital signature in India, so meaning this is a quite more connected question with what I just discussed, which was started by Dr. Misbah. So if I buy the NFT, which is created in US in India, then whether there is a legal issue, whether I will be supported by any of these things. So this is one place where we need a global PKI infrastructure in place, which is recognized by all the countries, because then trading can happen. This is my this thing. Or otherwise, if an NFT is created in India and bought by a person who is there in US or any other country, and whether if there is any legal issue, where can you, still he can approach it and it will be still legally valid. So for that, a common infrastructure or a globally accepted networked infrastructure is required to be in place for enabling smooth these things. My thought of opinion.
Thank you. Any?
Like, suppose we are using PKI technology, classical technologies, since 50 years back. Like I think 1977 RSA was implemented. Then in India, 20 years old technology, we are using PKI. But what is the future? Like since we are increasing key sizes after every 10 years, say from 1024 bits to 4096 or 98. So keep on increasing key length. Suppose there is the end of life of any technology. So what will be the expected life of PKI? Then what happens? Whether CCA will exist for PKI infrastructure or not, or some new infrastructure will come up.
So this, should I attempt? I'm trying to attempt your question as this is a futuristic question. So I believe right now we are working on the key length to increase the key length. But yes, as Dr. Pandyan also raised, increasing the key length is not the solution, not the ideal solution. And
Srinivasan has also explained that some hybrid model will come up, like mixer.
Some new algorithm will come up.
Yeah.
Some new algorithm will come up. So this is, and obviously as we have seen, the blockchain is one of the upcoming technologies.
That will be the patches technology. Like we are improving the algorithm by providing some patches.
Yes.
But
See, there are two things I think, one is all our cryptography is based on what is we use on computational infeasibility. The other one is the information theory oriented, like the Shannon's perfect secrecy and all that stuff. I would imagine some more algorithms will emerge, which will necessarily go out of the RSA and other things like that, which will become next level complex. And that's how there are many algorithms, people start using it. And that is the way we navigate to the future kind of a thing are there.
I have listened only 3 or 4 types of RSA algorithm. Diffie-Hellman, ECC, RSA, maybe one more. So other than this, I don't believe that
something new will emerge, which we don't know right now.
So maybe
No, it is on the complexity class. What I mean is that because you have the classic NP complete, NP hard, there are many things that will come in that, and that's how many people have, and that will become feasible when the computation becomes simpler kind of a thing.
Lattice structure is also coming up. Yeah.
With that, I'll thank all the panelists. Carrie, I think We had a wonderful meeting, and I'm sorry your video was limited due to bandwidth. Thank you again for participating. Mr. Srinivasan, Mr. Pandey, Mr. Bindu Madhavan, and I think we had a fairly fruitful discussion to see, and which was lively kind of a discussion. With that, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be the panel coordinator, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Video.
Thank you.
Sir, 1 second, sir. Just a small bit of honors you have to do, sir. Just a 1 second.
Thank you.
Sir, I request Professor Shyam Sundar sir to give a small memento to Mr. B.S. Bindu Madhavan, sir.
Thank you.
So, next, I request Professor Shyam Sundar sir to give a memento to Sri Ram Prakash Pandey.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we will request you to spare few minutes and give your feedback at this link. This link is also shared at our YouTube live video and at our website. Yes, sir.
Please arrange outside. Just.
Yeah, and tea is arranged outside. Kindly move. We'll have tea, and then this will close. And the session is being closed now. So we conclude this conference. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, sir.